The cameras roll at the recording site for the popular show Baby Please Slow Down. Amidst the bustling crew, an elegantly dressed man sits in a wheelchair, tended by a makeup artist, while a tiny, blonde girl watches from the sidelines. This is Lin Xingxing, but don't let her childlike appearance fool you. She's a seasoned advertising professional on the inside, and that award-winning actor getting his touch-up, that's her cheap dad, though he doesn't know it yet. Xingxing muses on her bizarre fate, reincarnated as a minor character, the Ball. In a cliché-ridden novel, she's now ironically reunited with her actor father on this very parent-child variety show. As the announcement for recording preparation echoes, Xingxing, with a bright smile, dashes towards the man who is central to her plans. Her future hinges on this, she thinks with determination. A life of luxury depends entirely on how quickly she can make this cheap dad acknowledge his roots, namely her. Just a month ago, things were noisier. Trapped in a chaotic kindergarten, Xingxing felt an accident was inevitable. She blames an unfortunate overdose of iced Americano during a late-night work session for her untimely demise and subsequent transmigration. Back in her previous life, Xingxing, a career woman, scowled at her computer screen, disgusted by a trashy novel recommendation titled Wrongly Provoking a Demon Actor. Oh, the irony. The very title made her cringe. Who even reads such predictable plots anymore? Little did she know. Now, stuck as the Ball character, she's literally being pulled in two directions by overly enthusiastic toddlers. This wasn't the powerful female lead role she'd have chosen. A gentle voice calls her name. Lin Yijin, her new mother and the novel's actual female lead, has arrived, a warm smile on her face as she tells Xingxing it's time to go home. Xingxing eyes her new mother critically. That high-budget art style, the delicate features, yep, definitely the female lead. On their way, Lin Yijin innocently asks about kindergarten. Xingxing internally deadpans that she mostly thought about dying. Her mother, without missing a beat, just says no. Then, with a cheerful, almost dazzling smile, Lin Yijin drops a bomb. Her boss absconded, her job at the clothing store is gone, and the money she lent is lost. Xingxing stares, utterly bewildered. How could anyone deliver such catastrophic news with that much sunshine? But Lin Yijin quickly rallies, assuring Xingxing that she won't be easily defeated. They'll overcome this, she declares with unwavering, if slightly terrifying, optimism. Back home, reality bites. Poverty, as Xingxing observes, indeed makes people ugly. Her uncle, Lin Han, a lazy streamer, clutches his computer, refusing to let Lin Yijin sell his only tool for making a living. Lin Yijin retorts that his streaming doesn't even cover the electricity bill, let alone food. Lin Han dramatically proclaims that if the computer goes, he goes. Xingxing, meanwhile, is already on her phone, plotting. Relying on these two, Xingxing thinks grimly, they'd end up on the streets. Time to expedite the recognize wealthy dad plan. Thankfully, she recalls the male lead's name from that trashy novel, Duan Yunjin. Her fingers fly across her phone screen. News articles paint a picture of a thriving actor. Her cheap dad is doing very well, but how to bridge the gap of their broken relationship described in the novel? A forum post catches her eye. A variety show is recruiting ordinary children. A light bulb goes off in Xingxing's mind. She wonders if Lin Yijin knows about Duan Yunjin's current success, and if he could somehow help her get onto that show. The gears of her plan begin to turn. Got it, an idea sparks, bright and mischievous. Xingxing launches a digital offensive, spamming Duan Yunjin's name across every search bar and social media platform she can find. With a satisfied smirk, she puts her phone down. Big data would handle the rest. And it does. Soon, Lin Yijin is scrolling through her phone, an image of Duan Yunjin catching her eye, a flicker of interest on her face. But then, annoyance clouds Lin Yijin's expression as she decisively hits dislike and block Duan Yunjin. Xingxing sighs. Even powerful algorithms can't overcome the female lead's deep-seated hatred for the male lead. Xingxing scribbles in her notebook, cheap dad's reunion big plan. Her uncle, in the background, announces his intention to play a popular horror game on his stream. An observation clicks for Xingxing. Her uncle has been live-streaming games all along. This could be useful. Got it! Another brilliant idea strikes the tiny mastermind. A 5-year-old's brain is really sharp. She congratulates herself, already dashing off to implement her new strategy. She innocently approaches her uncle, asking what game he's playing. Startled mid-scream, he covers his eyes. Xingxing, he exclaims, visibly terrified by the horror game. You came just in time. Help me gather courage. As red embroidered shoes appear on screen, terrifying her uncle, Xingxing calmly analyzes the situation. If her uncle had featured his cute niece earlier, his stream numbers wouldn't be so dismal. Getting streaming rewards couldn't be that asterisk hard, right? That night, illuminated by the glow of a laptop, Xingxing puts her past life editing skills to work. Those skills, honed under pressure from demanding clients, were now the driving force of her new fate. Done, she hits send, a message accompanying the video. Editor, found a cute kid on a live stream who looks exactly asterisk like best actor doin'. Everything hinges on this. The next day, Lin Han is bombarded with messages. Among them, an invitation from the director of Where Are the Babies Going? For Zio Wake, Xingxing, specifically mentioning best actor Duan Yunjin's participation. Lin Han stares at his phone, dumbfounded. Is this popular? He stammers, scrolling through an avalanche of notifications. The implications dawn on him. Best actor, the entertainment circle. This was it, his life's turning point. Overjoyed, he sweeps Xingxing into a hug, babbling about her being his lucky star. Xingxing, however, knows this is merely the beginning. Once her true identity is exposed, he won't escape the consequences. Lin Yijin is firm. No matter how dire their situation, she will not use her daughter to make money. Lin Han notes his sister's strong resistance to Zio Wake entering showbiz. Lin Han decides to act fast. He grabs Xingxing and makes a run for it, muttering about signing the contract before his sister sees the viral video. Xingxing isn't worried. Her mom has Duan Yunjin blocked everywhere. A sly smile plays on Xingxing's lips. The plan is perfectly set. Lin Yijin walks in to find her brother tied up. What are you doing? She demands, bewildered. Still bound, Lin Han desperately explains that Zio Wake's uncanny resemblance to best actor Duan is a golden opportunity the program group can't resist. Hurry and sign, he urges. Every minute of delay increases the uncertainty of their big break. Internally, Lin Han admits he too was deceived into signing the contract by Xingxing's clever machinations. Lin Yijin's eyes widen in shock as she reads the contract, a 5 million breach penalty. A quick flashback shows Xingxing innocently suggesting a hefty breach penalty to her uncle, who now feigns ignorance about its origin, blaming the program group's strictness. Xingxing, sucking on a lollipop, watches her uncle. If only she'd possessed his talent for twisting words in her past life, she wouldn't have suffered so much under unreasonable clients. Lin Yijin reluctantly agrees for Zio Wake to go, but on one condition: she won't show up, and Zio Wake must be kept away from Duan Yunjin. Lin Han starts to argue, reminding her of the Duan family's past funding. A flash of fury in Lin Yijin's eyes, and Lin Han clamps his mouth shut, quickly mumbling his guarantee to complete the task. But when the time comes, Lin Han bails. An important offline event for his career suddenly materializes, and he tearfully leaves Zio Wake in Lin Yijin's care as the program's car waits. Lin Yijin sighs at her brother's unreliability. Xingxing, however, pipes up that her uncle is asterisk reliable, all part of her grand design. Lin Yijin tries to steel herself. They might run into him, but there's nothing to be afraid of, she repeats internally. That's right, Xingxing thinks with satisfaction. Give up the struggle. The whole world of this novel will passively assist your reunion. At the studio, PD Zhang warmly greets Xingxing, introducing herself and telling the little girl she can come to her for anything. Xingxing politely thanks Sister Zio Zhang. PD Zhang is utterly charmed, hugging Xingxing and marveling at how sensible she is. Xingxing mentally notes that practice from dealing with clients like a grandson in her past life makes perfect. Lin Yijin arrives, heavily disguised in a hat, sunglasses, and mask. PD Zhang reassures her that Zio Wake has always been worry-free. PD Zhang notes Lin Yijin's quiet anxiety. Lin Yijin insists she can handle it. Xingxing internally questions why her mother feels the need to suppress her feelings. On high alert, Lin Yijin scans the area, her voice tight as she asks why Duan Yunjin hasn't shown up yet. PD Zhang chuckles, misinterpreting her concern as fandom. Lin Yijin flusters, denying it. The PD then clarifies that Duan Yunjin has filming commitments and will only arrive tomorrow for the official recording. A wave of relief washes over Lin Yijin. She asks PD Zhang to watch Zio Wake while she makes a quick trip to the bathroom. As Lin Yijin leaves, PD Zhang gushes to Xingxing about her mother birthing a child who looks so much like her idol. Xingxing scoffs internally at the naivete. Just then, an announcement. The movie Emperor Duan is here. Duan Yunjin makes his entrance, apologizing smoothly for his tardiness. His assistant seems surprised, mentioning they expected him tomorrow. Xingxing observes her cheap dad, noting that his charming exterior perfectly masks his scumbag nature. Duan Yunjin waves off the staff, stating he's going to remove his makeup first. Xingxing spots Lin Yijin attempting to flee and quickly darts after her, sensing the impending reunion. A thrill courses through Xingxing. They are definitely going to reunite now. And just like that, Lin Yijin collides right into Duan Yunjin. He catches her, asking if she's okay as she stammers an apology. Lin Yijin looks up, her eyes widening in disbelief. Duan, Yunjin, is it really you? Yes, Xingxing internally cheers. The wheels of fate are finally, dramatically, turning. Duan Yunjin gazes down at the stunned Lin Yijin and coolly asks, "Who are you?" Xingxing freezes, metaphorically turning to stone. The plot got stuck. How could he not recognize the female lead? He then offers a charming, dismissive smile. "Are you my fan?" Xingxing is aghast. How many fleeting romances had this man indulged in to forget the actual female lead of his life story? Duan Yunjin's assistant quickly whispers in his ear, identifying Lin Yijin as the mother of the little internet celebrity who resembles him. Really? Duan Yunjin responds with mild, feigned surprise. Lin Yijin, regaining her composure, formally requests his care during the program. Duan Yunjin internally scoffs. So she's just another vampire mother using her child's popularity. His assistant frantically signals him to mind his on-screen persona. Lin Yijin, meanwhile, mutters under her breath that she just needs to vent softly. Xingxing fumes internally. Why is the plot still tormenting the female lead after their reunion? This was supposed to be a sweet wife-chasing story. She reflects that while a novel can skip, 6 years later, with a pen stroke, Lin Yijin lived through those years, her wounds unhealed. Xingxing gently asks her mother if she's sad. Lin Yijin smiles tiredly, claiming she's just weary. "Mom," Xingxing asks with childlike gravity, "is it hard to be a person?" Lin Yijin looks at her daughter, a sad smile on her lips. "Being a person is hard," she admits. "There are many things I can't do anything about." Lin Yijin then lightly jokes that if being a person wasn't hard, Xingxing could help her get an older brother. Xingxing earnestly replies she doesn't need a dad, but with an older brother, they could protect mom together. Touched, Lin Yijin thanks her baby, saying from now on, they'll protect each other. Xingxing internally sighs. Comforting adults with a child's mindset is surprisingly challenging. Later, Xingxing scrolls through online forums, annoyed by a slanderous post accusing Duan Yunjin of arrogance before the show even aired. Trolls were already at work. The sheer number of brainless fan comments defending or attacking him drives her crazy. "Don't get angry," she tells herself, then hilariously Googles if a 5-year-old can develop breast nodules from frequent anger. The day of the official recording arrives. An announcer explains the first activity. Kids choose props and give them to the big friend, star they like in their assigned room. Xingxing, now nicknamed Wake Up Guy and sporting a new green dress, ponders her prop choice. PD Zhang presents the options. A potted plant. Xingxing internally notes the production team's blatant manipulation. She's clearly being grouped with Duan Yunjin. She brightly chooses a pot of sunflowers. In the control room, the production team fist pumps. Their matchmaking plan is working perfectly. Duan Yunjin awaits, his mission clear. Obtain the potted plant from Xingxing. He extends a welcoming hand, calling her a little princess. Xingxing bluntly refuses the handshake, declaring him too unlucky. Ouch. She quickly backtracks, claiming she meant he was too noble for her to dare shake his hand, asking innocently what he thought she said. Duan Yunjin, suspicious, brushes it off as a mishearing. "I did it on purpose, heh. Xingxing cackles internally. The production team breathes a sigh of relief, false alarm. Duan Yunjin remarks on their striking resemblance, musing if they could share a mother. Xingxing internally drops a colossal hint about asterisk, him being the one who gave birth to asterisk her asterisk. He completely misses it, logically concluding his mother couldn't have birthed her. Xingxing is exasperated by his density. Duan Yunjin tries another tack, asking about her favorite flower since she chose the flower house. Xingxing shares her love for hibiscus, explaining its meaning of gentle persistence and its connection to her mother's name, Yijin. "Well, that's a nice name," he comments, still utterly oblivious. Xingxing is internally aghast. He doesn't remember her mother's appearance, and even her name doesn't spark any recognition. She slumps in defeat, lost to his flawless acting and apparently bottomless scumbag nature. He then presents her with a flower crown he made, hoping she likes the gift and noting its perfect size. Xingxing, now adorned with the crown, sweetly offers him the pot of sunflowers as a return gift. Mission accomplished for him, or so it seems. Ah, really? He feigns surprise, internally gloating that kids are indeed easy to fool. The irony is lost on him. Suddenly, disaster. The sunflower pot slips and shatters on the ground. Task diverted, Xingxing thinks, a strange, almost manic smile on her face beneath the flower crown as she mutters about wanting it all. The show moves to Langbei Village, a place of stunning scenery and rich products, perfect for the baby please slow down theme. The narrator introduces another pair, 5-year-old young master Buzz Lightyear, who is ready to dominate, and veteran actor Jiang Hai, who received a toy car. In the music room, another success. Sula, a band lead singer, charmed musically inclined 5-year-old Lily and got her ukulele. Lily praises Sula, saying he looks even better in person, making her participation in the program worthwhile. Smooth. Meanwhile, popular idol Zhuang Yan won over foodie little fish ball with a delicious cake. The little boy confirms his mom was right about the good food here. With all other pairs having successfully exchanged gifts, the spotlight falls on the only one who failed. An arrow dramatically points to Duan Yunjin, the zero-point movie king. Xingxing immediately bursts into tears, apologizing profusely to Uncle Duan, blaming herself for breaking the pot and causing him to get 0 points. Duan Yunjin, trying to appear unfazed, dismisses it as just a little game. Xingxing scoffs internally. The narrator announces that the movie king must accept his punishment. Bring it on, Duan Yunjin declares, though internally he's already planning to call his investor brother if things get too rough. The other teams depart by ferry for the strawberry farm. The movie king, however, is told to wait for his exclusive ride. A bad feeling washes over Duan Yunjin. His ride arrives. A cheerful old farmer on a tiny, hand-pulled tractor, laughingly calling it a tractor ski. Duan Yunjin and Xingxing share an unimpressed look. What a lame joke, he thinks. He asks Xingxing why she's not with the others. She claims she wants to accompany him, since it's her fault he's being punished. Internally, she's gleeful at the chance to watch this spectacle. Duan Yunjin thanks her, a flicker of doubt in his eyes. Was her earlier behavior really unintentional? Was he overthinking? As the farmer starts the bumpy journey, Duan Yunjin finds himself surprisingly charmed by Xingxing, thinking she's cute and lovable, just like him. Xingxing politely thanks the grandpa farmer. The ride is genuinely jarring. Duan Yunjin grimaces. This level of coolness from the wind and bumps can't be faked. He pulls Xingxing onto his lap for safety. She notes his handsome gentleness with kids, contrasting it with his past treatment of her mother, and decides to test him further. It feels like dad's embrace, Xingxing murmurs. Duan Yunjin, falling for it, asks where her dad is. She sadly recounts how her mom said her dad went to heaven, and that she's never even seen his photo. Duan Yunjin gently pats her head, suggesting her mom was probably trying to protect her from sadness. Xingxing continues, saying a dad isn't important, she just wants someone to help her mom. Her uncle told her coming on the show would ease her mom's burden. Still no conscience, deadbeat dad, Xingxing thinks scathingly. Duan Yunjin, however, starts to reconsider his harsh judgment of Lin Yijin, thinking he misunderstood her. Xingxing decides it's time to up the ante. Tears welling, she launches into a full-blown sob story about being a little burden, unlike her lazy older uncle, and how her mom lost her job and all their money, leaving them on the verge of homelessness. Duan Yunjin looks genuinely stricken as Xingxing's tearful tale of woe unfolds. Successfully played the sympathy card, Xingxing internally fist pumps. As they finally arrive, Xingxing spots her mother and runs towards her, with a concerned Duan Yunjin following. Lin Yijin waves, her expression surprised as she sees her daughter approaching with Duan Yunjin. Duan Yunjin immediately apologizes to Lin Yijin, confessing he hadn't known about their dire circumstances. Lin Yijin is taken aback, wondering what he'll say next. Will he recognize Xingxing? He sincerely apologizes for any rude words he might have uttered earlier, his gaze earnest. A flashback reveals Lin Yijin and her brother Lin Han as children in an orphanage, their education funded by the Nebula Group's charity. Ambitious and beautiful, young Lin Yijin caught the eye of the group's second young master. The second young master, a younger Duan Yunjin, made a bet with friends that he could win her over in a month. He'd boasted confidently, and the naive Lin Yijin fell for his carefully disguised pursuit. Their secret romance blossomed, shown in a montage of happy, clandestine moments. However, the group's president, Old Duan, discovered the affair. The scandal of the young master involved with a charity recipient led him to take swift action. Old Duan coldly offered Lin Yijin 5 million to leave his son, callously stating Duan Yunjin was merely playing around, and she wasn't worth his true feelings. Lin Yijin, with dignity, refused the money, dropped out of the university Nebula funded, and completely severed ties with the group. Unbeknownst to her at the time, the group's eldest young master, Duan Zelen, had silently watched over and protected her. Back in the present, their tentative reconciliation is interrupted by the arrival of Duan Zelen himself. The crew murmurs in surprise. Why is the big boss personally supervising? Duan Zelen's gaze, however, never leaves Lin Yijin for a moment. Lin Yijin gently encourages Xingxing to go take some pictures, creating a moment of privacy. PD Zhang fawns over Xingxing's adorable dresses, wondering where they all came from. Xingxing, now in a charming little Red Riding Hood outfit, proudly states her mom prepared them. Lin Yijin modestly explains to PD Zhang that she used to work in a clothing store and occasionally alters clothes for Xingxing. PD Zhang's eyes light up, and she grabs Lin Yijin's hands excitedly, exclaiming that Lin Yijin has saved her in a big way. She then asks a flustered Lin Yijin if she'd consider being a clothing assistant for the show. PD Zhang pleads, explaining their regular clothing teacher is unavailable and they desperately need a reliable assistant. Lin Yijin hesitates, the thought of seeing Duan Yunjin daily warring with her resolve. She decides the true way to let go is to face him, not avoid him. With newfound determination, she agrees to help, promising to do her best. Xingxing and PD Zhang erupt in cheers. This is great news. A staff member announces that their big investor, Duan Zelen, has increased funding, leading to upgrades for everyone. Xingxing astutely observes Duan Zelen's subtle generosity. By benefiting everyone, he ensures Lin Yijin's special treatment. The job won't attract criticism. What a mature man. Duan Zelen then treats everyone to milk tea. As he hands one to Lin Yijin, she recognizes the familiar cup. This is. He smiles gently, confirming it's her favorite milk tea from years ago, from the same store, taste unchanged. Lin Yijin is stunned, remarking that the store is in the city, very far from their current location. Duan Zelen explains he bought the store when it was about to go bankrupt, ensuring it could still deliver, even 50 kilometers away. Lin Yijin sips, a nostalgic smile on her face. It's the familiar taste. Xingxing is deeply impressed. This man truly engraved the female lead's preferences in his heart. What a warm-hearted rival for her dad. Duan Yunjin appears, observing his brother's grand gesture. Duan Zelen smoothly covers, implying the tea is his own favorite. Xingxing internally sighs. Her silly, sweet, scumbag dad stands no chance against such thoughtful competition. But she quickly reminds herself, no matter how excellent the second male lead, he's just a plot device. She's still rooting for her scumbag dad. Duan Zelen then turns to Xingxing, kindly saying that since she already has the best mom, he doesn't know what to give her, but as the richest person, she can ask for anything. Xingxing understands. He's flattering her, but it's all for her mother. She's just the lucky bystander benefiting from his love for the female lead. Lin Yijin excuses herself, needing to prepare for her new duties with a film crew next door. Duan Zelen asks what she's preparing. He smiles mysteriously, promising a surprise for her later. Lin Yijin, looking troubled, asks Brother Zelen not to be too kind, stating she can't accept any more favors from the Duan family. He gently insists she call him just Brother Zelen, emphasizing their personal connection over any family obligations. As he leaves, Lin Yijin sighs. His kindness is hard to refuse, but it means getting entangled with the Xingyun group and Duan Zelen once more. Duan Yunjin suddenly appears behind her, his voice laced with sarcasm. What a clever move of retreating to advance. Lin Yijin turns, startled. He coldly reminds her of her past as a charity beneficiary, accusing those used to receiving benefits of knowing how to manipulate hearts. Hurt and confused, Lin Yijin asks what he's talking about. Duan Yunjin internally realizes his unease seeing her, with his brother stems from a deeper fear. A chibi version of him panics. She might steal my brother. This insecurity dates back 6 years. A flashback shows a younger Duan Yunjin whining to Zelen about not wanting to work, hoping to freeload. Zelen had proposed a lifetime contract with the company. That contract of servitude infuriated him. Now, he projects his anger, vowing not to let anyone use pity or cunning to take his brother. He accuses Lin Yijin of feigning weakness to worry his brother, then reminds her of her responsibility to the little animal, Xingxing, she adopted with Zelen, via the show, warning her against other thoughts. Lin Yijin internally acknowledges that her past relationship with Duan Yunjin was indeed just another fleeting romance for him. Old Duan's cruel words from the past echo, he is just playing around, it's not worth your genuine feelings. Smiling faintly at Duan Yunjin, Lin Yijin calmly states she won't fall into the same pit twice. People from different worlds can't be together. Duan Yunjin looks at her, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes before simply saying, as long as you understand. Su Li Yan, the newly minted costume assistant and former PD, observes them, misinterpreting Duan Yunjin's perceptiveness as him seeing through Lin Yijin's green tea act. She smirks, holding Lin Yijin's new work ID. Since that's the case, Su Li Yan thinks maliciously, I can confidently give the newcomer a warning. The next show segment begins. The children must pick strawberries, and the money earned will cover their food expenses for the week. Xingxing sighs. She should be advancing the main storyline with the second male lead, not stuck picking strawberries. Little Fish Ball happily munches on strawberries. Lily complains her hands are for piano. Buzz Lightyear grandly offers $1 million to hire a strawberry picker. Xingxing shakes her head. Why gather these pampered young masters and misses for a life experience show? It feels more like training for asterisk her asterisk. She decides to have some fun, telling little Fishball that unspat strawberry seeds will sprout in his belly. The boy looks horrified. He never spits seeds. Xingxing reassures him that washed seeds are drowned seeds, so they're safe. Little Fishball is terrified of drowned seeds. Successful intimidation. Xingxing cheers internally. Next, she approaches Lily, carefully putting gloves on her hands, declaring an artist's hands must be protected. She flatters Lily further, saying strawberries picked by such beautiful hands would surely be sweeter. Lily blushes and reluctantly agrees to pick a few. Successful flattery, Xingxing mentally notes. Suddenly, Buzz Lightyear storms over, accusing Xingxing of stealing his check. Xingxing coolly holds up the money, taunting him that without it, he's useless, unable to even pick strawberries better than her. Enraged, Buzz vows to show her. Successful provocation, Xingxing thinks as Buzz furiously dives into the strawberry patch, determined to win. The production staff are overcome with tearful gratitude. Xingxing is truly a lucky star, a gift from the god of variety shows. Xingxing wipes a bead of sweat, a bunch of 5-year-olds, hardly more difficult than the clients from her past life. The narrator reminds the audience that the adult guests also have tasks. The director instructs the adults, someone must stage a strawberry theft to test the children's reactions. All eyes turn to the seasoned actors. Zhuang Yan claims poor acting skills. Jiang Hai fears crying children. Sula passes the opportunity to the younger, ratings-boosting members. The director clarifies they need someone with ratings pull, good acting, and quick thinking. The implication is clear. Duan Yunjin sighs. Refusing now would be disrespectful after such indirect praise. These old foxes. He fumes internally, knowing they're pushing the bad guy role onto him. The director, however, praises his sense of responsibility. Duan Yunjin approaches the children with drinks, a charming smile on his face, inviting them for a break. When they return, most strawberries are gone. Buzz exclaims he remembers 3 big baskets. Lily laments her carefully picked juicy ones are missing. Confusion and silence. Duan Yunjin feigns surprise, wondering aloud if someone stole them, since they only had 1 basket after so much work. He suspects little Fishball, who staunchly denies it, citing his promise to Xingxing to only eat after picking. Buzz Lightyear pipes up with a story about a dog trying to steal the strawberries, claiming he was protecting them. Duan Yunjin raises an eyebrow. Dogs eat strawberries. The children chime in with their own dog stories. One only eats imported food. Another is too fat from not being a picky eater. Little Fish Ball worries if he's too fat. Duan Yunjin struggles to regain control of the derailed conversation, asking Little Fish Ball if he's 3. I'm 4, the boy retorts. This is going nowhere. He then notices someone is missing. Where did Xingxing go? Meanwhile, in the dressing room, Lin Yijin is thrilled about her new clothing-related job. Su Li Yan, with a saccharine smile, assigns Lin Yijin the task of ironing clothes for a promotional shoot, pointing to a specific iron. Lin Yijin, eager and obliging, chirps, good teacher, ready to get to work. Su Li Yan smirks internally. The temperature control on that iron has long been broken. Good luck, newbie. Back outside, the director radios anxiously, asking if anyone has seen Xingxing. The cameraman sheepishly admits he lost sight of her, wondering if she went to find the suspect dog. Buzz Lightyear now theorizes that Xing, seeing he was going to give her some strawberries, stole his picked ones first. Lily immediately defends her, stating Sister Xing isn't that kind of person. An announcement signals the end of the day's recording. A car waits. Xing thanks Uncle Duan for the ride, cheekily adding that since the production car had no spot, they couldn't just sit on a tractor again. She internally frets that he's still blaming her for the broken plant, then humorously notes her brainpower is fully dedicated to holding grudges, hence forgetting important details about Lin Yijin. Duan Yunjin smirks, teasing that breaking a pot is nothing compared to being a police suspect for strawberry theft. He's still suspicious this girl is setting him up. Duan Zellen's assistant observes their prickly, sarcastic banter, wondering about their strange, yin-yang vibe. Back in the dressing room, Su Li Yan furiously confronts Lin Yijin over a supposedly ruined custom coat belonging to Emperor Duan, demanding compensation for the world-exclusive item. Su Li Yan emphasizes the coat was brand-sponsored for promotional exposure, telling Lin Yijin she'll have to explain it to Duan's team. Lin Yijin, returning with Xing, is oblivious to the drama until confronted. Su Li Yan thinks maliciously, planning to have Lin Yijin expelled, especially since she believes the emperor dislikes her too. Duan Yunjin strides in, calmly takes the coat from Lin Yijin, and declares it a worthless counterfeit. Lin Yijin is stunned. Xing notes his protective reaction is new. Wow, Xing thinks, impressed, finally starting to be domineering in protecting his wife. Su Li Yan sputters, questioning how Emperor Duan, the brand's spokesperson, could wear a counterfeit. Duan Yunjin coolly asserts that if he says it's counterfeit, it is, and he doesn't need to explain further. Duan Zellen's assistant smoothly intervenes, confirming on the phone that the brand's stylist has arranged a replacement, and crucially, that the iron Lin Yijin used had a broken temperature control. Su Li Yan, caught out, feigns innocence, claiming she accidentally forgot to inform Miss Lin about the broken iron. Duan Yunjin eyes her sharply. Was it really an accident? He questions, then internally laments that his family's investment isn't even enough for a working iron in the costume room. Su Li Yan is utterly bewildered. What is the relationship between these two? Why is Best Actor Duan suddenly fiercely protecting this newcomer? Lin Yijin stares at Duan Yunjin, equally surprised and touched by his unexpected defense. Duan Zellen's assistant quickly steps in, smoothly saying, "Wait a minute," perhaps to de-escalate or manage the situation. Lin Yijin bows her head to Duan Yunjin, thanking him for his help. He looks at her and asks if she knows why she always ends up in such unfortunate situations. She offers a small, self-deprecating smile, "Because I'm stupid." Looking at the supposedly ruined coat, she sighs, admitting she didn't even realize the iron was broken and needed someone else to point it out. Duan Yunjin was beside himself, lamenting how utterly foolish it was to be so unguarded, especially after being framed by others and even cheated by the store manager. Lin Yijin inspected the suit jacket with a sigh of relief. It was a fake, and she couldn't have possibly afforded to compensate for a genuine one. She noted, however, that the material was remarkably similar to the real deal, with only the stitching revealing its counterfeit nature. Yunjin internally seethed. He'd only claimed it was a fake to offer her an easy way out of the predicament. With a bright smile and a wave, Lin Yijin promised to sew up the hole in the jacket and return it promptly. Yunjin, utterly bewildered, grabbed his assistant, Wu Ming. He questioned if anyone could genuinely be that naive, or if she was merely feigning ignorance to make him worry. He desperately tried to maintain his composure, but Wu Ming dryly pointed out that the young master's resolve had already wavered. Wu Ming, however, interjected with a crucial clarification. He informed Yunjin that the custom piece was from a brand new series, manufactured on a new production line, which naturally explained the different stitching. Wu Ming expressed his admiration for Miss Lin's ability to notice such subtle details, suggesting a profound understanding of clothing. Yunjin, however, scoffed, wondering aloud how someone who supposedly couldn't afford designer brands had acquired such extensive knowledge. Unseen by them, Lin Yijin listened intently from around a corner as Yunjin mused on how strange the situation was. Even Wu Ming seemed to have forgotten Lin Yijin's renowned expertise in clothing. Lin Yijin reflected on the irony. He was clearly concerned for her, yet utterly oblivious to the true reason, as if all memories related to Lin Yi had been completely erased from his mind. Xing, ever the keen observer, contemplated Duan Yunjin's persona. He didn't strike her as a particularly profound individual. Could his current image of flawlessness truly be genuine? Xingxing approached Wu Ming, who was on a call, instructing someone to prepare promotional materials well in advance. Holding a notepad and pen, Xingxing explained her assignment from the program team. She needed to gain an in-depth understanding of Uncle Duan and sweetly requested an interview with Wu Ming. Xingxing got straight to the point, inquiring if Uncle Duan had any rumored romantic interests in his past. Wu Ming, ever the consummate professional, stated firmly that he would decline to answer anything excessively private. Wu Ming then proudly asserted that the young master had maintained an impeccable reputation since entering the entertainment industry, with absolutely zero romantic rumors. Xingxing feigned astonishment, recalling rumors that before his industry debut, Yunjin was known for his indulgent and extravagant lifestyle. Wu Ming confirmed that Yunjin had undergone a complete transformation following a car accident 6 years prior. The mention of a car accident immediately seized Xingxing's attention. A car accident. She paused, this new, potentially critical piece of information sending her thoughts reeling. Her mind raced back through the timeline. Approximately 6 years ago, the image of Yunjin, injured and in a hospital bed, flashed vividly in her thoughts. Wu Ming continued his explanation, stating that Yunjin had been hospitalized after the car accident, but fortunately, had not sustained any serious injuries, and everything appeared normal upon his discharge. Wu Ming recounted how old Duan, perpetually worried about Yunjin's idleness, had forcibly sent him to a film crew to build character. In an unexpected turn of events, this led to his accidental entry into the entertainment industry and his subsequent rise to fame. Wu Ming emphasized Yunjin's undeniable talent, highlighting his Best Actor award for his debut work and the subsequent soaring trajectory of his career. Wu Ming beamed with vicarious pride, exclaiming that it was no wonder he was the young master, a true testament to his inherent capabilities and success. Xingxing felt her carefully constructed understanding of the world begin to crumble. Her useless dad couldn't possibly have lost his memory due to a car accident, or could he? The dawning realization hit her with the force of a physical blow. She inwardly raged at the sheer absurdity of it all. Amnesia. In this day and age, that particular plot device was so laughably outdated. And naturally, he had precisely forgotten the female lead. With everyone else oblivious to their clandestine romance, no one would perceive his current behavior as anything out of the ordinary. This accursed novel, it just had to throw in the amnesia trope to arbitrarily increase the difficulty of her mission. A mischievous, albeit slightly desperate, idea began to form in Xingxing's mind. It was said that people with amnesia sometimes regain their memories after another significant shock. Right. She eyed Duan Yunjin, who was engrossed in a book, as a small, symbolic brick materialized in her tiny hand. Just as she was steeling herself to enact her highly questionable plan, Xiao Zhang's voice cut sharply through the air, demanding to know what on earth Lin Xingxing thought she was doing. Xingxing froze, a guilty shiver running down her spine. Thinking on her feet, Xingxing quickly claimed she was merely practicing her shot-put technique, then cheekily challenged Xiao Zhang, asserting that he couldn't possibly be weaker than her. Xiao Zhang, predictably provoked by her taunt, bristled with indignation and stomped past her, demanding she repeat her audacious claim. Dejectedly, Xiao Zhang resolved internally that he absolutely, under no circumstances, could lose to Lin Xingxing. Xingxing watched him, a single bead of nervous sweat trickling down her face. Xingxing let out a silent sigh of immense relief. That had been far too close for comfort. The innocent parent-child variety show had nearly escalated into a matter for the legal authorities. She would definitely have to reconsider her methods for jogging his memory. The director enthusiastically announced the day's activity. The children would be selling the strawberries they had diligently picked the previous day. They would be divided into a cute kids group and a guest group, with victory going to the team that achieved higher sales. Xingxing looked utterly drained. She had spent the entire night racking her brain, desperately trying to devise strategies to help her useless dad reclaim his lost memories. The director laid down a crucial ground rule. To prevent any malicious competition or chaotic price wars, all selling prices had to be firmly established before the start of sales and could not be altered thereafter. As the director called for the price announcements, the adult guest group confidently revealed their sign, 130 yuan per jin. Duan Yunjin registered a flicker of surprise. Then Xiao Zhang, brimming with an almost comical level of confidence, proudly displayed his team's price, an absolutely jaw-dropping 1,000 yuan per jin. Xingxing, utterly horrified, lunged forward, desperately trying to stop him. She grabbed Xiao Zhang by the collar of his shirt, her voice tight with exasperation, as she demanded to know why he had announced such an outrageously exorbitant price, without even bothering to consult her. Xiao Zhang, unperturbed, confidently stated that his family regularly purchased strawberries at this very price, so he saw no logical reason to negotiate for what he considered a normal or lower one. The audacity of rich kids. The director officially declared the prices set in stone, with absolutely no possibility for changes, much to the smug delight of the adult guest team, who already scented an easy victory. The children, including a thoroughly unimpressed Xingxing, exchanged knowing glances. These adults were behaving with a distinct lack of maturity. Duan Yunjin began to strategize, assigning senior Jiang Hai the role of frontman. He planned to leverage Jiang Hai's immense popularity from a recent anti-war drama to attract customers, especially banking on his well-known appeal in the countryside. Jiang Hai confidently accepted, boasting of his reputation as a middle-aged woman killer. Yunjin then turned his attention to Sula, instructing him to study the background music from Jiang Hai's popular drama and play it later to further entice potential customers to their stall. He was filled with a steely determination, emphasizing to his team that they absolutely needed to sell their strawberries as quickly as possible to secure victory in the competition. Meng Lia commented to Sula on how surprisingly serious the best actor, Duan Yunjin, was taking the competition, even though their opponents were just children selling at an impossibly high price. Sulu agreed, noting Yunjin's unexpectedly fierce competitive spirit. True to his boast, Jiang Hai, known affectionately as Shunzai to his devoted fanbase, effortlessly drew a large and enthusiastic crowd of adoring middle-aged women. The excitement around the adult stall was palpable, with fans excitedly urging each other to call even more people over. Meanwhile, the children's stall stood in stark, desolate contrast, utterly ignored. Absolutely no one seemed to care. A couple of women walked past the children's stall, their disdain evident. One remarked audibly that selling strawberries at 1,000 yuan per jin was nothing short of highway robbery, while the other dismissively commented that the kids were just playing house. Duan Yunjin sauntered over to the dejected children, a mocking smirk playing on his lips as he predicted zero sales for their overpriced wares. He then offered a patronizing deal. If they humbled themselves and called him brother, he would magnanimously have his assistant purchase 1,000 yuan worth of their strawberries. Xiao Bao quickly told Uncle Duan that he was speaking too soon. Xingxing, however, bristled fiercely at the suggestion, retorting sharply that since Yunjin was her dad, Xiao Bao calling him brother would imply Xiao Bao was trying to position himself as her uncle, attempting to one-up her in a rather presumptuous manner. Xiao Bao, ever the adaptable strategist, then addressed Yunjin with an exaggerated display of respect, calling him super extra dad, and cheekily demanded that he purchase a staggering 10,000 yuan worth of their strawberries. Yunjin was momentarily stunned into silence by the sheer audacity. Xingxing was aghast at Xiao Bao's maneuver. He's my dad, she fumed internally. Even if he's a complete jerk sometimes, he's still my dad, not some bargaining chip for Xiao Bao to exploit. Duan Yunjin let out a dry, somewhat strained laugh as an onlooker commented on his impressive business acumen, remarking that it was fitting for a young master of a large conglomerate, and put others' accounting skills to shame. The director, megaphone in hand, announced the final hour of the sales competition, declaring that free promotional activities were now officially permitted. Duan Yunjin remained coolly confident. With only an hour remaining, victory for his team seemed all but assured, though he mused internally that bullying a group of children didn't feel particularly rewarding. But Xingxing was far from ready to concede defeat. She declared with fiery determination that the outcome of the competition was still very much uncertain. Meng Lia seized the opportunity, taking to the megaphone to announce a bold new promotion. Buy 1 pound of their strawberries and receive a photo voucher with the popular Shunzai, or buy 2 pounds and get a coveted handshake voucher. Sula looked on, thoroughly impressed by Meng Lia's quick thinking and marketing savvy, remarking that it was no wonder she was such a successful idol. Xingxing felt a bead of nervous sweat form on her brow. The competition was suddenly and unexpectedly heating up. Xingxing turned to check on her teammates, only to find them calmly eating the strawberries, Lily nonchalantly stated that since their strawberries weren't selling anyway, they might as well enjoy them themselves. Xiao Bao chimed in, agreeing that they had worked very hard picking them. Xiao Zhang added with a shrug that if they lost, and they could simply give away whatever strawberries they couldn't finish eating. A dark, frustrated aura began to envelop Xingxing. Were they even serious about winning? Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck Xingxing like a bolt of lightning. She turned to her teammates, her eyes sparkling, and asked brightly which of them had thought to bring their homework. Xiao Zhang hesitantly offered his extracurricular exercise book. "This is it," Xingxing declared with a triumphant flourish, holding up Xiao Zhang's exercise book as if it were a sacred artifact. She dramatically slammed down a newly created sign. The original price, 1,000 yuan per pound. The current, mind-boggling offer, slash the price by helping them do kindergarten homework, finish one page, and 100 yuan would be deducted from the price. There was no upper limit. Come, uncles and aunties, and challenge the 0 yuan purchase. The adult team stared in utter disbelief. A 0 yuan purchase. What kind of bizarre, unheard of sales tactic was this? Were these children actually planning to give away their strawberries for free? Wu Ming, intrigued, and perhaps a little overconfident, stepped forward. He stated that even though he had graduated from university a full 8 years ago, handling mere kindergarten homework should still be an absolute piece of cake for him. Xingxing immediately stopped him, explaining a crucial, non-negotiable rule of their new promotion. The homework book had to be chosen completely blindly. There would be no cherry-picking of easy subjects. Wu Ming randomly picked a book. English, huh? He chuckled, a confident smirk on his face. Surely it would just be a few simple sentences like, "How are you?" How difficult could kindergarten English possibly be? Mere seconds later, Wu Ming was on the floor, utterly and spectacularly defeated. Despite managing to complete 6 pages of the English homework, and thereby slashing 600 yuan off the price, he couldn't comprehend how he had failed to pass whatever mental or academic block he had encountered. Perhaps kindergarten English is far more challenging than it appears. Xingxing, with an air of innocent sweetness, gently reminded a visibly soul-crushed Wu Ming that he had successfully managed to bring the price down to a mere 400 yuan per pound. And with the cameras rolling and documenting everything, he couldn't possibly go back on his word now, could he? The transfer was swiftly made. A deduction of 400 yuan appeared on the screen. Wu Ming was practically in tears, lamenting between sobs that this truly was kindergarten homework that had so thoroughly bested him, a grown university graduate. The children cheered enthusiastically as the first income from their unorthodox sales method rolled in. Xingxing internally smirked with satisfaction. Of course, even a supposed Peking University graduate in her past life, couldn't guarantee passing some of that ridiculously elite, Olympiad-level kindergarten homework. The adult guest team exchanged worried glances. Meng Lia noted with dawning concern that just one of the children's sales at their reduced price was equivalent to 10 pounds of their own. The outcome of the competition was suddenly, and alarmingly, very much undecided. Xingxing then announced with a dramatic flourish that Xiao Zhang was the very first customer to successfully complete enough homework to win a coveted 0 yuan purchase of their premium strawberries. Wait a minute, did Xiao Zhang cleverly do his own homework for a discount? Even a confident middle school student and the show's director himself were thoroughly defeated by the kindergarten curriculum, failing to complete a single page. The student was aghast, unable to believe he'd lost to kindergarten homework, especially when confronted with French. Kindergarten French? The sheer brutality of it. The sales time officially concluded. The director, tears welling in his eyes, announced that while the Cute Kids group hadn't managed to sell out all their strawberries, their total sales amount, significantly boosted by a 1,000 yuan contribution, presumably from the 0 yuan challenge wins being counted at full price value, was now far ahead of the adult team. The defeated middle schooler vehemently declared that his abysmal score of 28 points was purely a reflection of his luck level, not his actual cultural or academic level. And so, against all odds and much to the surprise of the adults, the Cute Kids group emerged as the clear victors. Joyful cheers erupted from the little winners. The adults applauded their young competitors. Jiang Hai conceded with a smile that the younger generation was truly formidable. Sulu admitted he was impressed that the children had actually managed to overtake them. Duan Yunjin allowed himself a faint, almost imperceptible smile, admitting to himself that he really couldn't underestimate this surprisingly resourceful girl, Xingxing. Even Zhao Zhang, in a rare moment of acknowledgement, conceded that it was no wonder, given it was Xingxing. Meng Lia, genuinely impressed, praised Xingxing for her amazing ingenuity, wondering aloud how she had managed to conceive of such a clever and effective sales method. Xingxing explained with a smile that she often observed her mom inviting others to take a cut, similar to group buying apps, in order to receive free items, so she had wanted to try a similar, interactive idea. She added, glancing pointedly at Duan Yunjin, who was taking a sip of water, that her mom had also taught her from a young age that in any competition, one should never become complacent or proud until the very last moment. Yunjin choked violently on his water, the unexpected spray drenching his pristine clothes, as he realized Xingxing's pointed comment was indeed aimed directly at him. Wu Ming immediately panicked, exclaiming about the wet clothes and urgently calling for the director to arrange for a replacement outfit from the costume team. Lin Yijin arrived at a nearby production trailer, holding the neatly mended jacket, and wondered aloud where Assistant Wu might be. From inside the trailer, Duan Yunjin, who was in the middle of unbuttoning his shirt, casually called out for her to come in, inadvertently revealing a tantalizing glimpse of his well-defined abs. Thinking it was Wu Ming entering, Yunjin, now completely shirtless, turned and asked if the replacement clothes had been delivered yet. Startled by Lin Yijin's unexpected presence, she instinctively tried to cover him, yanking at what appeared to be either a towel or his discarded shirt. This led to an even more awkward reveal. Yunjin, equally surprised, uttered her name, Lin Yijin. Blushing furiously from head to toe, Yijin internally chided him for his carelessness, thinking he shouldn't have been changing without even leaving someone to guard the door. Just at that inopportune moment, someone else called out from outside the trailer, asking if actor Duan had finished changing and announcing they were there to collect the dirty clothes. Yijin, flustered, wondered if another member of the costume team had been sent over. But something about the newcomer felt distinctly off. Yijin's eyes narrowed with suspicion. She confronted the person directly. Wait a minute, your work ID is fake, isn't it? She elaborated on her keen eye for color discrepancies, pointing out that the ID's colors were subtly wrong, and the official stamp looked like it had been poorly photoshopped and printed out. The newcomer, feigning innocence, asked to see the ID. The person attempted to feign confusion, laughing off her accusations and trying to brush past her, insisting they would just go in and retrieve the clothes first. Yijin resolutely blocked their path, her voice firm as she demanded to know who they really were and why they were attempting to sneak in, threatening to call for assistance if they didn't explain themselves. The stranger, their patience clearly wearing thin, retorted angrily, claiming that her work ID looked more fake than theirs. But Yijin wasn't bluffing. She calmly announced that she had indeed already called for someone. She then burst out of the RV, her voice ringing out clearly as she shouted at the top of her lungs, "There's an assassin!" A slightly overly dramatic, yet undoubtedly effective, method of raising an alarm. The assassin, who was clearly just a sneaky, and now rather panicked photographer, looked utterly exasperated. He questioned if she had time-traveled from ancient times, vehemently insisting he was just a stand-in photographer trying to make some money and demanding she stop blocking his way. Xingxing mentally reviewed the typical novel tropes for protagonists regaining their memory. The first, and most dramatic, scenario involved a life-threatening situation that jolted the memory back, usually accompanied by a dramatic declaration of remembering everything, often involving a silk grass equivalent. The second common method involved the protagonist touching a key item of special emotional significance, such as a nostalgic maple leaf, which would then trigger a flood of poignant romantic memories and declarations of longing. The third classic trope was the protagonist seeing past photographs, causing long-buried memories and forgotten names, like Mu Cheng, to resurface with sudden clarity. Xingxing pondered her options. She couldn't and wouldn't actually put her parents in any real danger. Furthermore, she knew absolutely nothing about their past key items or significant photos. It felt like an insurmountable obstacle. What was that commotion? Nearby, Wu Ming was animatedly recounting the assassin incident to a clearly enthralled staff member, who then repeated a wildly exaggerated version. Miss Lin had been injured by a villain, collapsed dramatically, and the young master had lost control and fought heroically with someone for love. Wu Ming enthusiastically confirmed that was pretty much the gist of it, much to the confusion of another staffer, who wondered why such a dramatic title was necessary for simply sending a message. Xingxing's eyes lit up with sudden excitement. Could it actually be happening? a real-life enactment of the first memory recovery trope, the female lead in very minor danger, and the male lead dramatically remembering everything after a minor confrontation. This was almost too good to be true. Her original plan had merely been to gently stimulate the male lead's memory, certainly not to actually endanger the female lead. This unexpected turn of events, however, was proving to be a surprisingly useful, if unintended, development. Lin Yijin reassured a concerned Duan Yunjin that her knee was really just a scratch, though the stand-in photographer had unfortunately gotten mixed up in the scuffle. He, however, insisted that she still needed to apply medicine, even for a minor scratch. She tried to brush off his concern, saying that the important, urgent matter was. Duan Yunjin cut her off mid-sentence, his voice firm and filled with genuine concern, as he declared emphatically that her well-being was the most important matter at hand. Wu Ming facepalmed in exasperation. Clickbait and sensationalism truly were harmful. The staff member who had so vividly sensationalized the event sheepishly admitted to a lingering habit of exaggeration from his previous self-media days, even questioning aloud if Yijin's scrape could even be classified as an actual injury. Wu Ming approached the pair, clearing his throat and asking if the young master was all right after the reported fight. Yunjin scoffed dismissively, claiming he barely had to lift a finger. He had just warned the guy a few times and effectively scared him away. Xingxing, however, knew from her vantage point that it wasn't quite that simple a warning. Duan Yunjin, however, was still completely focused on Lin Yijin. He gently took her hand, his gaze filled with concern as he asked again if she was hurt. She offered him a small, reassuring smile, confirming that she was fine. It really did seem to be just a little scratch. Meanwhile, the opportunistic photographer, having apparently recovered from his earlier shock, was already back in action, surreptitiously snapping pictures of the tender moment between Yunjin and Yijin, muttering to himself about getting the shots first, regardless of their ultimate salability. Duan Yunjin's expression hardened into a dangerous glare as he addressed the persistent photographer. He declared icily that the man's face was now indelibly etched in his memory, and starting from that day, he would be banned from the entire entertainment industry. Not only that, but all his accounts would be swiftly banned due to receiving official lawyers' letters. The photographer attempted to play the victim card, accusing Yunjin of bullying others simply because he had money and power. Yunjin retorted sharply that being perceived as weak didn't automatically grant one the moral high ground, especially when they were actively profiting from invading his privacy. He stated that suing the photographer was entirely reasonable, not to mention that the man had also harmed his. He finished his sentence, his gaze shifting pointedly towards Lin Yijin. My staff. Lin Yijin's heart sank a little at the impersonal designation of just staff. Yunjin then turned back to the photographer, informing him coldly that whatever actions were taken against him would not be considered excessive in the slightest. Wu Ming immediately instructed other staff members to investigate thoroughly how the photographer had managed to get in with a fake ID, and to check if there were any insiders within the production team who might have colluded with him. Yijin, meanwhile, was lost in her own thoughts, completely bewildered by Yunjin's erratic and confusing attitude since they had met again. She truly hated this pervasive feeling of uncertainty. Wu Ming approached Lin Yijin, praising her quick thinking and sharp eyes for being able to tell at a glance that the photographer's ID was a fake. She humbly explained that she had been so incredibly happy to finally have a work ID that she had looked at it hundreds of times, making it relatively easy for her to spot the subtle differences in a counterfeit. Xingxing mused thoughtfully that perhaps it was because her mother had possessed so little in the past that she now treasured every single thing she received. This, she concluded, was probably the very quality that made the resilient little white flower type of heroine so incredibly lovable and endearing to others. Duan Yunjin, ever concerned about Lin Yijin's well-being, or perhaps just being a tad overzealous, asked if she thought she might need a tetanus shot for the bruise. Yijin vehemently, and perhaps a little exasperatedly, refused, exclaiming that it absolutely wasn't necessary. Lin Yijin was on the phone, her expression one of disbelief, as she learned that Sister Su Yan from the costume department had been unceremoniously fired. The caller on the other end of the line explained that it turned out Su Yan had sold the production schedule to the intrusive photographer and had also been the one to provide him with the fake work ID. The caller added excitedly that since Su Yan had framed Yijin previously, it seemed the film emperor, Duan Yunjin, was finally getting revenge on her behalf this time. Yijin demurred quietly, stating that she didn't see it as Yunjin getting back at Su Yan for her sake. It was just normal, albeit swift, handling of a serious breach. Her colleague on the phone lamented that the rapid firing meant the costume team hadn't had time to hire a replacement, so Yijin would have to work exceptionally hard for the upcoming poster shoot due to the sudden staffing shortage. Yijin, however, readily accepted the added responsibility, saying it was fine and what she should do. She found herself wondering internally if Du and Yoonjin would have handled the situation with the same decisive action if it had been any other staff member involved, or if his intervention was specifically because it concerned her. Xingxing keenly observed her mother's reactions. It was patently clear that Yijin still harbored deep feelings for the male lead, Du and Yoonjin. Since approaching him directly about his memory loss was proving to be a difficult and perhaps fruitless endeavor, Xingxing decided it was time to try a different tactic. Why not look for a breakthrough by working through the female lead herself? As Yijin was busy sorting through clothes in the costume room, Xingxing approached her casually and innocently asked if car accidents really did cause memory loss as a common side effect. She just so happened to be holding a rather tellingly titled romance novel. In the Memory Loss Bureau, I became the ex-wife of the CEO. Subtlety, Xingxing, was clearly not your strong suit today. Yijin was momentarily horrified by the book, exclaiming about who on earth would leave such a corrupting influence for children in the costume room. Undeterred, Xingxing innocently pressed her question again, asking if people genuinely lost their memories after being in a car accident. Yijin dismissed the idea as utter nonsense, stating firmly that real life was not a novel filled with such bizarre and dramatic plot twists. Xingxing then cleverly, and seemingly innocently, remarked that she had heard Uncle Duan had been in a car accident before, but he didn't seem to have forgotten anything or anyone. Lin Yijin was visibly and profoundly shocked by this unexpected piece of news. Duan Yunjin had been in a car accident. Xingxing confirmed that Uncle Wu Ming had indeed told her about the accident, adding thoughtfully that Uncle Duan didn't seem like someone who had forgotten anyone important. Lin Yijin pondered this new information deeply. Could it truly be that he wasn't just pretending not to know her, but had genuinely, terrifyingly, forgot? Meanwhile, in another part of the city, the disgruntled and recently blacklisted photographer was desperately trying to find new work. He was on the phone, frantically boasting about his wide range of paparazzi skills, from airport photos to variety show and TV drama behind-the-scenes shots, even offering to go to remote locations, to a clearly uninterested and unresponsive party on the other end of the line. Furious at being effectively shut out of the industry, he slammed his hand down hard on a table, vowing venomously that if his job was ruined, he wouldn't let them, Duan Yunjin and his associates, have it easy either. A malicious, scheming smirk spread slowly across his face as he looked down at the compromising photos still stored on his phone, already plotting how to best utilize them for maximum revenge and damage. On the designated day of the official poster shoot, the director was busy guiding the talent. He instructed them to gaze thoughtfully at a beautifully rendered starry sky backdrop, conveying a sense of yearning for the vast, mysterious universe. Jiang Hai was rather unexpectedly dressed in a surprisingly high-end children's spacesuit, prompting a nearby onlooker to marvel aloud at its impressive quality and wonder where such an outfit had come from. It soon transpired that Xiao Zhang's, whose real name was Bas Guangning, rather particular mother had deemed the costumes prepared by the production team to be too low-end for her precious son. Consequently, she had specifically found a place that specialized in custom-ordered aviation suits. Other parents and staff members were understandably envious of such blatant extravagance. The director coached a slightly nervous Xiao Bao, affectionately nicknamed Little Fishball, on his posing and enthusiastically praised Meng Lia's, Xiao Zhuang, natural camera presence and top-notch idol instincts. He then called for the next group, Lily and Sula, to prepare for their turn. Lily appeared on set, looking slightly unsure and out of place in her designated camping-themed outfit, questioning if it was indeed supposed to be camping equipment. Lin Yijin gently adjusted Lily's hat, explaining that the theme for this particular poster shoot was on the road. She then gently teased the little girl, remarking that since Lily hadn't really wanted to go camping with her mom anyway, she could consider this a sort of preview experience. Lily looked up at Lin Yijin, her eyes wide with genuine surprise. How on earth did she know about her reluctance to go camping? Lin Yijin explained with a warm smile that last time they were at the market, Xingxing had been looking for Lily's homework and had accidentally seen a composition Lily had written about not wanting to go camping. Xingxing had then relayed this information to her. Lily lamented that her mother's busy touring schedule meant she never had time to take her camping. Lin Yijin, ever kind and considerate, immediately offered to take both Lily and Xingxing camping together next time. Lily looked visibly touched by the offer. Xingxing, observing the interaction, noted to herself that her mom's comforting and persuasive strategy seemed to work effectively on people of all ages. Suddenly, Sula, who had been listening to the exchange nearby, looked deeply and unexpectedly moved by Lin Yijin's kind offer to Lily. Yijin, noticing his emotional reaction, asked him what was wrong. Sula, blushing and stammering, launched into an excited explanation about a series of perceived coincidences. Camping also happened to be the number 1 wish on his personal wish list. He just so happened to be in the same photography group as Lily. The clothes prepared for him were coincidentally his lucky color, and the bird print on the outfit was exactly the same as the theme of his debut song. Lin Yijin, however, internally dismissed it all as just a rather amusing string of coincidences. Lily cringed internally, recognizing the signs. Here he went again with his over-the-top fanbang. She really didn't want to admit, especially not out loud, that she was actually a fan of his music. Sula, completely caught up in his discovery, declared that so many coincidences hitting together simply had to be fate. He then eagerly asked if Lin Yijin was perhaps a Capricorn, excitedly stating that it was his best matching zodiac sign. Yijin calmly corrected him. She was, in fact, a Libra. This encounter officially marked Sula's 128th fleeting crush. Sula, completely undeterred by the zodiac mismatch, dramatically vowed to write a heartfelt song about their fateful encounter. Lin Yijin, seizing an opportunity, made a hasty escape, claiming the director was urgently calling her over. A small caption noted Sula's rather extensive and often very brief love history: 128 crushes, 107 confessions, 38 relationships, the shortest lasting a mere 3 minutes, the longest an entire 7 days. Xingxing dryly observed to Lily that her mother's, Mary Sue female lead, aura seemed to have an uncanny ability to attract some rather strange and intense admirers. Lily sighed with an air of weary resignation, advising Xingxing to just get used to it. Once Sula wrote a good song about his latest one-sided love, he would quickly move on to his next infatuation. Elsewhere on the set, Duan Yunjin casually asked Wu Ming what the most astrologically compatible zodiac sign for a Libra might be, idly wondering if it was Leo. Wu Ming, ever the pragmatist, gently advised the young master against indulging in such futile superstition. Lin Yijin, having successfully dodged the overly enthusiastic Sula, let out a quiet sigh of relief, admitting to herself that he was certainly quite persistent and made it hard to resist his advances. Just at that moment, Duan Yunjin's voice cut through the air, calling out her name, Lin Yijin. She turned around, a questioning look on her face. He stood directly in front of her, his expression unreadable. She hesitantly acknowledged him, Duan Yunjin. Duan Yunjin launched into a serious, almost stern, warning about Sula. He stated that Sula had a notoriously bad reputation within their circle and was known for being very irresponsible when it came to relationships. He urged her emphatically not to be fooled by Sula's sweet talk and charming facade. Lin Yijin was visibly taken aback by his sudden and intense concern. "Brother," she began, her voice trailing off as her thoughts shifted, a new question forming in her mind. Would he still care, even now, if she genuinely liked someone else? Duan Yunjin continued, his tone unwavering, stating that her personal relationships weren't just her own business anymore. She had to consider Xingxing's well-being. He then posed a pointed question. Would someone like Sula, with his flighty reputation, truly be a good or stable father figure for her daughter? A small, sad smile touched Lin Yijin's lips as the familiar ache of realization settled in. As she had expected, his primary concern was, and likely always would be, for Xingxing, with very little, if any, direct consideration for her own feelings in the matter. Changing the subject smoothly, she presented him with the mended jacket. She explained that for the previous hole, she had carefully embroidered a small cloud design to patch it, hoping that if one didn't look too closely, it wouldn't be overly noticeable. She admitted with a soft smile that mending the jacket had made her feel more at ease, though how he ultimately chose to handle the clothes was, of course, up to him. After all, she mused, he probably wouldn't want to be seen wearing patched clothing. To her genuine surprise, he simply stated, "Just wear this one." Lin Yijin was genuinely surprised by his decision, reminding him somewhat hesitantly that the brand had already sent over a brand new, pristine replacement jacket. Duan Yunjin, now confidently wearing the jacket she had mended, declared that clothes with asterisk her asterisk name subtly referencing the Yun cloud character in her name, Lin Yijin, that she had embroidered were far more meaningful to him. Therefore, he would wear this one. Tears welled unexpectedly in Lin Yijin's eyes. If he had truly lost his memory, it would finally explain his erratic and often confusing attitude towards her. It could even prove that he hadn't intentionally forgotten her or their past. A new resolve formed. How about? She tried probing his memory one more time. Speaking of names, she began carefully, and then recounted a seemingly innocuous story about his brother, Zilin, having a beloved dog named Zio Yun when he was young. She described how upset Zilin had been when Zio Yun was eventually sent away, crying for a long time. Duan Yunjin's reaction was immediate and indignant outrage. Zilin had told her such a private little secret, and more importantly, why on earth had his brother named the dog after him, Yunjin? Without a moment's hesitation, Yunjin was on the phone to his brother Zilin, demanding to know when he and Lin Yijin had become so close that he would share such intimate family secrets. He then reiterated, with considerable indignation, his outrage about the dog being named after him. Zilin, on the other end of the line, sounded utterly and genuinely confused by the sudden interrogation. Zilin, sensing that something was definitely amiss with his brother's agitated state, asked cautiously if Yunjin was perhaps hiding something from him. Yunjin, however, was still completely fixated on the perceived insult of the dog's name, loudly demanding a full explanation for being likened to a canine. Lin Yijin carefully observed his unchanged, genuinely outraged reaction. She reasoned that if he were merely pretending not to know her asterisk, there would be absolutely no logical reason for him to also feign ignorance or forget details about Lin's childhood pet. Could it be that he had truly, genuinely lost at least part of his memory? Xingxing, ever the clandestine puppet master, peeked out from behind a nearby curtain, a small, satisfied smile playing on her lips. As she had suspected, allowing the female lead to actively push the main storyline forward was indeed the correct and most effective decision. Zilin, on the other end of the phone, sounded thoroughly exasperated. He asked why Yunjin was bringing up the same ridiculous dog story for a second time and if he expected yet another apology. Yunjin was utterly and completely confused. What did he mean, a second time? Just then, the director's voice called out, announcing the next group for the photo shoot. Duan Yingdi, Duan Yunjin, and Xingxing. Yunjin, flustered by the confusing phone call and the demands of work, decided to abruptly end the call, muttering to forget it and focus on the shoot first. As Duan Yunjin and Xingxing posed for their father-daughter shots, some onlookers, perhaps mistaking the context, or just general shippers at heart, gushed about the so-much couple vibe here, likely referring to the earlier tender interaction between Yunjin and Lin Yijin. Others exclaimed that the setup looked like a professional movie poster. Xingxing, however, internally observed that she and Yunjin truly looked like father and daughter, sharing a remarkably similar temperament. Suddenly, a ripple of murmurs went through the crowd. People began looking at their phones with expressions of shock and disbelief, shushing each other and exchanging worried glances. Wu Ming rushed over to Duan Yunjin, his face pale as he announced urgently that Yunjin was trending online. Yunjin, initially unfazed, replied with a touch of arrogance that he was a year-long trending user, so what was the big deal about that? Wu Ming, his voice laced with dread, quickly clarified the grim reality. It was negative asterisk trending. A barrage of damaging hashtags was exploding across social media. Duan Yunjin violence tendency, Duan Yunjin secret relationship, Duan Yunjin bullying, and Duan Yunjin ban threat. A quick glance at his Weibo feed confirmed the worst. Duan Yunjin bullying and Duan Yunjin ban threat were rocketing up the hot topics list, fueled by a torrent of negative engagement. The source of the malicious campaign was immediately clear. The disgruntled photographer had posted a highly dramatized and entirely one-sided account of their earlier confrontation. He skillfully painted himself as a small, innocent stand-in who had accidentally stumbled upon the recording site and broken the secret relationship of Emperor Duan. He claimed he was then brutally hit and threatened with a career-ending ban by the powerful actor, framing his post as a courageous act of defying overwhelming power, despite knowing he was like an egg hitting a stone. Duan Yunjin scrolled grimly through the comments on the photographer's post. Many were already vocally supporting the blogger's exposure, warning him to protect himself and not be fooled by the inevitable public relations spin from the formidable Xingyuan group. The comments section was a brutal cesspool of negativity. They ranged from people dredging up past grievances about his little radish persona to general expressions of hatred for the rich and accusations of him being an industry scammer. Some even felt personally deceived about his supposed sister-in-law. A clear, if misinformed, reference to Lin Yijin and his much-publicized weight loss journey. A chibai version of Wu Ming fumed beside a chibai Yunjin, both staring at their phones. Wu Ming raged about how skillfully the photographer had twisted everything out of context. He had deliberately taken photos of Yunjin grabbing the camera to slander him for assault, spread completely unfounded rumors about his relationship with Miss Lin, and, what was worse, had even edited the audio recording of their confrontation, leaving only words that could be easily misunderstood and taken in the most negative light. Lin Yijin stared at her own phone, her face a mask of utter bewilderment and shock. What? What relationship? She stammered, completely blindsided by the accusations. Xingxing, however, was secretly, and perhaps a little inappropriately, amused by the unfolding drama. Ah, here it comes, she thought with a mental chuckle, the necessary male and female lead scandal plot, an absolute staple of the entertainment circle. Lin Yijin, her brow furrowed with determination, thought to herself that the photographer was telling such an obvious and blatant lie. It should be relatively easy to clarify the situation. She immediately began typing a response to refute the false claims. Wu Ming quickly stopped her, his expression serious. He explained that netizens were already incredibly heated and emotional. Any attempt at clarification from her at this stage would only be perceived as her being paid to do damage control. He asserted that the other party's clear purpose was to provoke the netizens' emotions and firmly associate the young master with a deeply negative public image. Achibai Wu Ming was practically weeping with frustration, lamenting how their poor, innocent young master had, because of these completely unfounded accusations, become a symbol of the privileged class in the eyes of the public, making him an easy target for widespread hatred of the rich. Lin Yijin asked anxiously what they could possibly do. Was there truly no one who would speak up for him? Didn't Duan Yunjin have a legion of loyal fans? Wu Ming despaired, explaining that any fans currently attempting to defend him online were being viciously attacked and derided as foot washers for 208, a derogatory term for celebrity sycophants, referencing a high daily salary figure. Duan Yunjin calmly placed a reassuring hand on Wu Ming's shoulder, stating with quiet authority that some of the more nonsensical and baseless negative comments didn't even warrant the dignity of being repeated. Sula, ever the flamboyant performer, chimed in with his own take. He declared that if it were him, he would immediately write a fiery song to counterattack the allegations. He opined that although the Emperor Duan Yunjin certainly had more haters than most, such incidents could also serve to make his true fans even more loyal. He saw it rather cynically as simply a good opportunity for fan abuse, a chance to rally the core fanbase. Lin Yijin, listening to this rather unique and aggressive perspective on public relations and crisis management, thought to herself with a touch of bewildered humor that perhaps she really hadn't seen much of the world after all. Xingxing quietly observed to Xiao Zhang that it seemed more people were concerned about the female lead, her mother, than about Duan Yunjin himself. Therefore, she concluded, perhaps no specific comfort was needed from her side. Xiao Zhang, ever fiercely protective of Lin Yijin, immediately asked if someone had said bad things about her mom and gallantly offered to pay to settle any issues. Duan Yunjin was internally fuming with indignation. Clearly, he was the one being viciously cyberbullied. Why wasn't anyone rushing to comfort him? Just then, Wu Ming leaned in and pointed out that, unfortunately, there were also people online who were now actively scolding and attacking Miss Lin. Indeed, a quick scan of the comments revealed that the online vitriol was now also being directed squarely at Lin Yijin. Commenters were questioning Duan Yunjin's taste for associating with a nobody, accusing her of being a high-level seductress with a pitiful appearance, and some were even aggressively demanding all of her personal information be exposed within the minute. The flames of outrage were spreading dangerously. Duan Yunjin, his patience clearly at its end, abruptly grabbed Wu Ming's phone, his fingers flying across the keyboard. He seemed to be furiously lecturing Wu Ming that if one wanted to confront someone online, they should use a small, anonymous account, because even brand-new fans wouldn't believe the flimsy excuse of an accidental slip of the tongue from an official account. Meng Lia and Sulu observed this uncharacteristic display with fascination. Meng Lia remarked that she hadn't expected the usually aloof emperor to actually care so much about his public reputation, to the point of personally arguing with netizens. Sula found this glimpse of the emperor's true nature to be really interesting, even admitting it was much cuter than his previous, often pretentious, public appearance. And argue he did, under his official, verified Weibo account, Taigu Zhen, Ironbone Zhen, he launched a series of fiery replies directly to the negative commenters. He aggressively questioned their baseless assumptions, fiercely defended Lin Yijin's character, and even issued a stern lawyer's letter warning to particularly egregious trolls. He was specifically and systematically targeting all the negative comments that dared to attack Lin Yijin, his protective instincts now on full and formidable display for the entire internet to witness. The production staff, witnessing his fierce and unwavering defense of their precious and capable designer, Lin Yijin, eagerly and enthusiastically offered their full cooperation in any way he might need to combat the slander. Duan Yunjin, now holding a sleepy Xingxing in his arms, reassured everyone not to worry. He stated confidently that he had already dominated the trending topics with his counteroffensive, and he was certain his brother, Zilin, must be arranging a broader, more strategic response. They just needed to wait for him to orchestrate it. The scene shifts to Zilin, who was indeed already taking decisive charge of the crisis. He was on the phone, instructing one of his subordinates to immediately look for the nanny car that had been present at the time of the incident, or any other nearby cars, to see if there were any dashcam recordings that might provide an unbiased account of the entire process. Zilin, looking every bit the cool and collected professional, further directed the production team to quickly issue an official clarification regarding the clear collusion of their own staff member, Su Yan, with the hired paparazzi. He also called for an industry-wide boycott of such unethical hired photography practices. He then gave further instructions to his corporate PR team. The company's official account should issue a formal statement as soon as humanly possible. This statement needed to clearly assert that Duan Yunjin was currently single. This was primarily to protect the staff involved, specifically Lin Yijin, from further disputes and harassment from the hired photographers. The statement should also affirm that the photographers had taken things drastically out of context, and that the company preserved the full right to sue. When a staff member cautiously asked if they should attempt to retract the negative trending topics surrounding Duan Yunjin, Zilin wisely advised against it. He explained that retracting them immediately would only give the instigators more reason to talk, further solidifying the narrative about the overwhelming power of capital, which they could then use to create even more issues. Instead, he declared, they would focus on getting their own positive entries and clarifications trending. His comprehensive strategy was crystal clear. Remove the trending topics about the fabricated relationship, find a way to delete all invasive photos involving the staff to protect the ordinary people involved, and regain firm control of the public narrative and its spread. He immediately mobilized all available resources, professional fan groups, often referred to as fans short for professional fans, influential marketing accounts, and the ever-present water army of paid online commenters. His goal was to stabilize their voice and messaging across all platforms, effectively letting the negative trending topics also wash into and be diluted by their positive clarifications and counter-narratives. The Xingyan Group's formidable PR machine was now operating in full swing. Zilin, however, harbored a lingering suspicion. A small, lone-hired photographer shouldn't typically have the ability or resources to stir up this much widespread trouble on their own. He suspected that someone else, a more powerful entity, was lurking behind the scenes, actively fanning the flames. He resolved to respond properly and decisively to this hidden, and likely more dangerous, adversary. The scene transitions to the opulent and sprawling grounds of the Duan family villa. Inside the lavish villa, Chairman Duan Liquan, affectionately or fearfully known as Old Duan, was staring intently at his phone, his face a mask of thunderous displeasure. The screen displayed several recently published pictures of his son, Duan Yunjin and Lin Yijin. He zoomed in on one of the photos, his voice a low growl as he muttered, "Why is she appearing next to Yunjin again?" Back with Lin Yijin and Xingxing, Yijin was scrolling through her own phone, a look of mild surprise on her face, as she remarked on how quickly the wind of public opinion had managed to change and shift in their favor. Indeed, a quick glance at the trending topics showed that the comments were now largely positive towards Duan Yunjin, with many praising his protective actions towards his staff. The tide had decisively turned, and as is often the case with online outrage, a new negative hashtag concerning a completely different celebrity, Jiang Yunda, was now rapidly gaining traction. Lin Yijin observed with a sense of relief that the intense heat surrounding Duan Yunjin's alleged scandal had dropped significantly. It seemed the ever-fickle netizens had already been successfully distracted by fresh gossip and new controversies. Xingxing was quietly impressed. It had only been a single day, and yet the entire public relations disaster had been completely turned around. It was becoming increasingly clear to her that her cheap dad's company was indeed quite powerful and influential. As Lin Yijin and Xingxing were walking, Yijin suddenly noticed someone familiar approaching them in the distance and wondered aloud who it could be. It was Zilin. He was on the phone with a subordinate who was reporting the findings of their investigation. They had found out that young Master Yunjin was not, in fact, in contact with the international director about a new movie role. It was Jiang Yunda who desperately wanted that role and had therefore taken the opportunity to strike preemptively against Yunjin. In retaliation, Zilin's team had offered double the price to buy up all the black material, suppress scandals that Jiang Yunda had previously managed to keep hidden. Now, Jiang Yunda was about to become a very publicly scrutinized, and likely legal, celebrity. A cold, satisfied smirk touched Zilin's lips as he listened to the report. Good, he said quietly into the phone. They would take this opportunity to utterly crush Jiang Yunda and ensure that he disappeared from the entertainment industry forever. His ruthlessness was palpable. Lin Yijin and Xingxing greeted Zilin warmly as he approached. Yijin asked him with a smile what had brought him over to see them. Zilin explained with a charming smile that he had come to see her specifically because he had been worried about her. After all, he continued, she had been innocently and unfairly caught up in a major public opinion storm, largely because of Yunjin's characteristic impulsiveness. Xingxing, ever observant of potential father figures, mentally awarded Zilin extra points for always seeming to prioritize the female lead's well-being and feelings. Lin Yijin smiled reassuringly, stating that she was perfectly fine. She pointed out that the one primarily being cyberbullied throughout the ordeal had mainly been Duan Yunjin himself. Zilin then presented her with a small, elegant card, the surprise he had mentioned preparing for her last time. Lin Yijin looked at it, her eyes widening slightly as she recognized the name printed on it, Teacher Lu. He explained that he had contacted her previous mentor from her design school days. Teacher Lu, he said, had always felt deeply sorry about her unexpected leave of absence. After all, Yijin had once been his most valued and promising student. Zilin relayed that Teacher Lu had said she was more than welcome to return to school at any time she wished. Lin Yijin was visibly touched by the gesture, but also a little skeptical. She suspected, with a knowing glint in her eye, that Teacher Lu's original words might not have been asterisk quite so effusive or unconditionally welcoming as Zilin was portraying them. Zilin chuckled, admitting with a smile that she understood her old teacher better than he did. The reality, he confessed, was that as soon as Teacher Lu heard that Zilin had found her, the esteemed professor couldn't wait to rush to the production team himself and practically drag her back to school. So eager was he to have his star pupil resume her studies. His actual words were more along the lines of make her come back to school immediately. However, Zilin quickly assured her, Teacher Lu had also promised him that he would ultimately leave the final decision entirely up to her. Lin Yijin, her expression thoughtful, promised that she would definitely consider the offer very seriously. Xingxing was absolutely thrilled at the prospect of her mother returning to school. That's great, Mom, she exclaimed. We can go to school together, take exams together, and make progress together. Lin Yijin playfully agreed, adding with a wink that by then, Mom would probably come to ask her for help with any homework she couldn't do. Zilin added another persuasive point. Teacher Lu was now the hottest and most sought-after costume consultant in the entire film and television industry. Their own company constantly tried to invite him for projects, but could rarely secure his services. If Yijin were to follow him and study under his tutelage again, she would undoubtedly go much further in her chosen career. Lin Yijin thanked him gratefully. Thank you, Brother Zelen. Xingxing, meanwhile, was having an internal crisis. It's so hard to choose. One is gallantly standing up for the female lead, and the other is diligently paving the way for her future. Achibai Xingxing was lost in a happy daydream, her eyes sparkling as she mused. Even if I take a step back and consider all options, can I really not have two dads? A girl could certainly dream. Zilin, ever the busy executive, handed over Teacher Lu's business card, and with a polite farewell, swiftly departed, leaving Lin Yijin to reflect on his unexpected kindness and the significant opportunity he had presented her. Suddenly, a commotion erupted nearby. Security personnel were loudly instructing people to make way and clear the scene, while urging the gathering crowd, don't push. Lin Yijin, her curiosity piqued, asked a nearby staff member what was happening up front. The staff member, their face alight with excitement, breathlessly announced, Mr. Duan is here. Lin Yijin naturally assumed it was Mr. Duan Zelun returning for some reason, remarking that he had just left. The staffer, however, quickly clarified with an air of importance. It's not the little boss of Xingyun Entertainment, it's the old Mr. Duan of Xingyun Group himself. Lin Yijin was stunned into momentary silence. What? She managed to utter. Internally, however, her mind was racing. Oh, another key character in the main storyline has just arrived on the scene. The director, practically tripping over himself in his haste, hurried to greet old Duan. He fawningly welcomed him, asking how Mr. Duan had found the time to grace them with his august presence, and if he was perhaps there to see the movie emperor, Duan Yunjin. Internally, however, the director was bracing himself, well aware of old Duan's reputation as a moody and unpredictable big Buddha of the Duan family. Old Duan, dispensing with any pleasantries, cut straight to the chase. He stated in a gravelly voice, "I'm here to see my son's rumored girlfriend." The director laughed a little too loudly and nervously, trying to play off old Duan's blunt statement as a joke. "Mr. Duan, you really know how to joke, haha," he stammered. "Are you here specifically to see Miss Lin, perhaps?" Elsewhere on the sprawling estate, a chibi version of Duan Yunjin, dressed in an apron and holding a tiny pitchfork, was fretting about an upcoming fish competition. "What should we do about the fish competition later?" he muttered to himself. "Am I going to be the 0-point best actor again?" Just then, a frantic staff member rushed up to him, gasping for breath. "Best actor Duan," he exclaimed. "Your father, old Duan, has come to the program group. He is currently meeting Miss Lin privately." Duan Yunjin paused, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. The staff members around him were already gossiping animatedly, surprised that old Duan was actually serious about meeting his son's rumored girlfriend. They wondered if he genuinely didn't know it was just a rumor, or if, perhaps, he had some other, unknown connection with Miss Lin. A sudden, rather horrifying thought struck Duan Yunjin with the force of a physical blow. He knew his own supposed relationship with Lin Yijin was completely fake news, a fabrication for the show. However, his brother Zi Lin's concern for her was undeniably genuine. Son's rumored girlfriend. Could his father, in his imperious way, actually be referring to his brother Zi Lin asterisk as the son in question? The nearby staff, perhaps overhearing his muttered thoughts or simply following their own logical deductions, nodded sagely. One of them mused. That actually makes a lot of sense. The director, who had just rejoined the group, looked utterly and completely shocked by this new revelation. "Wait," he exclaimed, his eyes wide. "Does Miss Lin have rumors with little Duan Zi Lin, too?" A mischievous, almost wicked smirk played on Duan Yunjin's lips as a new, rather appealing scenario formed in his mind. If his old dad was actually here to try and break them, Zi Lin and Lin Yijin up, wouldn't that be just absolutely perfect for his own, still undefined, plans? The scene cuts to old Duan, who is indeed offering Lin Yijin a check, his expression stern as he informs her bluntly, "I'll give you 5 million to leave my son." It was the classic, over-the-top drama move, executed with patriarchal gravitas. Duan Yunjin, despite his earlier smirk of amusement, was now genuinely worried. He knew his father could have a foul mouth and an incredibly arrogant demeanor. What if he made Lin Yijin deeply uncomfortable, or said something truly awful to her? And indeed, old Duan was laying it on thick, his voice dripping with disdain as he questioned Lin Yijin's perceived audacity. "Just because of you," he sneered. "You think you can enter our Duan family's door? Don't you even look at whether you are worthy." Duan Yunjin was in utter agony, covering his face with his hands as he internally screamed, debating frantically whether he should rush over and intervene or not. Old Duan took a large, noisy sip of the expensive tea he had been served and immediately grimaced in disgust, complaining loudly about how such expensive tea could possibly taste so bad. Clearly, he was either a man of unrefined palate or perhaps just incredibly stressed, and taking it out on the beverage. A small caption read, "Wild boars can't eat fine lines," implying he was incapable of appreciating subtlety or quality. Lin Yijin, maintaining her composure remarkably well, calmly addressed him. "I know what you want to ask," she said quietly, "but this time, our meeting was purely coincidental." Old Duan scoffed dismissively. "Of course, I know that," he retorted. "Do you think I would come to you without investigating anything thoroughly beforehand?" He then revealed, "At that time, I also paid close attention when that little girl, Xingxing, was trending online with Yunjin. I just didn't expect her mother to be you asterisk." His sharp, assessing eyes narrowed significantly. "So," he concluded, his voice dropping to a low, dangerous tone, "she Xingxing is Yunjin's child." Lin Yijin looked him squarely in the eye, her voice firm and unwavering as she stated, "Don't worry, I never once thought of using the child as a means to return to the Duan family." Unseen and unheard by them, Xingxing, who was eavesdropping intently, silently protested with all her might, "Don't say that, Mom. I personally very much want to return to the Duan family." Luckily, the ever-clever Xingxing had resourcefully borrowed Xiao Zhang's Buzz Lightyear's phone watch earlier, which allowed her to eavesdrop on the tense conversation quite openly and without suspicion. Seeing what she perceived as her opportune moment, Xingxing immediately darted out from her hiding place and ran towards her mother, her small voice calling out with perfect dramatic timing, "Mommy." Lin Yijin gently cradled Wake Wake, asking what troubled her little one. Wake Wake, with wide eyes, confessed her fear that the stern-looking grandpa would make things difficult for her mommy. Lin Yijin planted a soft kiss on Wake Wake's cheek, offering a comforting smile and assuring her she'd be back as soon as her business was concluded. The phone in Lin Yijin's pocket buzzed. President Duan was on the line. He scoffed dismissively, stating her current thoughts were futile. He then reminded her that Yun Zhang's pursuit was merely a bet with friends, and any daughter-in-law of his had to be truly worthy of his son. Lin Yijin's expression hardened with resolve. Little Wake Wake, eavesdropping, couldn't help but think her mother was the architect of this whole melodrama, and for all her design talent, she remained blind to Duan Yunzhang's rather juvenile nature. President Duan's voice crackled with irritation through the phone, demanding if Lin Yijin had any idea of the sheer amount of trouble she had dragged their group into. A faint, almost imperceptible smirk played on Lin Yijin's lips as she questioned, with a hint of sarcasm, if she was truly such a pivotal figure to be able to impact the entire group. President Duan then revealed he possessed an anonymous email. He described its contents, incriminating photos of her and Yun Zhang, alongside damning accusations concerning their public welfare projects, abuse of power, and even kidnapping. His voice rose in anger as he slammed his hand down, his words conveying deep frustration. Xingyan was his life's work, he declared, and he was furious that some despicable opponent was attempting to tarnish their reputation with such baseless smears. President Duan practically spat fire, revealing the 2 million he'd already spent to suppress this scandal. The mere thought of it, he raged, was enough to make his blood boil all over again. Wake Wake, ever the strategist, listened intently via her smartwatch. She understood perfectly. If the group's young master became a public pariah, netizens would gleefully unearth every skeleton in his closet, much to the satisfaction of certain senior management, inevitably causing Xingyan Group's stock to plummet. President Duan's tirade continued, accusing Lin Yijin of being a thankless wretch. He reminded her that Xingyan had sponsored both her and her brother, yet now she was entangled with his son, a betrayal he likened to nurturing a wolf that turns on its benefactor. Lin Yijin briefly closed her eyes, composing herself, then met his verbal assault with a calm gaze. She had a question, a very pointed one. With a steady voice, Lin Yijin cut through his accusations, asking directly if Duan Yunzhang had, by any chance, lost his memory. President Duan confirmed it. Yunzhang had indeed suffered memory loss after a car accident 5 years prior. Crucially, he added, the only person Yunzhang had forgotten was her. He then mused, perhaps to an unseen associate or thinking aloud, about needing old Chai Jianyu's assistance in these matters. Lin Yijin stated firmly that she couldn't just abandon everything and flee as she had before. Since he had forgotten her, kept his distance, and never brought up their past, she implied a different course of action this time. President Duan noted her newfound resilience, cynically wondering if the child was the reason for her uncharacteristic toughness. Lin Yijin retorted coolly that she couldn't abandon her current work and certainly wouldn't give up so easily. With a dismissive wave of his hand, President Duan declared he wouldn't be recording her segment or pulling her from the show just yet. He would wait to see the first episode. Only then would he make a decision regarding Yunzhang. Lin Yijin calmly agreed that this approach was for the best. Wake Wake, however, was a tiny ball of fury, her little face scrunched up as she consulted her watch. Boom 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 noodles perfectly encapsulated her explosive rage. Her internal monologue was a torrent of frustration. After all her hard work getting the main couple back together, this meddling old man had to show up and try to tear them apart again. As if summoned by her mood, the sky abruptly darkened. Thunder rumbled, lightning flashed, and a sudden downpour began, sending the outdoor film crew scrambling to save the props. Wake Wake looked up, a bead of sweat on her brow. The thunder on what was a sunny day wasn't just a metaphor for her mood, it was an actual, honest-to-goodness thunderstorm. A concerned staff member urged Wake Wake to come away from the tree, warning her it was dangerous during a thunderstorm. But Wake Wake was lost in thought, determined not to stand idly by while President Dewan ruined her parents' reunion once more. "I'm going to deliver an umbrella to my mom," Wake Wake announced decisively to the staffer, before dashing off into the rain with newfound purpose. Lin Yijin and President Dewan stood in a tense silence under an awning when Dewan Yunzhang suddenly appeared. Lin Yijin, surprised, asked him what he was doing there. Duan Yunzhang, arms crossed, observed the surprisingly peaceful atmosphere between his father and Lin Yijin. He couldn't help but wonder what on earth those two had been discussing. Yunzhang eyed his father's work clothes with disapproval, asking what he was wearing. President Duan shot back, defending his attire as honest working-class clothes, and questioned if Yunzhang looked down on it, reminding his son that he too had similar roots. President Duan then interrupted Yunzhang, suggesting that since it wasn't every day a father visited, the least Yunzhang could do was entertain him a little. Yunzhang, however, cut his father off, pointing out that he'd merely taken a car, hardly an arduous journey, especially compared to Secretary Zhang who did all the driving. This comment earned him a glare from both his father and a chibified, indignant Secretary Zhang, who clearly wanted no part in their squabble. Lin Yijin watched the exchange with wide eyes, completely taken aback by this unexpected, almost bickering, model of father-son interaction. Yunzhang turned to Lin Yijin, asking if his father had given her a hard time. He explained that his dad wasn't great with words and preferred to solve things with money, advising her not to take him too seriously. President Dewan seethed internally, thinking his son was shamelessly siding with an outsider. Lin Yijin offered Yunzhang a polite smile, thanking him for his concern. She smoothly explained she was just reminiscing with President Dewan about some past projects funded by the Nebula Group, then subtly stepped away. She continued, noting that since he was awake and clearly waiting for her, she wouldn't intrude on their father-son time any longer. Yunzhang watched her go, a puzzled expression on his face. Her sudden and uncharacteristic politeness struck him as decidedly strange. President Dewan announced he would return the day after tomorrow once the recording session concluded, as he had something important to discuss with Yunzhang. Then, with a cry that the recording was about to start, he dashed off, telling Yunzhang to wait for him. A fiery, Chibai President Dewan fumed internally about his son's apparent lack of vigor in pursuing women, contrasting it with his own legendary fierceness in his youth. A nearby Chibai Secretary Zhang could only agree that the young master indeed had much to learn. Standing in the pouring rain, Secretary Zhang politely informed President Dewan to wait while he fetched the car. President Dewan, thoroughly drenched and impatient, snapped at him to hurry up, declaring he didn't want to stay there a second longer. President Dewan scowled, his internal thoughts dark. Meeting Lin Yijin, he mused, never seemed to bring anything but trouble and bad news. Just then a small voice piped up. Wake Wake, holding an umbrella, approached President Dewan and innocently asked if he hadn't brought one. President Dewan's internal reaction was one of recognition and disdain. It was that illegitimate daughter, Wake Wake. He gruffly dismissed her offer, stating he didn't need an umbrella because his car was on its way. Wake Wake, undeterred by his gruffness, noted that everyone seemed to be declining umbrellas today. She insisted he take hers, explaining that getting caught in the rain would make him hate rainy days, whereas she, even if soaked, would still find joy in them. President Dewan retorted, questioning why he shouldn't hate rainy days when he genuinely did. Wake Wake, with the wisdom of a tiny sage, pointed a finger and explained her mother taught her that hate is a negative emotion. It wouldn't affect the rain, she elaborated, but it would certainly worsen his own mood, which, she astutely observed, seemed to be the case right now. With a bright, cheerful smile, Wake Wake urged him to remember to use the umbrella, and more importantly, to find happiness even on rainy days. President Dewan was visibly moved, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. He found it almost unbelievable that someone, anyone, actually cared about his happiness. As Wake Wake scampered off into the rain, she muttered to herself with fierce determination. That stinky old man had better change his opinion of her and her mom, or her getting soaked would have been all for nothing. Later in the car, President Dewan grumbled about Lin Yijin's parenting skills, questioning why she didn't teach her child basic stranger danger. Wake Wake's naive appearance, he thought, made her seem easily fooled. Secretary Zhang readily agreed, adding that a common child from such an unsuitable background was hardly a match for the Dewan family. President Dewan nodded in solemn agreement. Secretary Zhang, however, then offered a crucial counterpoint. Miss Wake Wake, he reminded President Dewan, was undeniably of Doon family blood and couldn't simply be left to be raised by others. President Doon, now holding a scroll-like object, perhaps the umbrella, now closed and looking different or a new item, conceded the point. The Doon family couldn't neglect their own. Besides, he admitted, the little girl did bear a slight resemblance to him. She certainly couldn't be raised improperly by Lin Yijin. Secretary Zhang smiled obsequiously, assuring President Duan that he would personally oversee Miss Wake Wake's affairs from that point forward. President Duan acknowledged this with a satisfied hum. Back with Lin Yijin, Wake Wake let out a tiny sneeze. Lin Yijin gently chided her for managing to lose the umbrella she was supposed to deliver. Wake Wake, ever the wordsmith, retorted that it wasn't losing, it was an emotional investment. Lin Yijin stood in a quiet hallway on the phone. The voice on the other end, Professor Liu, sounded both surprised and slightly aggrieved, exclaiming that she had finally contacted him. He'd begun to think she'd forgotten her old teacher entirely. Professor Liu continued, his tone laced with a hint of wounded pride, questioning if she even still considered him her teacher, and whether he was truly worthy of that title anymore. Lin Yijin listened, a shadow of apology in her eyes. Lin Yijin's voice was filled with remorse as she apologized. She confessed that back then, her misguided pride had led her to abandon her studies. However, she added, someone had since shown her just how fragile pride without substance truly is. She acknowledged the truth in Professor Liu's past criticisms. It had all been her own doing, her tendency to run from everything. But now, she trailed off, a new resolve dawning. With unwavering determination in her eyes, Lin Yijin declared firmly that she no longer wished to escape. She informed Professor Liu of her decision. She wanted to return and complete her studies. Peeking from behind a door, Wake Wake offered a silent, knowing smile. It seemed the stinky old man's dramatic appearance wasn't entirely a bad thing. At least it had spurred the female lead onto a path of growth. The rain eventually stopped, and filming resumed. However, one participant's mind was clearly elsewhere. An announcer's voice boomed across the set, congratulating film Emperor Duan Yunzhang on securing first place in the fishing competition. Yunzhang, despite his victory, was internally a wreck. He desperately wondered what on earth his old man had said to Lin Yijin to make her treat him with such sudden coldness. It seemed he was winning in his career, but losing spectacularly in love. The red-haired Sulu approached Lin Yijin, complaining dramatically that he'd told her he couldn't even spear a fish, ending up with 0 points, and now the clothes she'd supposedly prepared for him were ruined. Lin Yijin coolly corrected him. The clothes weren't specially prepared but were standard issue, centrally purchased. Yunzhang clutched his prize-winning fish, but the victory suddenly felt hollow. The champion's title had lost all its savor in light of Lin Yijin's indifference. Wake Wake, now sporting a pair of oversized goggles, pointed directly at Yunzhang and announced loudly for all to hear that Uncle Sula was apparently planning to feature her mom's song in his new album. She added with feigned excitement that she was really looking forward to it, effectively fanning the flames. A sly, mischievous glint appeared in Wake Wake's eyes. Her internal calculus was clear. If she didn't create a little crisis for her scum dad on the show, what if that stinky old man actually succeeded in persuading him to quit? Yunzhang shot a murderous glare at Sula. Lin Yijin, meanwhile, offered Sulu a sweet, apologetic smile, saying she had other matters to attend to but would talk to him later. Sula waved a cheerful goodbye. Yunzhang watched Lin Yijin's retreating figure, thoroughly bewildered. It wasn't just his imagination, she was definitely avoiding him, and he couldn't for the life of him figure out why. A sudden, jarring image flashed through Yunzhang's mind. His brother, Zessen, coolly informing him that Lin Yijin was destined to become his sister-in-law. The memory left Yunzhang visibly shocked. Yunzhang clutched his head, internally screaming. Why was he suddenly getting so deeply into character, as if his life had become a poorly written drama? Sula observed Yunzhang's theatrical meltdown with amusement, pondering if Lin Yijin was perhaps avoiding Yunzhang preemptively. For the remainder of the initial filming period, Yunzhang found no opportunity to speak with Lin Yijin alone, and so the first session concluded on this frustrating note. Lin Yijin, packing their bags, told Wake Wake they could finally head home. The director would inform them about the next recording schedule, and the first episode was set to air that weekend. Wake Wake, however, couldn't help but wonder if her father would even be part of the show next time. Lin Yijin smiled, mentioning that the production team had arranged a car to take them home. She reached for the door, ready to leave. Opening the door, Lin Yijin froze. Standing before her was Duan Yunzhang, a sight that made her gasp. She had been so sure he'd already departed. Yunjang leaned against the doorframe with a knowing smirk. He questioned, rhetorically, if she really thought he could have caught her if he hadn't employed a little subterfuge by pretending to leave. Wake Wake, a silent observer, clapped her tiny hands in delight. Finally, he was using his intelligence for its most noble purpose, pursuing the female lead. Lin Yijin, regaining her composure, directly asked Yunjang what he and his father had discussed, and more importantly, why he seemed to be avoiding her. Yunjang denied it, claiming there had simply been no necessary work-related interactions, hence no opportunity to meet. Yunjang then turned the tables, his gaze intense, asking if she was the one intentionally avoiding him, perhaps because of his brother, Zessen. Lin Yijin feigned confusion, questioning what Zessen could possibly have to do with anything. Yunjang hesitated for a moment, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes, before explaining with mock seriousness. It was because, he stated, she was apparently going to be his auntie, older brother's wife, and therefore he, as a dutiful future uncle, needed to maintain a respectful distance from his little nephew or niece's mother. Lin Yijin's face flushed a brilliant shade of red. She vehemently denied his outrageous claim, exclaiming that she and Zessen had absolutely no such relationship, nor did either of them harbor any romantic intentions towards the other. A flashback surfaced in Lin Yijin's mind, Zessen telling her that after adopting the little animal, a veiled reference to Yunjang, things would be different, and he hoped she wouldn't entertain any other notions. She also recalled him stating he was kind to everyone, and she shouldn't overthink his actions. Yunjang grimaced. His clever little ploy had spectacularly backfired, hitting him like a boomerang. Wake Wake, ever the astute observer, noted with a sigh that her mother seemed completely oblivious to the fact that the second male lead, Zessen, clearly had feelings for her. Lin Yijin, eager to escape the awkwardness, declared that since it was all a misunderstanding, they should be on their way as their car was waiting. She reached for the door. Yunjang swiftly caught her arm, his voice earnest. He asked for a moment, saying he wanted to be brief. He just needed to tell her, he confessed, that he cared about her a great deal, even if his own feelings were still a jumbled mess he hadn't fully sorted out. His grip tightened slightly as he passionately declared that even if his feelings were just a tiny, nascent sprout, he needed her to know. And when that sprout grew into something more certain, he vowed, he would fly straight to her side to tell her. Wake Wake, witnessing this powerful and direct confession, could barely contain her excitement. What a straight shot to the heart. Later in the car, Lin Yijin gazed out the window, a thoughtful expression on her face. Yunjang, she mused, hadn't changed one bit. Beside her, Wake Wake sagely concluded that she finally understood why the female lead preferred the male lead over the more circumspect second male lead. The narrative voice explained. The second male lead, Zessen, was a veritable shark in the business world, accustomed to meticulous planning and strategic maneuvering. In matters of the heart, he was equally cautious, preferring a subtle, carefully considered approach to win over the female lead. Lin Yijin was then shown struggling with heavy boxes. Zessen was depicted on the phone, inquiring about the specific charity project through which Lin Yijin had received sponsorship from their group. He then coolly instructed his subordinate to increase the funding amount, using the convenient pretext of an additional award for outstanding students. However, the narrative continued. All of Zessen's carefully laid plans and self-assured machinations were about to be upended. The opportunity he was so meticulously crafting was snatched away in an instant by the male lead's characteristically direct approach, just as Lin Yijin stumbled with her load. As if on cue, Duan Yunjang appeared, effortlessly taking the heavy boxes from Lin Yijin. She looked up, surprised, and asked what he was doing there. The young man at the counter, presumably the store owner, looked up from his handheld game, a thoroughly bewildered expression on his face as he demanded to know who Yunjang was. Yunjang immediately launched into a reprimand, questioning how the owner could allow a young lady to carry such heavy items. Lin Yijin tried to interject, explaining it was her job, but the owner belligerently retorted that he was her boss. So what was the problem with assigning her tasks? Not anymore, Yunjang declared coolly. I'm her boss now. He then casually asked the stunned owner how much he wanted for the store, telling him to name his price. The owner's jaw dropped. The owner, his eyes practically turning into money signs, didn't hesitate. He joyfully agreed to the buyout and made a swift exit, leaving Lin Yijin utterly astounded by the sudden turn of events. Capitalism wins again. Lin Yijin, however, was furious. She confronted Yunjang, her voice tight with anger, telling him that if he wanted to flaunt his wealth, he could do it elsewhere. Why did he insist on interfering in her life? For a stubborn and independent person like the female lead, such actions were deeply unwelcome. Only a clear, unwavering, and resolute choice could truly win her heart. Yunzhang gently took her hands, his gaze intense. He asked how anyone could remain calm when seeing the woman they liked being subjected to such demeaning work. Her hands, her time, he insisted, were far too precious to be wasted in a place like this. Lin Yijin's cheeks flushed as she stammered, taken aback by his words. The woman he likes, she repeated, flustered. She then questioned why he always had to be so incredibly blunt and direct with his feelings. Yunzhang leaned closer, his voice a low murmur. It was simple, he explained. She was both foolishly dense and frustratingly slow to catch on, and she kept rejecting his advances. Therefore, he had no choice but to confess his feelings whenever and wherever the opportunity arose. He pressed further, asking what possibly could make her hesitate. It was obvious, he asserted, that she harbored feelings for him too. Lin Yijin protested, her voice small, citing the vast difference in their social statuses and the myriad of complications that would need to be considered for any long-term relationship. Yunzhang gently urged her to stop overthinking. All she needed to do, he pleaded, was listen to his heart. He passionately questioned how he could ever prove the sincerity of his feelings if she remained unwilling to even try, refused to accept his gestures of kindness, and denied him any chance whatsoever. Lin Yijin looked into his earnest eyes, her resolve visibly wavering. After a moment of internal conflict, she softly suggested, perhaps, she could grant him a trial period. Yunzhang's face lit up with pure, unadulterated joy. He declared it the first official day of their confirmed relationship and leaned in to plant a tender kiss on her forehead. Lin Yijin, shy but flustered, quickly reminded him that it was, technically, just a trial period. Yunzhang then pondered aloud what to do about the newly acquired store. He playfully suggested he could be the boss, and she, the lady boss. Lin Yijin warned him not to try and use this situation to make their trial period official too quickly. Meanwhile, Zessen, miles away and engrossed in his meticulous plans, remained blissfully unaware that the woman he liked had already found a connection with his own brother. Later, as they drove, Lin Yijin reflected. Regardless of whether it was the main male lead or the second, either path could potentially lead her into a wealthy family. However, she mused, respecting her own heart's desires was paramount. Beside her, Wake confidently thought that her dad could only ever be Yunzhang. The scene then shifted to the broadcast day of the reality show. Lin Yijin, Wake, and a surprisingly enthusiastic Zessen gathered to watch. Zessen announced excitedly that it was 8 o'clock, showtime. Lin Yijin, meanwhile, anxiously hoped the editing wouldn't be too malicious. Wake silently thanked her lucky stars that her mom was aware of her scum dad's amnesia. Otherwise, watching this particular segment would have been a blatant, secondary infliction of emotional pain. On the television screen, Duan Yunzhang was shown preening, using a ping-pong paddle as a makeshift mirror to check his jawline. Zessen, watching critically, commented that they should film Yunzhang's right profile next time, as his left jawline wasn't quite sharp enough. Elsewhere, President Duan, also tuned in, grimaced. Thank goodness Yunzhang had amnesia, he thought, or this whole show would devolve into a cringeworthy soap opera about a broken mirror reunion. Zessen, eyes glued to a tablet displaying viewership statistics, noted with satisfaction that the real-time ratings were excellent. It looked like the show would easily dominate its time slot, and even had the potential to outperform the long-running national favorite, Happy Saturday. In a lavish but lonely room, little Zio AI watched the show by herself, a dejected slump to her shoulders. She spoke into her phone, telling her mother to focus on her European concert tour. She was fine watching the program alone. Zio Ai's mother, a glamorous woman, watched the same show from afar, her brow furrowed in disapproval. She complained that the toys provided by the production team looked incredibly cheap and questioned if they even met basic safety standards. Zio AI, watching a scene, exclaimed that the hide-and-seek game looked far too dangerous, and she wouldn't be playing it next time. Zio Ai's son, Ba Sigwang, clenched his fists in anger as he watched. That annoying Lin Xingxing Wake was getting far too much screen time, and everyone was talking about her. He vowed, with competitive fire in his eyes, that he would definitely defeat her in the next round. Ba Sigwang's mother sighed dramatically, wondering why everyone was so focused on that Lin Wake girl. Her son shouldn't be developing crushes at such a tender age. Was he going to be snatched away by another woman so soon? Ba Sigwang, thoroughly embarrassed, snapped at his mother to be quiet. A text overlay indicated that other participants like Zhuang Yan, Sula, and Xia Jianghai were currently busy with filming commitments. Zio Yuan Fishball was already asleep and would catch the rebroadcast. Zessen, meanwhile, was shown looking distinctly displeased about something. Back with Lin Yijin's viewing party, Zessen burst into laughter, remarking how utterly embarrassing film Emperor Duan Yunzhang was on screen. It was almost unbearable to watch. Wake Wake, however, felt a pang of sympathy for her old dad. Lin Yijin calmly sipped her drink, observing the unfolding drama. In another location, President Duan snatched the remote control from Yunzhang, demanding to know why he'd changed the channel. Yunzhang retorted that his father should watch the news and keep up with current affairs instead of rotting his brain with entertainment programs all day. Zessen, observing this exchange via his tablet, coolly informed Yunzhang that changing the channel was futile. Images of Yunzhang's comical expression while riding a tractor, along with a flood of related memes, had already gone viral across the internet. President Duan, however, was touched by Wake Wake's on-screen thoughtfulness in enduring the ordeal alongside Yunzhang. He then barked an order at Zessen to immediately initiate public relations damage control and get all the embarrassing posts about Yunzhang scrubbed from the entire internet. Zessen, however, merely smirked. He had a strong premonition. He stated that this show was destined to become a massive hit. Wake Wake stared at her phone, her eyes wide with disbelief. Trending topics blazed across the screen. Baby Please Go Slow, Zing Zing National Darling, 0 points film Emperor Duan Yunzhang, Zing Zing Leaky Little Quilt, and Baby Please Go Slow viewership breaks to percent. Have I gone viral? She whispered. The hashtag Zing Zing National Darling was at the top of the trending list, boasting over 150,000 discussion posts. Comments poured in, with netizens gushing over her cuteness, and many expressing a desire for a daughter just like Wake Wake. Another popular hashtag, Zing Zing Leaky Little Quilt, implying she was a burden, had garnered 120,000 discussions. Netizens fiercely debated whether Wake Wake was intentionally sabotaging her dad or if she genuinely disliked the film Emperor. Others passionately defended her, reminding everyone that she was just a 5-year-old child. A thrill coursed through Wake Wake. She actually had fans. People were defending her, fighting online battles on her behalf. It was an exhilarating feeling. A mischievous, devilish grin spread across Wake Wake's face. Too bad for all of you, she thought with secret glee. I was doing it all on purpose, ha ha ha. Wake Wake struck a confident pose, a new ambition sparking within her. If relying on her lineage didn't pan out, she mused, she could always forge her own path to stardom in this lifetime. Her new goal, earn 208 million and become a top-tier celebrity. Over dinner, Zessen casually remarked to Yunzhang that Wake Wake's popularity had surprisingly eclipsed his own. Yunzhang's fame, he noted, was bolstered by existing fans and company promotion, whereas Wake Wake had skyrocketed to fame purely on organic, natural online traffic. Yunzhang, a thoughtful expression on his face, suggested that given Wake Wake's undeniable potential, perhaps Xingyan Entertainment should sign her, especially since they currently had no child stars on their roster. Internally, he saw this as a perfect, logical way to create more opportunities to meet with Lin Yijin. Zessen expressed his doubts about successfully signing her, speculating that Wake Wake's participation in the show was likely a fluke. Furthermore, he added, Zio Li Lin Yijin had also made it clear she didn't want her daughter involved in the entertainment industry. Yunzhang forcefully stabbed a piece of food with his fork, a flash of irritation in his eyes. He couldn't help but recall how Zessen hadn't been nearly so considerate or understanding when he'd tricked him into signing his contract. What a blatant hypocrite. In the days following the show's broadcast, its popularity remained incredibly high. However, a message bubble from Lin Yijin appeared, firmly stating, Sorry, we are not signing any contracts. Lin Yijin stood protectively with Wake Wake, her phone pressed to her ear. She politely but firmly informed the caller that she had no current plans for her daughter to do any advertising. She also questioned how they had obtained her contact information, before unequivocally stating that her daughter would not be entering the entertainment industry. Lin Yijin ended the call with a decisive click and turned to Wake Wake with a warm, reassuring smile, asking her little one what was wrong. Wake Wake looked up at her mother, her big eyes shining with determination. She declared earnestly that she didn't mind entering the entertainment world at all. In fact, she wanted to help share her mom's burdens. Lin Yijin's heart swelled with love and gratitude. She pulled Wake Wake into a tight hug, deeply touched by her daughter's thoughtfulness. However, she gently explained that the entertainment industry was far too chaotic and messy for her to allow Wake Wake to enter. She promised to work even harder to ensure Wake Wake could enjoy a completely carefree childhood. Lin Yijin's internal thoughts added another layer to her decision. She had, after all, promised President Duan that she would maintain her distance from Yunzhang, and even more crucially, that she would prevent Wake Wake from being drawn into the entertainment world. Wake Wake, feeling a wave of frustration and on the verge of tears, silently wished her mother would let Asterisk her be the one to work hard and secure a future free of burdens for them both. Lin Yijin continued her internal deliberations, her expression troubled. The entertainment industry offered no privacy. Today, it was her phone number that had been leaked. Tomorrow, it could easily be their home address. Suddenly, Lin Yijin gasped, her eyes widening in alarm at something she saw outside. Wake Wake, startled by her mother's reaction, wondered what on earth was happening. A chaotic crowd of fans and reporters had gathered outside Wake Wake's kindergarten. They clamored impatiently, wondering why she hadn't arrived yet, jostling each other for a better view, and excitedly exclaiming that this was indeed the kindergarten the now famous child attended. Comments scrolled rapidly across a live stream feed from the scene. Such a surprisingly down-to-earth kindergarten. Another read. While other cute celebrity kids are all second-generation rich, our Wake Wake is the true people's choice. A third fan passionately urged brand sponsors to notice Wake Wake and help improve her family's living conditions. Amidst the crowd, a man and a woman were engaged in a heated argument. He accused her of not being a genuine fan, but merely a clout-chasing photographer trying to exploit a 5-year-old for profit. She retorted sharply, questioning his authority to stop her and sarcastically asking if he owned the kindergarten. Lin Yijin watched the escalating chaos with growing anxiety. It was far too dangerous, she realized. If Wake Wake tried to enter now, there was a very real risk of a stampede. She sighed. It seemed that becoming famous wasn't entirely a blessing. Lin Yijin quickly decided she needed to call for backup, someone adept at handling precisely these kinds of volatile situations. Wake Wake, observing her mother dialing her phone, let her vivid imagination run wild, wondering if her mom had secretly cultivated new contacts in the entertainment industry, and if a dashing male lead number 4 was about to make his grand entrance into her harem. Suddenly, a ripple of excitement went through the crowd. Shouts erupted. Wake Wake is here, Wake Wake has appeared. One fan, however, squinted in confusion, remarking that Wake Wake seemed to have inexplicably grown taller. The Wake Wake who emerged was, in fact, Zessen, hilariously disguised in a child's dress and pigtails, complete with crocodile tears streaming down his face. "Oh, my dear big sister fans," he wailed theatrically. "Once I achieve riches and fame, please don't forget my noble sacrifice today." The unsuspecting crowd surged towards him. Lin Yijin, watching Zessen successfully divert the mob, pumped her fist in triumph. "Done," she exclaimed. "I always knew Zio Han Zessen's nickname was a master of acting as bait in games. This was sure to work." Wake Wake, however, stared in utter disbelief. So this is his special skill, she thought, dumbfounded. They actually fell for such a shoddy disguise. What kind of ridiculously dumbed-down novel plot is this? Under the cover of Zessen's diversion, Lin Yijin and Wake Wake finally managed to slip into the kindergarten undetected. Lin Yijin let out a huge sigh of relief. Inside, the kindergarten director greeted Wake Wake's mother warmly, mentioning she had been expecting them for some time. Lin Yijin politely returned the greeting. The director, however, quickly got down to brass tacks. She informed Lin Yijin that a slew of parents had already lodged complaints that morning. Too many unrelated individuals were loitering around the kindergarten purely for clout, causing serious concerns about the children's safety. Lin Yijin's face fell. She offered a sincere apology, admitting that this chaotic situation was something they had completely failed to anticipate. The director gently interrupted Lin Yijin before she could say more. Her meaning, she stated kindly but firmly, was that they would likely need to consider transferring Wake Wake to a different school. Lin Yijin stared at the director, utterly shocked and speechless by the sudden pronouncement. The director quickly reassured Lin Yijin, clarifying that she wasn't trying to expel them. In fact, she explained, a more suitable kindergarten had already proactively contacted them about Wake Wake. Just then, an impeccably dressed man appeared behind them. The man introduced himself with an elegant bow as Mr. Luo, the director of the prestigious Basie International Kindergarten. Lin Yijin's eyes widened in astonishment. Basie Kindergarten. She had certainly heard of it. It was an incredibly famous and notoriously exclusive institution for the children of the elite. A brief, comical flashback showed Mr. Luo being sternly lectured by a woman about the terrible feng shui of his office. The water features and trees were positioned all wrong for accumulating wealth, and his desk absolutely had to face east. Lin Yijin couldn't help but look slightly aghast at this display of extreme superstition. The original kindergarten director simply smiled knowingly, advising her that she would eventually get used to Mr. Luo's eccentricities. Mr. Luo, now back in the present, formally extended an invitation for Wake Wake to join Basie International Kindergarten. He confidently assured Lin Yijin that Basie was, without a doubt, the most suitable environment for a child of Wake Wake's unique standing. Lin Yijin, though grateful, was also bewildered. She thanked Mr. Luo for his generous offer, but couldn't help but ask why they were being invited so suddenly and with such enthusiasm. Mr. Luo's eyes shone with an almost fanatical gleam. He clasped his hands together dramatically and exclaimed that Wake Wake was the noble benefactor that the ancient trigrams had guided him to find. He elaborated breathlessly, explaining that he had consulted numerous masters of divination, astrology, and various esoteric arts. They had all, he claimed, described a benefactor with specific characteristics: a Sagittarius moon, a dominant wood element capable of overcoming water and fire, and Wake Wake, he declared, matched every single mystical criterion perfectly. After watching Wake Wake on the television show, Mr. Luo continued passionately. He knew with absolute certainty that she was the destined benefactor. Only by her enrolling at Basie, he insisted, could the kindergarten ensure a year of smooth sailing and prosperity. Otherwise, calamity was foretold. Lin Yijin listened, completely baffled by this unexpected metaphysical halo surrounding her daughter. Lin Yijin, still trying to process this bizarre turn of events, hesitantly brought up the rumored annual tuition fee of 300,000 yuan, a sum they simply couldn't afford. Mr. Luo, however, waved his hand dismissively and declared with a grand gesture, all tuition fees would be completely waived. Lin Yijin was utterly stunned. And that wasn't all. Mr. Luo announced that Basie would also provide Wake Wake with an annual scholarship of 100,000 yuan. Furthermore, he assured Lin Yijin, upon Wake Wake's enrollment, the school would significantly bolster its security measures to ensure that no unauthorized individuals or troublemakers could approach her. Lin Yijin remained in a state of bewildered disbelief. Lin Yijin, grasping for a practical concern, mentioned that the Basie campus seemed quite a distance from their home. Wake Wake, listening in, internally groaned, "Are we seriously discussing logistics now? Don't you dare refuse such a heaven-sent opportunity, Mom." Mr. Luo acknowledged the distance could be an issue, noting that most Basie families were affluent and typically employed chauffeurs. Suddenly, a brilliant idea seemed to strike Mr. Luo. He turned, a thoughtful glint in his eye, and immediately made a phone call. He was ordering a school bus, he announced, a brand new, dedicated vehicle custom-built exclusively for Wake Wake. And if, by some chance, they couldn't arrange a driver in time, he declared with flourish, he would personally drive it himself. Lin Yijin was genuinely touched by Mr. Luo's extraordinary dedication and thoughtfulness. Wake Wake, however, couldn't shake a nagging feeling of suspicion. His attentiveness bordered on the uncanny. Mr. Luo simply beamed, stating it was merely what he ought to do. Convinced, or perhaps simply overwhelmed, Lin Yijin finally agreed to entrust Wake Wake to Basie International Kindergarten. Mr. Luo, beaming, assured her that with Wake Wake gracing their halls, Basie's fortune for the upcoming year was absolutely guaranteed to be magnificent. Mr. Luo bustled off to handle the enrollment procedures. Lin Yijin let out a long, shaky breath, a wave of relief washing over her. Finally, she thought, she wouldn't have to worry about finding a new kindergarten for Wake Wake. Later, Mr. Luo was on the phone, his voice crisp and efficient as he confirmed that all the arrangements for Wake Wake's admission had been properly taken care of. He then spoke to the person on the other end of the line, expressing his gratitude. If they hadn't specifically instructed him to give special attention to Miss Wake Wake, he confessed, he might never have discovered this great benefactor. He assured them he would personally oversee this important matter. Wake Wake, overhearing snippets, grew increasingly suspicious, wondering who could possibly be pulling strings for her behind the scenes. The figure on the other end of the call, shown only in silhouette but unmistakably Zessen, coolly instructed Mr. Luo to continue diligently monitoring Miss Wake Wake's situation. Back in President Duan's opulent office, Mr. Luo respectfully informed him that Miss Wake Wake was all set to begin her studies at Basie Kindergarten the very next day. President Duan, swirling a glass of red wine, offered a curt but satisfied, "That's good." Secretary Zhang, ever observant, ventured a question. He asked President Duan how he had known so quickly that Miss Wake Wake would be mobbed by fans that day, subtly probing if the president had perhaps dispatched other personnel to watch over them. President Duan merely took a sip of his wine and replied enigmatically that he had his own network. The network was then hilariously revealed. President Dewan was an active member of Wake Wake Loving Moms fan group chat 3. Messages flew back and forth, discussing Wake Wake's change of kindergartens and how the live streamers had wasted their time at the old location. President Dewan, using an intimidating profile picture of a stern-looking Western gentleman, typed a message into the group. I hope everyone refrains from trying to discover her new kindergarten. Let's all give Wake Wake a normal and happy childhood. A fan account with Wake Wake's picture immediately replied, "This sister speaks the truth. Everyone, let's consciously resist and not spread any current news about Wake Wake." President Dewan scowled at his phone. "What sister?" he fumed internally. "I'm her bona fide grandfather." Secretary Zhang, standing beside him, could only marvel silently. As expected of the founder of a major entertainment company, infiltrating fan groups and navigating online communities was clearly a well-trodden path for him. Zessin, clutching a novelty mug emblazoned with Victory Supermarket non-sellable item, stared in disbelief. He just heard the news. Wake Wake was transferring to an international kindergarten. He sputtered, demanding to know why this was happening so suddenly. Lin Yijin noticed Zessin's legs were trembling uncontrollably. She asked him what was wrong. Zessin, looking utterly exhausted, explained that he'd had to run a full 5 kilometers to successfully lead the frenzied crowd away from them, a feat that had depleted his entire lifetime's reserve of physical exercise. Poor Zessin, the heroic decoy. Lin Yijin quickly urged him to sit down and rest. Zessin, however, voiced a new concern, his brow furrowed with worry. That prestigious kindergarten. Would little sister Wake Wake, his affectionate term for her, be bullied there? Zessin's imagination immediately conjured up a scenario of wealthy, arrogant children cruelly taunting Wake Wake for her comparatively humble background. No, that mustn't happen, he cried out in distress, envisioning Wake Wake calling for his help. Wake Wake, meanwhile, was calmly packing her school bag, dismissing Zessin's anxieties with a roll of her eyes. Impossible, she scoffed internally. I'm not the protagonist of that asterisk kind of cliché novel. How could I possibly run into a Dao Ming C-type bully just by transferring schools? Famous last words. As she entered her new classroom, she came face to face with none other than Ba Sigwang, the very boy from the reality show, looking as imperious as ever. Ba Sigwang immediately bristled, accusing her with indignation. Wasn't it enough that she'd beaten him on the show? Did she now have to follow him all the way to his school too? Wake Wake met his glare with a perfectly deadpan expression, and stated flatly that their meeting was purely, and entirely, a coincidence. Other children in the classroom immediately recognized Ba Sigwang. One curious girl pointed at Wake Wake, asking who she was. Another chimed in, saying she looked familiar, as if she'd seen her on television. Ba Sigwang, misinterpreting Wake Wake's nonchalance as a challenge, puffed out his chest and declared that since she was so eager to provoke him, he would grant her an opportunity. Wake Wake, however, cut him off mid-sentence with a blunt, "No thanks, I refuse." The surrounding children gasped in collective shock. How dare she so blatantly ignore the great Ba Sigwang? They exchanged odd glances. This new girl had guts. Just then, Lillian and another girl from Wake Wake's previous, more modest kindergarten, spotted her. They rushed over, excitedly asking how she'd ended up at this school and if she had just transferred. Wake Wake calmly replied that she had arrived via the school bus. They then eagerly asked if she was the Wake Wake from the popular variety show. Lillian tilted her head, a puzzled expression on her face. "School bus," she repeated. "What's that?" She confessed she'd never heard of such a thing. Wake Wake patiently explained that it was a very large vehicle capable of seating many people. Lillian's eyes widened in amazement. Her family's car, she exclaimed, could only fit 5 people. The other girl proudly announced that her family car could seat 7. They both looked at Wake Wake with renewed admiration, concluding that she must be incredibly impressive to have a personal bus that could transport at least a dozen people. Wake Wake couldn't help but smirk internally at their adorable naivety, thinking what a bunch of easily gullible human cubs they were. Suddenly, Lillian and Zio Yuan Fishball, another participant from the show, spotted Wake Wake and called out her name in delighted recognition. Zio Yuan rushed forward and enveloped Wake Wake in a warm hug, overjoyed to discover that the new transfer student named Wake Wake was indeed her friend from the show. Zio Yuan chattered excitedly, saying it was wonderful they could still be together even when they weren't filming. She asked if Wake Wake had just arrived and if she was settling in okay, offering to give her a grand tour of the kindergarten. Nearby, Ba Sigwang looked on, a hint of longing for a hug in his eyes. Wake Wake readily agreed to the tour, adding that Xiao Yuan was welcome to join. The girls then spontaneously began to dance in a joyous circle, inadvertently sending Ba Sigwang and the other hopeful boy comically tumbling aside. Ba Sigwang, quickly recovering his dignity, gathered a group of admiring young boys around him. He struck a heroic pose and declared grandly that their ultimate goal was nothing less than the vast sea of stars. Wake Wake observed Ba Sigwang's theatrical pronouncements with a raised eyebrow, thinking this little young master was certainly a bit eccentric. Xiao Yuan, meanwhile, proudly pointed out their state-of-the-art music classroom. A discreet plaque noted its sponsorship by the Daihuang Group, Ba Sigwang's family, and proudly proclaimed music first place, Ba Sigwang. Wake Wake was momentarily stunned by the sheer opulence and professional scale of the music class. Elsewhere, Ai Luo, the perpetually hungry blonde boy, was already wondering aloud when they would finally get to visit the canteen. Next, Xiao Yuan enthusiastically presented the art classroom, which resembled a miniature museum, complete with genuine masterpieces adorning the walls for the children to study and emulate. Again, sponsorship plaques credited the Daihuang Group and noted art first place, Ba Sigwang. Wake Wake couldn't help but wonder if this was truly kindergarten-level education. Ai Luo, predictably, reiterated his pressing question about the canteen. Yet another sponsorship plaque for the Daihuang Group appeared, this time for the equestrian facilities, and of course, equestrian first place, Ba Sigwang. Xiao Yuan led them to the expansive equestrian grounds. Wake Wake was completely exasperated. "Why on earth do you even have horseback riding lessons?" she exclaimed. "You children aren't even as tall as the horses." Ai Luo, oblivious to the surrounding grandeur, was lost in a blissful daydream about the delicious little cakes he hoped to find in the school canteen. Xiao Yuan patiently explained that children aged 4 and above were eligible to participate in the equestrian classes. Basie's curriculum, she added, was remarkably flexible. Students, or even their parents, were encouraged to propose and sponsor new activities and courses. Wake Wake sighed. This whole novel seemed to operate on the principle that, with enough money, you can do absolutely anything. A mischievous glint appeared in her eyes as she began to contemplate proposing some delightfully wicked activities of her own to liven up her kindergarten experience. She also observed that while Ba Sigwang appeared to be a rather lonely child, he was undeniably dominant in academics. Xiao Yuan then leaned in and whispered that Ba Sigwang's academic prowess was largely due to his family being the primary sponsor. His mother apparently made arrangements with the school for him to be ranked first in every subject. A displayed chart indeed confirmed Ba Sigwang's top ranking in music, equestrian, and art. Lillian was listed as second in music, with other names trailing behind. Later, Wake Wake saw Ba Sigwang struggling under a mountain of homework. She couldn't help but ask why he had so much. She then recalled that during the reality show's filming, Ba Sigwang had diligently brought all his assignments and completed every single one correctly. Perhaps, she mused, his mother hadn't needed to pull strings for him to be first in everything. Maybe he was genuinely hardworking after all. Nearby, a young boy with the surname Wang burst into tears as a large, symbolic rock, inscribed with the words Wang clan bankruptcy, dramatically crumbled before him, signifying his family's supposed impending doom. A nearby girl clucked sympathetically, asking Wang if his mother hadn't repeatedly warned him never to offend Ba Sigwang. Wang continued to wail, convinced his family was utterly finished. Another child dryly commented that Wang's big mouth had certainly cost him dearly this time. Ba Sigwang, witnessing Wang's distress, looked utterly bewildered. He explained, confused, that he had merely told Wang it was getting cold and he should remember to wear more clothes. Why on earth was he crying so hysterically? Wake Wake watched Ba Sigwang's clueless reaction with a sigh. The poor, dense fellow was clearly being isolated by the other children and was completely oblivious to it. His social senses were, to put it mildly, exceptionally dull. The school day ended, and children began to stream out of the impressive Basie International Kindergarten building. Wake Wake boarded her exclusive, reindeer-themed school bus. She mused that she had initially expected a commoner child entering such a wealthy, elite kindergarten to face subtle ostracism. Ironically, it seemed the one actually being shunned was the wealthiest and most influential child of all, Ba Sigwang. She then mentally chided herself for worrying about him like some meddling old grandmother. Wake Wake noticed the bus hadn't moved. She turned to Director Luo, who was in the driver's seat, and asked why they weren't leaving. He calmly replied that they had to wait. The auspicious time for departure had not yet arrived. Wake Wake internally combusted with frustration. Was this man a fortune-telling master moonlighting as a kindergarten director? She silently screamed. What dire calamity would befall them if they dared to drive off before the auspicious time? An accident, perhaps. A cunning, mischievous smile slowly spread across Wake Wake's face. She turned to director Luo, her voice dripping with false sweetness, and asked if, by any chance, she could borrow the school bus for a little while the next day. The following day, Wake Wake stood proudly at the entrance of her reindeer bus, beaming as she welcomed her classmates aboard. Wow, a reindeer, they exclaimed, finding the decorated bus incredibly cute and exciting. The children explored the bus with wide-eyed wonder. One boy noted with surprise that the seats weren't made of real leather. A girl marveled at how spacious it was. Another wistfully commented that it would be wonderful if they could have their lessons right there on the bus. Ba Sigwang, however, remained unimpressed. He crossed his arms and sniffed disdainfully, remarking that it was still somewhat lacking compared to his family's luxurious RV. Suddenly, the bus doors hissed shut, and the children's excited chatter turned to panic. They tried the doors, but they wouldn't budge. It seemed they were truly trapped. Wake Wake, now sporting a pair of impish devil horns, let out a theatrical cackle. My, she declared with mock villainy, it seems you are all my hostages now. The other children stared at her, their faces pale with terror. Perched calm Mendok Sudupke, Inus on a distressed director Luo's shoulder, still wearing her devil horns and brandishing a toy devil mask, Wake Wake proclaimed with relish, your fates now rest entirely in my hands. Evil mastermind Wake Wake was truly in her element. The scene abruptly shifted to the serene Shengsin Pavilion. Two young attendants gazed respectfully towards a woman, Saintess Pyoksu of the Beiyu cult, who was seated at her ornate vanity table, preparing herself. Saintess Pyoksu admired her reflection in the polished mirror, a small, pleased smile playing on her lips. Her beauty was, in her own esteemed opinion, quite remarkable. One of the attendants sighed with adoration, gushing over how breathtakingly beautiful the saintess was, even before reaching full adulthood. She wondered aloud how many valiant heroes would inevitably clash and fight desperately for her favor in the years to come. Saintess Pyoksu continued to gaze at her reflection, a delicate pout forming on her lips. Why, oh why, she lamented with mock despair, was she cursed to be born with such devastating, nation-toppling beauty? She struck a dramatic pose, her eyes half closed, and declared with a tragic sigh that she was, alas, a true femme fatale, a beauty destined to bring misfortune. The two attendants exchanged exasperated glances. One of them whispered urgently, demanding to know who had been foolish enough to place that magic mirror in the saintess's chambers again. Her recurring narcissism sickness, it seemed, had relapsed once more. The other attendant chimed in, her voice laced with disbelief. Was the saintess still preening in front of the mirror? She'd been at it for a full hour. Didn't she have cultivation practices to attend to or meals to eat? An older, more experienced attendant patiently explained to a group of newer recruits that their esteemed saintess was truly wonderful in countless ways, save for one rather unique personality quirk. The older attendant leaned in conspiratorially and whispered that the saintess's illness had, unfortunately, flared up yet again. A stern-looking woman named Ronggu approached Saintess Pyoksu. She reminded the saintess, not for the first time, that her looks were, frankly, as common as radishes throughout the martial world. Even if someone were to carve her likeness, it would hardly cause a ripple. Why, Ronggu questioned, did the saintess feel the need to constantly hypnotize herself with such delusions of grandeur? Saintess Pyoksu pouted, protesting that she was, in fact, naturally beautiful. Why wouldn't they allow her to see her true reflection clearly? Instead, they insisted on providing her with those dreadful, pitted bronze mirrors that deliberately made her appear unattractive. Ronggu's expression was unyielding. She firmly grasped the saintess's chin and commanded her to look up and face her directly. With brutal honesty, Ronggu delivered her assessment. The saintess, she stated unequivocally, was really only above average in appearance. The narrative explained that telling a young woman, who genuinely believed herself to be a peerless, once-in-a-generation beauty, that she was merely above average, was a far more devastating blow than informing an ordinary-looking girl that she was plain or even ugly. The latter, the narrator continued, might possess some degree of self-awareness, while the former, often arrogant and accustomed to praise, would be deeply unwilling to confront such a harsh reality. Saintess Pyoksu was shown metaphorically struck down and crumbling under the weight of the words, above average. Ronggu then softened her tones slightly, acknowledging that the young saintess's skills in enchantment were indeed quite good. However, she continued, the timing and the targets of her displays were consistently inappropriate. As the dignified saintess of the revered Beiyu cult, how could she possibly show such weakness and frivolousness at every turn? If anyone, Ronggu warned, ever dared to belittle or disrespect her in such a manner in the future. Ronggu's eyes blazed with a fierce protective light. You must poison them, she declared vehemently. Chop them, curse them, and ensure their entire family line is severed. She concluded with a sharp pinch to the saintess's cheek, making her yelp in pain and shock. Saintess Pyoxu, tears welling in her eyes, whimpered that Ronggu's lesson was indeed correct. She acknowledged her error. Ronggu pressed on with her lecture, her voice ringing with conviction. Saintess, she proclaimed, you are a once-in-a-century genius of our sacred cult. You are destined to carry our unorthodox cause to glorious new heights. The cult leader himself poured his very heart and soul into nurturing you. You absolutely cannot afford to lose yourself in the superficial clouds of beauty and thereby betray the profound hopes of the entire Beiyu cult. Saintess Pyoxu, however, harbored her own, less reverent thoughts. She was just a little bit narcissistic, she mused, a tad prone to self-love. Why did Ronggu have to make such a monumental issue out of it? Besides, she reflected, the cult leader's so-called nurturing mostly consisted of periodically tossing a few ancient secret manuals and some medicinal pills her way, then dispatching a couple of senior cultists to keep an eye on her. What heart and soul was Ronggu even talking about? Forcing a bright, obedient smile, Saintess Pyoxu declared that she would diligently remember Ronggu's teachings. Her grand ambitions, she vowed, were far from being fulfilled. Ronggu nodded, satisfied for the moment. Pyoxu, she said, now is the time for you to diligently cultivate your talents and sharpen your skills. When the mountain flowers are in full bloom, then it will not be too late for you to leisurely gaze at the heavens. Pyoxu, however, looked distinctly unimpressed and rather annoyed by the poetic lecture. The scene shifted back to the attendant from earlier, still explaining to the assembled newcomers. Our saintess, she reiterated, is truly good in every conceivable way, except for one rather special characteristic. She genuinely believes that every single man in the entire martial world is hopelessly in love with her, and that the entire world, in fact, revolves solely around her. A small, bespectacled girl with a fan, presumably the narrator of this side story, addressed the audience directly. Why was this particular saintess so wonderfully eccentric? Readers, she teased, would have to wait for the next installment to find out. This marked the end of that particular chapter. Back on the hijacked school bus, Boss Sigwang demanded to know what hostages even meant. The other children were sobbing, wailing that Wake Wake seemed to be a terrible person, that the poor director had been taken away, and desperately pleading for him to wake up from his apparent stupor. Wake Wake, still sporting her devil horns and an impish grin, leaned towards them menacingly and asked if she looked like she was merely joking around. Zio Yuan, her face pressed against the bus window, peered out in a panic. She confirmed with a terrified gasp that the school bus had indeed already driven out of the kindergarten grounds. Wake Wake, she realized with dawning horror, was absolutely serious. Devil Wake Wake cackled, announcing her grand plan. Today, she declared, she would drag them all off to Santa Claus's workshop, where they would be forced to toil as his little helpers, wrapping presents until Christmas Day. The unfortunate children were then shown miserably engaged in forced labor, surrounded by mountains of gifts and wrapping paper, all dressed in Santa's elf costumes. Ai Luo, ever the pragmatist, timidly inquired if Santa at least provided meals for his workforce. Zio Yuan burst into fresh tears, wailing that this meant she wouldn't be able to see her beloved parents for half a year. She wanted to go home. She then lamented internally that Wake Wake had only asked her to act as a trustee or accomplice, not to actually deliver such over-the-top, Chunabiu-esque lines. The children wailed from inside the bus, one crying out for his parents, another lamenting the prospect of hard labor, all while realizing their ride was apparently Santa's reindeer-pulled sleigh in disguise. Xingxing, ever the instigator, gave a smug thumbs up, impressed that even little kids understood the concept of sympathetic pain, while a young boy indignantly accused her of being a villain. Ba Sigwang, his face a mask of betrayal, couldn't believe Xingxing would stoop to helping Santa with his nefarious deeds, especially after he'd considered her his ultimate rival. Xingxing, feigning tears, expressed mock gratitude that the children still believed in Santa, then confidently offered Ba Sigwang one final chance to challenge her, as future opportunities would be non-existent. With a glint in her eye, Xingxing presented what she claimed were stolen exam papers, daring Ba Sigwang to pick a subject, win, and he could walk free. Ba Sigwang, ever serious, questioned if the offer of freedom applied only to him. Xingxing laid out the revised terms: win all subjects, and he could take his classmates too, but lose even one, and he'd be stuck with them. Ba Sigwang, without hesitation, declared he'd take on all subjects. Faced with a mountain of test papers, Ba Sigwang declared he wouldn't stand by and watch his classmates be taken, as the other children tearfully cheered him on, amazed at his sacrifice. Xingxing cackled at Ba Sigwang's foolish selflessness, finding his heroic stance incredibly over the top, while her companion cringed beside her. An hour crawled by. The teacher, adjusting his spectacles with a dramatic flair, prepared to deliver the verdict. With a triumphant announcement from the teacher declaring Ba Sigwang the victor across all 10 subjects, the children erupted in cheers. Xingxing, however, muttered in disbelief, wondering if she had somehow gone easy on him and demanding a rematch. Amidst the joyous chaos, one of the boys looked around, utterly bewildered, questioning if they were at a racecourse and how they'd suddenly returned to kindergarten. The teacher, flanked by Xingxing and her quiet friend, calmly addressed the bewildered children, reassuring them that the entire ordeal was merely an escape room experience class. The children were still processing the escape room revelation when the teacher, gesturing towards a smirking Xingxing, announced that, thanks to her bright idea, a new escape room course was in the works. The teacher, looking slightly overwhelmed, elaborated on how this new course would leverage the kindergarten's facilities for fun, educational puzzle solving. Xingxing, meanwhile, mused that she wouldn't have bothered if not for Ba Sigwang, questioning her own concern for the boy. Relief washed over the children as they realized the kidnapping was fake, though one boy thoughtfully noted that Ba Sigwang's desire to save them had been very real. The children showered Ba Sigwang with gratitude and apologies for misjudging him, impressed by his perfect score. Ba Sigwang, with a glance at Xingxing, coolly stated he relied on himself, while Xingxing internally sighed at his denseness. The previously terrified blonde boy rushed to Xingxing, praising her convincing performance as a villain. Xingxing, ever ambitious, pondered if she'd inherited her father's talent and considered a foray into the film industry. And just like that, Xingxing narrated, the escape room challenge became the hottest new activity at Basie Kindergarten. During one such escape room session, a boy triumphantly announced he'd found a clue. Playing Flight of the Bumblebee on the piano would unlock the door. Ba Sigwang, now fully integrated, pointed out that the key was likely hidden behind the only fake painting, encouraging everyone's efforts. Xingxing noted with a smile how well he was fitting in. The light-hearted atmosphere took a turn when a girl mistakenly announced Ba Sigwang's dream was to clean toilets, much to the amusement of others, and Ba Sigwang's explosive, indignant correction that he meant protect the planet. Sometime later, as Xingxing was engrossed in a book, news arrived. The show's second season was about to begin recording. Her friend rushed in, eyes wide with alarm, delivering the shocking news that someone was dropping out of next week's filming. Xingxing's mind immediately flashed to her grandfather's earlier threat, wondering if her cheap dad had caved under pressure and quit the show. But her friend dropped an even bigger bombshell. The one quitting was none other than Ba Sigwang. Xingxing was stunned. A knot of worry tightened in Xingxing's chest. Ba Sigwang had been absent from school all day, leaving her to wonder about the reasons behind his sudden withdrawal. Hopping off the school bus, Xingxing politely thanked the headmaster, who was apparently also their driver. Meanwhile, Ba Sigwang stood outside an unfamiliar building, looking surprisingly dapper, and mused with a hint of surprise that people actually lived in such places. Xingxing's jaw practically hit the floor when she spotted Ba Sigwang, standing outside her home. Inside, Xingxing tried to piece together the situation, asking Ba Sigwang if his mother had forced him to quit the show, leading him to run away from home. Ba Sigwang defiantly declared he couldn't quit before defeating Xingxing on the show. Xingxing's mother, ever the gentle soul, wondered why his mother would suddenly demand his withdrawal. He explained his mother feared the show's popularity would make him a target for criminals, a thought that sent a shiver of horror down Xingxing's mother's spine, realizing the implications for the Dai Jing group's heir. Ba Sigwang nonchalantly added that the show's hype was mostly centered on Xingxing anyway. Amused, Xingxing's father asked why he'd chosen their house of all places. Ba Sigwang dramatically announced his plan: to suffer in their tiny home, smaller than his nanny's room, to guilt-trip his mother into letting him stay on the show, a declaration that made Xingxing and her father exchange bewildered glances. Xingxing, with a roll of her eyes, cut through his theatrics, stating bluntly that he was there simply because he had no other friends. Ba Siguang looked startled by her directness. Nonsense, Ba Siguang retorted, insisting Xingxing was merely his rival, not his friend. Xingxing, unfazed, simply smiled and said she considered him one. Flustered but softening, Ba Siguang mumbled that, to avoid troubling them, he'd reluctantly accept her as a friend. Xingxing's mother, delighted, offered him Xiao Han's room, prompting an unheard protest from her son about his own sleeping arrangements. The sofa, Xingxing's mother declared, leaving Xiao Han to lament his perpetual position at the bottom of the household hierarchy, even with a guest present. Ba Siguang then casually presented a check for 1 million yuan as his boarding fee, much to everyone's surprise. Xiao Han, ever the opportunist, immediately bowed, offering his services to young master Ba Siguang. Xingxing could only sigh at how casually Ba Siguang treated such a large sum of money. Xingxing reflected internally that Ba Siguang's temporary stay was already turning their chaotic household into an even bigger circus. Xiao Han grandly offered to cook a feast for their guest, but Xingxing, knowing her brother's culinary limitations all too well, was already on the phone ordering takeout. We don't support freeloaders here, Xingxing announced, dragging Ba Siguang towards the kitchen. He protested, waving his payment as proof he wasn't idle. When Xingxing asked him to help prepare vegetables, Ba Siguang, holding a head of lettuce, looked confused, asking if it wasn't already picked. He then proudly presented a lettuce still in its pot, as if that was what picking vegetables meant, leaving Xingxing utterly speechless at how his wealth seemed to have warped his understanding of basic chores. Xiao Han proudly announced dinner, revealing a stark contrast, his own questionable-looking dishes versus the clearly more appetizing takeout ordered by Xingxing. Dejected, Xiao Han tried to save face, claiming it was just an off day, and that at least, his instant noodles were always perfectly cooked. During the meal, Xingxing's mother chided Xiao Han for his unhealthy instant noodle habit, while he frantically tried to explain the noodles under his bed were for card collecting, not consumption. Ba Siguang ate quietly, a thoughtful expression on his face, remarking internally how different this lively, chaotic dinner was from his own home. A flashback showed Ba Siguang's sterile home environment, his mother meticulously questioning the maid about the origin and freshness of the fish, while his attempt to share news from kindergarten was ignored. His mother, completely absorbed in his dietary needs, had then shifted to discussing his nutrition plan, oblivious to his desire to connect. Back in the present, Xingxing nudged Ba Siguang to eat the fried chicken before her uncle devoured it all, while Xiao Han sheepishly thought he was just unsure if the young master even liked chicken. Ba Siguang admitted he didn't really know what foods he liked, as his mother always prioritized nutritional balance over his preferences. Xingxing realized his mother's care was more about her own control than his happiness. Xingxing's mother wisely commented that while health is vital, so is joy, and eating food one loves is a form of happiness. Ba Siguang, taking a bite of chicken, lit up declaring it delicious. Encouraged by Xingxing's mother to voice his desires, Ba Siguang excitedly requested a trip to the amusement park. Xingxing mused that her gentle mother was just the person to heal his emotional deficits. Xingxing's mother worriedly suggested informing Ba Siguang's family, but Xingxing, knowing his mother's overprotective nature, was certain he was already being tailed. Meanwhile, Ba Siguang and Xingxing playfully bickered over who was taller. Just as Xingxing predicted his family would arrive soon, the doorbell chimed. "They're here," her mother announced. But standing at the door wasn't who they expected. It was Duan Yunzhang, the famous actor, leaving Xingxing's mother utterly flabbergasted as he urged her to let him in before paparazzi spotted him. Xingxing, however, was secretly thrilled, her internal monologue cheering for the male lead's grand reentrance into her life. Meanwhile, back at the opulent Ba mansion, Ba Siguang's mother was apoplectic, lamenting to her maid that her precious son was suffering in a tiny house and eating takeout. She raged that Lin Xingxing must have lured her son away, and demanded the maid retrieve him immediately. The maid cautiously asked if this meant she'd allow the young master to continue the show, but was met with a firm, unequivocal, absolutely not. The maid gently advised that forcibly bringing him back without a plan might worsen things, prompting Ba Siguang's mother to fret about her son's delicate nature. A thoughtful look crossed the maid's face. She knew just the person who might be able to persuade the young master to return. The maid then contacted Duan Yunzhang, reminding him that Ba Sigwang had called him dad in a show preview, suggesting the boy must rely on him. Duan Yunzhang scoffed, dismissing the dad comment as manipulative editing for ratings, but the maid pressed on, describing Ba Sigwang's current hardship at Xingxing's very small house. At the mention of Xingxing's house, Duan Yunzhang's demeanor instantly changed. Wait, he interjected, a spark of interest in his eyes. Duan Yunzhang smoothly declared his relationship with Ba Sigwang was quite good, and with feigned expertise in parent-child matters, offered to handle the situation, secretly pleased at the excuse to visit Lin Yao, Xingxing's mother. Upon Duan Yunzhang's arrival, Xingxing's mother questioned if he was there on behalf of Ba Sigwang's family. Xiao Han, starstruck, immediately started snapping photos of the celebrity in his living room, while Duan Yunzhang confirmed her assumption. Ba Sigwang, engrossed in a game of chess with Xingxing, defiantly announced he wasn't going back with Duan Yunzhang, then cheekily declared his victory in their game. Duan Yunzhang, with an air of nonchalance, stated that such matters couldn't be forced. Ba Sigwang, however, urged Xiao Han to prolong the game, as the longer it lasted, the longer he could stay, while Xingxing's mother silently fumed at the actor's perfunctory attempt at persuasion. Duan Yunzhang's gaze drifted to the family photos, a question forming in his mind as he noted the absence of a fourth figure. Xingxing's mother, noticing his prying eyes, chided him for his rudeness, while Duan Yunzhang internally wondered about Xingxing's father. Flustered by his unspoken question about her husband, Xingxing's mother stammered, while Xingxing inwardly cheered for the male lead's directness. Duan Yunzhang began to speculate aloud about her hesitation, while Xingxing's mother, feeling exposed, thought about her late husband and how she was seemingly defeated by his memory. Xiao Han erupted in shock at the implication that the famous actor had pursued his sister and been rejected, while Ba Sigwang grumbled about being used as a mere pawn for Duan Yunzhang to get into their house. Xingxing, seizing the moment, asked her mother about her father, a sentiment echoed by Xiao Han, who noted the topic had always been off-limits. Xingxing's mother uncomfortably dismissed the subject, stating there was nothing to say about someone deceased for 6 years, her guilty conscience palpable. Duan Yunzhang pressed, suggesting her late husband must have been extraordinary for her to miss him so. Her mother scoffed, vehemently listing his flaws: arrogance, rudeness, fickleness, and irresponsibility. As her mother vented, the others, including a thoughtful Duan Yunzhang, couldn't help but notice the uncanny resemblance between the described flaws and the actor himself, who comically wondered if his perfection was his romantic downfall. Duan Yunzhang continued his rather tactless probing, suggesting her late husband probably left them nothing and was a poor ghost. Her mother, caught off guard by the harsh description, could only think, handsome but penniless and with a terrible personality. Duan Yunzhang, preening, suggested that since Xingxing resembled him, her father must have too, calling it the man's good fortune. Xingxing's mother dryly retorted that his shamelessness was indeed a perfect match. Feeling cornered, Xingxing's mother decided she couldn't deflect his questions any longer and abruptly declared she wouldn't accept any connection between him and her late husband. She then announced an impromptu trip to the amusement park with the children, practically shooing Duan Yunzhang out. Xingxing, however, knew that running away wouldn't solve anything. As his sister ushered the children away, Xiao Han sidled up to Duan Yunzhang, conspiratorially calling him brother-in-law, much to the actor's apparent amusement. With a mischievous glint in his eye, Xiao Han then revealed he possessed clues about his former brother-in-law, holding up a photo album. Duan Yunzhang looked momentarily confused by the term brother, prompting Xiao Han to playfully clarify the convoluted family dynamics, placing Duan Yunzhang and the mysterious X as big brothers in his personal hierarchy. Xiao Han explained that the album was his sister's secret stash, discovered during a recent cleaning spree. He showed Duan Yunzhang a photo featuring his sister with a conspicuously silhouetted male figure, joking that he once suspected Xingxing was immaculately conceived due to his sister's secrecy. Duan Yunzhang internally dismissed the theory as utterly absurd. More photos revealed the same pattern, a cherished past, yet with the man's image deliberately obscured, a testament to a love his sister couldn't entirely erase. A wave of melancholy washed over Duan Yunzhang. If Xingxing's mother truly couldn't forget a deceased love, how could he possibly compete with a ghost? Suddenly, a detail in one photo sparked a connection. He recalled her earlier words about taking the children to the amusement park, a plan confirmed by Xiao Han. A cunning glint appeared in Duan Yunzhang's eyes. The best way to overcome old memories, he schemed, was to forge new, even more unforgettable ones. A bold plan for someone Zio Han mentally noted had zero romantic experience. And so, the top-tier movie star, Duan Yunzhang, and Xingxing's mother found themselves dressed for an outing, a new chapter about to unfold. The popular variety show's cute kids, Xingxing and Ba Siguang, were also decked out, though Xingxing couldn't help but feel their attempt at a low-profile outing was ironically making them even more conspicuous. At the crowded amusement park, Xingxing's mother impatiently questioned Duan Yunzhang's presence, urging him to wear a mask before he caused a scene. Duan Yunzhang confidently asserted that the most obvious place was often the least expected. His mother, however, retorted that his presence only amplified their risk and told him not to follow. Feigning distress, Duan Yunzhang appealed to her sympathy, asking if she could truly abandon him, helpless and alone, as she attempted to lead the children away. Just then, nearby fans excitedly pointed out a man resembling Duan Yunzhang, forcing him to quickly adjust his disguise, as they debated approaching the lookalike. Quick-witted Ba Siguang, sensing the danger, loudly called out Dad, asking for ice cream later with Mom and his little sister, effectively throwing the fans off their trail. The fans, convinced they were mistaken after seeing the family of four, decided to move on, much to Duan Yunzhang's relief. Duan Yunzhang dryly thanked Ba Siguang for the save, remarking it was fortunate he didn't actually have a daughter. Ba Siguang huffily replied he was only helping and had no desire to be family. Suddenly, Xingxing leaned in, whispering to her mother that someone was secretly photographing them. Duan Yunzhang, ever the narcissist, preened, assuming he was the target, only for Ba Siguang to clarify that he was the one being photographed, or rather monitored. Ba Siguang recalled his previous amusement park visits, sterile, joyless affairs, always surrounded by a phalanx of stern-faced bodyguards, a far cry from a child's dream. Duan Yunzhang, with a reassuring smile, promised Ba Siguang that today, he would experience the thrill of a real amusement park. As if on cue, a kindergarten teacher announced that a mysterious big brother, Duan Yunzhang, was treating the entire class to ice cream. Elsewhere, Ba Siguang's frantic bodyguard realized his charge had vanished, shouting in panic. The children, Xingxing and Ba Siguang, shrieked with delight on a thrilling ride, while their adult chaperones, Duan Yunzhang and Xingxing's mother, looked utterly terrified. Duan Yunzhang, looking decidedly green, suggested to Xingxing's mother that he sneak Ba Siguang onto a ride. Xingxing dryly noted that the actor still couldn't handle thrill rides, while Ba Siguang steeled himself, determined to make good memories. Duan Yunzhang, looking either deeply touched or extremely nauseous, mumbled about Ba Siguang's efforts for him, leading Xingxing to suspect a misunderstanding. Xingxing later recounted how they ditched Ba Siguang's tail and dragged old dad, Duan Yunzhang, on every terrifying ride, nearly giving him a heart attack. The bodyguard watched in horror as his young master spun wildly on a ride, screaming for him to get down, while Xingxing's mother teased a dizzy Duan Yunzhang for his weakness. The bodyguard continued his frantic warnings as the group careened towards the bumper cars. Finally, exhausted but together, the four of them found respite on a calmer ride, Duan Yunzhang sighing in relief for the peace and quiet. As they sat, Duan Yunzhang gazed at Xingxing's mother, a thought clicking into place. The obscured photo from the album must have been taken right here. He clutched his head, a fragmented memory, a sense of déjà vu washing over him. Where is this memory from? He wondered. Xingxing's mother, noticing his distress, asked if he was all right, if his head was hurting. Duan Yunzhang turned to her, his eyes intense, and asked the question that hung heavy in the air. Have we met before? She confessed, a hint of melancholy in her voice, that if not for Xingxing's unexpected entry into the program, their lives would likely have remained entirely separate. A vivid memory surfaced, her joyful, almost childlike declaration of wanting to ride the Ferris wheel. He watched her, a silent observer in this mental flashback. He clutched his head, utterly bewildered. How were these memories, so vivid and complete, implanting themselves in his mind? She had even gushed about wanting to come back again. Another scene played out, him, petrified at the movies, internally questioning her choice of a horror film for a date. She, with a hint of amusement, offered a less than sincere apology for underestimating his courage. He blustered, denying his fear and insisting he just disliked gory films. She, playing along, readily agreed that yes, it was all the film's fault. Classic save. She then suggested they take a commemorative photo, marking their first movie outing. He dismissed it as childish, confident there would be many more movie dates to come. Oh, the irony. Back in the present, he confronted her, a specific detail surfacing. Was their first movie together not that horror flick, Drowning? Her eyes widened in shock. How could he know? His question hung in the air, prompting her own silent query. Could his memories be returning? Little Xingxing, feigning sleep, was internally screaming. She desperately wanted to peek, but knew the atmosphere was too delicate to disturb. Lin Yichen observed him closely. Could his memory truly be coming back? No, his expression didn't quite suggest a full recovery. He quickly backtracked, claiming he must have misremembered, and that he'd actually seen that movie with someone named Zio Han. He then offered to call Zio Han to confirm, a little too eagerly. She panicked, trying to grab his phone. What was there to confirm after 6 years? Zio Han probably wouldn't even remember. His suspicion flared. When had she and Zio Han become close enough for her to know his memory? He sensed she was definitely hiding something significant. He pressed further. They'd never met. 6 years ago, she received funding from his company, and his brother knew her well, yet she claimed no acquaintance with him. She mumbled an excuse about perhaps crossing paths without realizing, leaving no impression. Internally, Xingxing was on tenterhooks, wondering about the sudden silence and the progression of this interrogation. He brushed it off, a self-deprecating smile on his face, suggesting he might be going mad. He admitted that since she mentioned his resemblance to her ex-husband in looks and personality, he'd subconsciously started inserting himself into her memories. Lin Yichen breathed a silent sigh of relief. He'd rationalized it himself. Xingxing, however, was internally facepalming. He was so close. Just a few more questions and the truth would be out. Lin Yichen, seizing the moment, suggested he take bus Guangning home later, while she and Xingxing would head back first. Her mind raced with worry. What if his memory truly returned, and he discovered Xingxing was his daughter? Holding his son, Duan Yunfeng called Ma Yue. The voice on the other end, Ma Yue, sounded surprised, remarking it had been ages since the great film star contacted him after entering showbiz. Ma Yue, a gambling buddy of Lin Yichen and Duan Yunfeng from 6 years prior, listened as Duan Yunfeng asked him to look at a photo he'd send, to see if he recognized the woman. Ma Yue questioned the odd request. If they knew each other, why ask him? Duan Yunfeng confessed a persistent feeling that he'd forgotten something important from 6 years ago. Meanwhile, Duan Yunfeng's brother informed him that paparazzi were trying to spin a scandal, using photos of the four of them. They had preemptively released their own chance encounter photos to guide the narrative towards a team-building event. The brother noted the program would cooperate with this PR spin, as it was free publicity. Duan Yunfeng, holding a photo, acknowledged their quick and sensitive handling of public opinion, then stated he would continue his pursuit. He mused that even if amnesia separated them, would two people fated to be together find their way back to each other? The narrative text revealed that Duan Zio, likely the brother, knew about their secret romance and Duan Yunfeng's amnesia. A young woman, seemingly his assistant, remarked to Duan Zio that using the same tactics as 6 years ago would only lead to him watching them reconcile. Duan Zio, holding the photo, coolly asked if she had a better idea. She confidently asserted that she understood Lin Yichen and Duan Yunfeng best. And as for Xingxing, she added with a knowing glint, she was no ordinary 5-year-old. The day for the next recording arrived. The text mentions that the father, likely Bus Guangning's, personally went to persuade Bus Guangning's mother. Two imposing figures stood before a grand mansion. Duan Yunfeng was looking at a picture of Bus Guangning on a tablet, a rare smile on his face. An assistant remarked "D never seen the boss laugh so happily," while the show director fretted about the child's safety, though the amusement park seemed secure. Bus Guangning's mother, tearfully, relented, saying she could make an exception for her baby's happiness. The boy, with a pout, declared he wouldn't thank Duan Yunfeng, who gave a smug thumbs up. However, the mother insisted on arranging a security team for covert protection, feeling uneasy. Her own assistant dramatically vowed to protect the young master with his life, prompting Bus Guangning to wonder why his name sounded like Boss Chen. Duan Yunfeng, covering his face, dryly commented on the outdated notion of secret guards. Bus Guangning, equally unimpressed, was told by his father to just get used to it. And so, Bus Guangning successfully got his chance to rejoin the recording, and Lin Yichen returned to the show. The scene transitions to a white van on the road. Lin Yichen reassured herself. Even if Duan Yunfeng pressed her, there was nothing to fear. She had her script ready. In her mind, a past argument replayed. He questioned if they'd truly never met, and she retorted that if he insisted on thinking so, she couldn't help it. He, frustrated, asked why she couldn't be honest. She defensively replied she was doing what was best for him and asked what more he wanted. She internally smirked. This kind of cold, dismissive retort was a great tool for avoiding communication. She felt much stronger now. Xingxing, beside her, wondered what new scheme her mother was concocting. Lin Yichen and Xingxing arrived, thanking the driver. Duan Yunfeng was waiting for them, arms crossed, stating he'd been waiting for Lin Yichen for a long time. She feigned confusion, repeating his earlier dismissive line that if he thought so, there was nothing she could do. He looked taken aback, asking what she was talking about. Internally, she berated herself for getting flustered and messing up the script. Outwardly, she innocently asked why he was waiting for her. He revealed he had met a friend from 6 years ago, and now knew everything. She tried to appear calm, asking what exactly he knew. Xingxing, in the background, was ecstatic, thinking this was finally the moment of truth. He laid it out. 6 years ago, he'd lost his memory and forgotten their past together, hadn't he? Xingxing internally cheered, God, I've finally waited for this moment. Lin Yichen calmly proposed an alternative. Perhaps it wasn't amnesia, but that he simply never moved on. He chuckled, remarking that she'd become smarter in the few days he hadn't seen her. He hadn't managed to trick her. Lin Yichen knew it. He was faking. If he'd truly regained his memories, his focus would be on Xingxing, not casually questioning her. Xingxing, however, was confused by his deception. He admitted he was only sure he'd lost his memory, but not what specific memories were gone. The scene shifts to his conversation with Ma Yue, who showed him a photo of Lin Yichen. Ma Yue confirmed it was her, though he couldn't recall her full name, only that she was a recipient of their Starlight Group's public funding, and that Duan Yunfeng had bet he could win her over within a month. Duan Yunfeng asked what happened next. A picture of Lin Yichen at the Ferris wheel, with a silhouetted male figure beside her, flashed in his mind. Could that person really have been him? Ma Yue burst out laughing, revealing that, of course, Duan Yunfeng hadn't succeeded in wooing her. Duan Yunfeng looked bewildered. Ma Yue continued, saying he always knew such an arrogant poor student would be hard to win over. Duan Yunfeng had lost the bet and a car to him. Duan Yunfeng internally questioned why even Ma Yue remembered Lin Yichen, but he, her supposed pursuer, had no recollection, and why she pretended not to know him. Something felt off. He immediately called Wu Ming, asking if he could still find his hospitalization records from the car accident 6 years ago. Back to the confrontation with Lin Yichen. He stated that after his car accident 6 years ago, he did suffer from amnesia. He wasn't sure about the extent of their past interactions, but he refused to believe his memories of her were mere fabrications. He pressed closer, his voice intense. So, whatever she was hiding, he vowed to uncover it. Xingxing looked on, a mix of fear and anticipation. Xingxing, though, was hopeful. Even if it was just this, he was one step closer to recovering his memory. She could wait. Suddenly, a new voice cut in, accusing Duan Yunfeng of having the audacity to flirt with another woman so openly. Everyone turned, surprised. Who was this? The newcomer, with a megaphone, scoffed that he didn't even remember Miss Liu and declared she would reintroduce herself. She announced herself, Liu Kixi, the Pearl of Nuoxi Group, an MBA student at an Ivy League school, a gold medal angel investor, executive director of Nuoxi Fine Jewelry, and the fiancé of the Starlight Group's second young master. Duan Yunfeng hastily denied the engagement, telling Lin Yichen not to listen. Liu Kixi, beaming, continued her self-introduction, adding she was a Rookie of the Year in her first foray into the entertainment industry and the flying guest for this segment. Xingxing internally groaned. A flying guest didn't mean someone who literally flew in. Xingxing's observation diary entry for June 25th, Sunny. Today, a woman not mentioned in the original story appeared. I know nothing about this new character. I need to figure her out quickly. Below, she's seen directing someone, saying the second scene is at this spot, and it's starting soon. A banner warmly welcomed Liu Kixi, listing all her credentials. Staff members gushed over her gifts, a Nuoxia diamond bracelet, a new handbag not yet released domestically. One exclaimed her boyfriend had never given her such luxuries. Duan Yunfeng, however, was incensed by the fiancé part, demanding to know when they were ever engaged, and if childhood matters could be taken seriously. Liu Kixi, lounging with a drink, coolly asked if he remembered her now. He retorted, how could he not recognize her? He wondered when she became so flamboyant, questioning if studying abroad had completely changed her personality. A flashback showed a more demure Liu Kixi. She declared dramatically that the Liu Kixi of the past was dead. The one standing before him now was the new and improved, sparkling Liu Kixi. He asked if she was suddenly going crazy. She boasted about her innate talent for drama, unlike him who needed no effort, while he was someone who topped the charts through sheer hard work. He retorted that the entertainment industry would be doomed if someone as overly dramatic as her made it to the top. Xingxing, observing, made a note. Doesn't seem like Dad's past love. First love white moonlight type female rival eliminated. Suddenly, Sula, the musician, appeared with a guitar, serenading Liu Kixi, asking how she knew he dreamed of pawning his D200 guitar for her, his heart beating for her, and begging her to accept his confession song. Liu Kixi looked utterly bewildered. Duan Yunfeng was internally pleased. This would keep Sula from bothering Lin Yichen. He curtly told Sula to go wait for a notification and instructed him to queue up over there. Sula was crushed. He hadn't expected to receive a good person card and a number that felt more like a rejection. Xingxing, watching Sula dejectedly walk away, called out for him to come back and try harder. Internally, she noted, not a spare tire, clean and decisive, green tea white lotus type female rival eliminated. Liu Kixi, via megaphone, instructed everyone that if they wanted to thank her for the gifts, they should do so after her segment aired, in the form of explosive revelations for higher credibility. The staff eagerly agreed, one promising anonymous praise. Duan Yunfeng grumbled about what a utilitarian person she was. Xingxing noted, forthright and generous, not coy or scheming. Hypocritical scheming type female rival eliminated. Lin Yichen mused, slightly envious, about how liberating it must be to live so freely. Wu Ming approached Lin Yichen, presenting VIP black cards for the global amusement park for Xingxing's birthday, with extra cards for her little friends. Lin Yichen offered to pass them on, explaining the children were currently playing in a helicopter. Indeed, the children were in a helicopter, excitedly yelling for it to fly higher. Ah, the casual rich. Wu Ming then presented Lin Yichen with a gift from their young lady, Liu Kixi. Duan Yunfeng, sensing something, quickly tried to intercept. Lin Yichen opened it, surprised. Were these actual design sketches from a famous fashion designer? Liu Kixi confirmed it, stating she only dealt in originals. She praised Lin Yichen's design talent, adding that Nuoxi Group was interested in developing high-end ready-to-wear and inviting her to join. Lin Yichen demurred, feeling she wasn't qualified. Liu Kixi encouraged her to be confident, claiming she had an eye for talent and never made mistakes. Lin Yichen was touched to be appreciated by someone she admired. Xingxing, observing this interaction, felt a jolt. This didn't seem like rivalry. It was almost like a new emotional storyline was opening up between her mom and Liu Kixi. Duan Yunfeng suddenly interjected, asking where his gift was. Liu Kixi presented him with a luxurious blue box. He asked what this thing was. She explained it was a deluxe collector's edition Blu-ray of Drowning, director's cut, specially sourced from abroad for him. He questioned why she'd give him this. She smirked, saying it seemed he truly had amnesia. 6 years ago, when they went to see this movie, he had said he wanted to challenge the unedited version. He was stunned. What? She was saying asterisk she was the one he watched, Drowning with. She confirmed it, adding they even took a photo together and posted it on their social media. His mind reeled. How could this be? Were his memories with Lin Yichen just his own wishful thinking? He looked at his phone, at a social media post showing him and Liu Kixi at the movies. Liu Kixi asked if it was really such a big deal that he was so shocked by just watching a movie with her. Lin Yichen, looking troubled, asked Liu Kixi if she could see their photo. Liu Kixi wondered why everyone was so interested in this. Lin Yichen clarified, asking if it was the second day. Lin Yichen was devastated. So, after watching the horror movie with her, he'd gone and watched the same terrifying film with another girl. Xingxing, meanwhile, panicked internally. Wait, this was a positive character appearing. How did the plot suddenly turn negative? The show host welcomed everyone back to Langbei Village. She announced there was no time for pleasantries. The production team had received an urgent special mission. The director, beside her, covered his mouth, feigning a yawn, and then, oh no, the mission card was missing. Bus Guangning scolded the adults for not taking care of such an important item. The other boy, panicked, suggested everyone help find it. Xingxing, however, saw through the charade, thinking such clumsy acting was easily seen through. Suddenly, Liu Kixi appeared on a rooftop, holding up the card, announcing, "The commission card is here." the children below pointed, recognizing the big sister. The children, including Bus Guangning, were impressed by her cool entrance. Behind the scenes, however, the crew was struggling to operate the pulley system that hoisted her, one groaning he couldn't hold on much longer. The director instructed the editor to cut this part cleanly, leaving no trace of the wire work. Another crew member grumbled about Liu Kixi bringing her own funding, yet making such a grand entrance for a simple appearance. Liu Kixi introduced herself to the crowd as the gold medal special agent from the movie, Assassination, codenamed Lu Zai. Xingxing realized she was here to promote her movie. Liu Kixi apologized, explaining she had lost her mission target and only knew his last known location was Langbei Village. She showed a crudely drawn picture of a generic bad guy and herself. She warned that he was a heinous criminal, likely disguised among the villagers, and everyone would be in danger if he wasn't caught. A villager asked what they needed to do. Since everyone was willing to stand up and bring the bad guy to justice, she declared they should accept her commission. She handed a card to one of the children. The child read the card. To lure out the hidden target, all guests and kids were to plan a village joint performance. Note, no fewer than 10 acts. Everyone can find help to rehearse. Sulu immediately claimed this as his home ground, offering to take on all 10 acts and turn the village party into his solo concert. The children, including Bus Guangning, emphatically objected. The blonde boy Xiaobo, it seems from later context, was thrilled, exclaiming that catching bad guys was so much fun. Lily reminded him not to call the police, as the bad guy was just a setup. He retorted he knew, he wasn't as silly as Xingxing. The director explained that to avoid arousing the bad guy's suspicion, one person needed to help Liu Kixi cover her identity. He then presented a large spinning wheel with various pairings, suggesting they let fate decide who would play pretend couple with Duan Yunfeng, among other roles. Duan Yunfeng had a very bad feeling about this. The wheel landed on pretend couple with Duan Yunfeng. Of course, the crowd cheered, calling it fate. Xingxing, however, sensed the production team's deliberate attempt to create a CP. Liu Kixi handed Duan Yunfeng a script, explaining it was a character biography for their pretend identities, and asked him to read it. He grumbled internally that there was definitely an inside story. They even had bios prepared. Liu Kixi denied any favoritism, claiming she'd prepared bios for all roles, patting herself on the back. He could only remark on her genuine passion for acting. The host clapped, deciding it was settled then. She asked the costume team to prepare couple outfits for them. Lin Yichen raised her hand, volunteering. Duan Yunfeng looked surprised and a little alarmed. The director announced the opening recording was complete, and they were preparing to change locations. Lin Yichen discussed blue-themed outfits with the host. Duan Yunfeng, sitting alone, wondered if Lin Yichen truly didn't care about him at all. Liu Kixi sidled up to Duan Yunfeng, teasing him about pretending to be in love. She scoffed, saying he and Lin Yichen had only known each other since the show started. How could it be true love already? Xingxing, eavesdropping, worried about her father developing a storyline with the second female lead. Duan Yunfeng, however, told Liu Kixi he felt he had a deep connection with Lin Yichen from 6 years ago, but everyone denied it, making him think it was his illusion. Flashbacks, Lin Yichen saying they would never have met without Xingxing, Ma Yue saying he didn't win her over, Liu Kixi showing their movie photo. Liu Kixi bluntly suggested his car accident didn't cause amnesia, but rather turned his brain to mush. He bristled, asking why the sudden personal attack. She told him he couldn't find the truth by just asking others. There was a living witness right here, yet he couldn't see it. He asked what witness, if he should find the original photo album. Liu Kixi smiled slyly, saying it's Xingxing. Duan Yunfeng was incredulous. Was she suggesting Xingxing could be his daughter? Liu Kixi retorted, of course. It wasn't some novel plot. How could a child born 6 years ago coincidentally look so much like him? He admitted she was right. He hadn't considered it because he couldn't imagine himself doing something as scummy as abandoning his daughter. Xingxing, still hiding, silently affirmed, "You are." Liu Kixi declared triumphantly that all they needed was a paternity test to settle it once and for all. Duan Yunfeng, suddenly energized, thanked Comrade Lu Zai, promising never to forget her help when his family reunited. She waved it off, saying just letting her bask in his celebrity glow was repayment enough. Xingxing was overcome with emotion. She thought the second female lead was an obstacle, but she turned out to be a helper. Heaven was truly kind to her. Lin Yichen returned, holding a purple outfit, and noticed Duan Yunfeng and Lu Kixi seemed to be getting along very well. Duan Yunfeng immediately handed a sample, presumably Xingxing's hair, to Wu Ming, requesting an urgent paternity test. The faster the better. Wu Ming, bewildered, asked where this hair came from. Duan Yunfeng proudly stated he'd sneakily plucked it. A flashback showed him rescuing Xingxing from a bug on her head, yanking some hair in the process. Xingxing had complained about his roughness. He'd internally celebrated getting the sample. Wu Ming, still processing, asked whose paternity was being tested with whom. Duan Yunfeng, beaming, said if all went well, he might be becoming a father. Wu Ming was utterly shocked. He grabbed Duan Yunfeng, aghast at the potential PR disaster. Was this a one-night stand aftermath? Was the other party using the child for blackmail? If they didn't acknowledge, would it be exposed? Duan Yunfeng tried to calm him down. Wu Ming, suddenly rational, decided he needed to report to young Master Duan, Duan Yunfeng's older brother, so PR could prepare. Duan Yunfeng frantically tried to stop him, begging him not to tell his brother. They struggled over the phone. Duan Yunfeng argued he would have gone himself if he weren't busy filming. He trusted Wu Ming with this secret, and was this how Wu Ming repaid his trust? Duan Yunfeng, suddenly grabbing Wu Ming, earnestly said that while he couldn't explain everything, he trusted his instincts. If Wu Ming knew who the child and mother were, he'd also think Duan Yunfeng was incredibly lucky. He promised that if the paternity was confirmed, he'd follow all their instructions. Wu Ming, seeing his unprecedented seriousness, was taken aback. Wu Ming agreed, saying that before he got the report, Duan Yunfeng shouldn't do anything. He couldn't afford any surprises. Duan Yunfeng, transforming into a cute, furry-eared version, obediently promised to wait. A passerby, the host, wondered what those two were doing in the warehouse. 20 minutes after Wu Ming left, Duan Yunfeng was already fidgeting, wondering why he wasn't back yet. The production team gathered for their first discussion about planning the joint performance, with the director outlining the grouping rules. There were several sets of cards with different themes: animals, flowers, transportation, vegetables, etc. Each group card had a limit of 5. One card was a king card, allowing the holder to choose anyone for their group. Xingxing cleverly deduced that the number of people per group was uncertain, ranging from 1 to 5. The director praised her intelligence. Duan Yunfeng proudly thought, as expected of my daughter, her intelligence must come from me. Xingxing, however, sensed an idiot nearby and silently urged her scum dad to retract his gaze. The card drawing for grouping began. Shabo, the blonde boy, was thrilled to be grouped with his father, exclaiming he could watch TV with Daddy Sha. His father joked their act would need guidance from a professional comedian like him. Zhuangyan, pink-haired girl, Lily, and Sula formed a group, with Zhuangyan boasting about their high artistic level, a girl group member, a cello prodigy, and a band's lead singer. Sula declared the best act would undoubtedly be theirs. Bus Guangning announced he wanted to be this group's leader, and Xingxing had to follow his orders. Xingxing coolly agreed, as long as he was happy. Duan Yunfeng looked at his card, a piece of cake, and wondered if he'd become a lone commander. The director congratulated Lu Kixi on drawing the king card, and asked who she would choose for her group. Duan Yunfeng braced himself, thinking she'd definitely pick him to stir up CP hype, but resigned himself to it for her sake. To his utter shock, Lu Kixi declared she wanted to be in a group with Xingxing and Bus Guangning. The director pointed out that this meant their film emperor, Duan Yunfeng, was left alone, a leftover film emperor, unwanted, unsellable. Duan Yunfeng sank into a pit of despair, feeling this show was his personal suffering anthem. The director announced everyone should plan their acts according to their groups, and the best act would be decided by audience applause. Shabo immediately offered to perform eating a rice ball in 3 seconds. His father, impressed, said he'd cooperate by making a rice ball in 8 seconds. Bus Guangning declared he would perform a story of an astronaut landing on the moon, then joining forces with a transformer to fight alien monsters and protect humanity. Lu Kixi and Xingxing just said, "Okay, okay." This kid had imagination. And Xingxing, Bus Guangning designated, would play a rock on the moon. She readily agreed. Lu Kixi then proposed her act. An astronaut accidentally enters the Moon Palace during a great battle and gains Chang's magical assistance. She wondered if this direction was okay. Internally, she fumed that despite being the main character, she felt no sense of accomplishment. Was this Lin Yichen's strategy? Xingxing just agreed enthusiastically. Duan Yunfeng, desperate, called his brother, asking if their company had any singers or dancers to assist him. His brother dryly replied they were a film and television company. The director warned Duan Yunfeng that blatant cheating was not allowed as cameras were rolling. He'd have to rely on applause or hire people to cheer for him. His brother advised him to think less crookedly and maintain his elegant young master persona, asking if Wu Ming wasn't there watching him. Duan Yunfeng quickly made an excuse that Wu Ming was busy and he had to go, hanging up. Duan Yunfeng wiped his brow, relieved he'd dodged that bullet. Lily sadly mentioned her mother was on a world tour with her orchestra and probably couldn't come. Xingxing consoled Lily, saying she inherited her mother's talent and, as a cello genius, could still amaze everyone. Xingxing then perceptively asked if Lily actually didn't want to perform the cello. Lily, surprised, asked how she knew. Xingxing smiled, saying as her good friend, how could she not see it? Lily confessed she only practiced the cello to make her mother spend more time with her. Her mother was always touring, but would find time to guide her practice. Only by practicing cello could she have more conversations with her. But, Lily admitted, looking at a ukulele, I prefer rock and roll. Duan Yunfeng and others walked past in the background. Xingxing brightly suggested Lily perform rock and roll this time. Lily worried her mother hated rock music, and what if she saw the show? Xingxing passionately argued it was Lily's mother who was wrong for not giving her enough companionship. Why should Lily be the only one making an effort, even suppressing her true passion to accommodate her mother's preferences? Lily was taken aback. Xingxing continued, saying if it were her mother, she'd just want her to be happy. Lily's mother might also support her pursuing her favorite music. Why not use this chance to communicate with her? Lily hesitantly said she'd consider it. Zhuang Yan and Sula overheard and enthusiastically offered to form a rock band to crash the party. Lily looked surprised. Zhuang Yan assured her she knew many instruments. Lily tearfully thanked them all. Duan Yunfeng, observing, mused that being a parent was indeed a profound subject. He resolved that once he and Xingxing acknowledged each other, he would make up for all the years she had missed. He then turned to Xingxing and asked about her hobbies. Xingxing flatly stated she had no hobbies. Wu Ming returned, handing Duan Yunfeng a report, telling him to confirm it himself. Duan Yunfeng couldn't believe it, insisting there must be a mistake. Wu Ming, however, expressed relief, glad he hadn't uncovered some illegitimate child scandal. Wu Ming, seeing Duan Yunfeng's disappointment, lightly teased him for getting his hopes up and rushing to be a father. Duan Yunfeng, turning abruptly to Lu Kixi who had just appeared, sternly warned Wu Ming to forget this ever happened. If a third person found out, he'd deal with him. Lu Kixi, waving a hand, chirped, "Oh, the test results are out. So it was a false alarm." Wu Ming silently despaired at being the third person. Duan Yunfeng, now advancing on Wu Ming, warned that if a fourth person knew, he'd really deal with him. Xingxing, peeking from behind a bush, was aghast. What was wrong with this test report? There had to be a problem. She was the fourth person. Lu Kixi commented that his assistant was quite sensible for making a quick exit. Duan Yunfeng grumbled that he was much better than her. He then asked Lu Kixi if she was here to laugh at him. She feigned concern, saying she was here to care for him. It was truly pitiful that Xingxing wasn't his daughter. The world really did have unrelated people who looked alike. Duan Yunfeng lamented that he had already started mentally rehearsing how to be a good father, as if he were about to form a happy family of 3. Lu Kixi consoled him. A biological family of 3 might be off the table, but a blended family was still an option. Just because Xingxing wasn't his biological daughter didn't mean he couldn't treat her like one. Was he going to give up pursuing Lin Yichen? He mumbled that Lin Yichen kept rejecting him. Lu Kixi leaned in, assuring him that Lin Yichen just hadn't figured out her own heart yet. She actually cared about him. He asked if it was true. Lu Kixi suggested they stand a bit closer. Lin Yichen's gaze had drifted over. As long as they continued to hype their CP, Lin Yichen would surely reveal her true feelings. Xingxing, however, knew Lu Kixi didn't understand her mother. This tactic would backfire and make Lin Yichen even more disappointed in him. He then questioned Lu Kixi. If she was so helpful, why did she leave him alone when forming teams? Lu Kixi explained, wasn't it more suitable for Xingxing and Bus Guangning, 2 kids, to be in a group together without an adult? He conceded that she was quite thoughtful. He thanked her for always helping him with ideas, admitting it was reassuring to have someone to consult. She brushed it off, saying it was mutually beneficial. The CP hype was mainly for his popularity. She then presented another book, a new prequel she'd written for their show's CP, urging him to look. He groaned internally, not wanting to see it, but outwardly said she was truly bursting with creative desire and he'd read it. He read aloud. Gold medal agent Lu Zai tracks a criminal to Langbei village. To hide her identity, she feigns marriage with domineering CEO Duan Zio. They first marry, then fall in love. Lu Zai accidentally discovers her white moonlight is Duan Zio's deceased first love. Duan Zio, heartbroken, has a car accident and loses his memory. Lu Zai begins the chase to win him back. To protect Lu Zai, Duan is possessed and dies. Lu Zai is devastated. Her cultivation explodes, and she's about to annihilate the world for revenge when she realizes she's transmigrated to this world's sect master. To save Duan Zio, Lu Zai reverses time, returning to 3 months prior, vowing to protect her lover in this life. He tore the book in half, exclaiming how many novels she had plagiarized. She just giggled, saying it wasn't meant as praise. She cheerfully offered him another copy. He begged her to be environmentally friendly and stop producing trash. Xingxing, observing, found it all too abnormal. Every time they were close to a breakthrough, they'd be off by a hair's breadth. The second female lead was clearly helping, but things weren't progressing. Even the definitive paternity test was problematic. It felt as if an invisible force was obstructing her. The show host spotted Xingxing and pointed her out to Bus Guangning. Bus Guangning ran to Xingxing, asking why she suddenly ran off. Weren't they supposed to discuss their act? Lu Kixi was gone too, and other groups had settled their acts, leaving just them. Xingxing, clutching her head, complained of a headache, muttering about Jiangqiu. Bus Guangning asked who Jiangqiu was, asserting his name was Zhang Ruoning. Xingxing dismissed Jiangqiu as just a character from Zhen Huan biography, not to worry about. The host and Bus Guangning were confused. What was Zhen Huan biography? The host mused that kids wouldn't understand it anyway. Bus Guangning had never even heard of it. Xingxing decisively asked the host, Zhao Zhongjai, to lend her a phone. Searching on the phone, Xingxing realized this novel world was not entirely consistent with her original world. Some things didn't align. But why then did Lu Kixi say those lines about the old Lu Kixi being dead and being replaced by the new, sparkling Lu Kixi? Though hard to believe, there was only one logical explanation. Could Lu Kixi be from the same world as her? Xingxing, now dressed in a different outfit with orange bows, met with her younger brother, Lin Yichen's biological son, who seems to be named Zio Jiu or similar based on context. Here he's little uncle to Bus. She asked if he brought what she wanted. He confirmed he had it all and asked if she wanted to inspect the goods. She put on sunglasses, gave a thumbs up, and coolly said no need. She trusted him and wouldn't treat him poorly after this. Her brother burst into tears, wailing that the contents of the box were half his fortune. If she hadn't said her stage play lacked props, he wouldn't have brought them. She calmly promised that the post-production team would add his prop sponsorships and drive traffic to his main account. He instantly perked up, calling her his great sage sister who helps even a chicken or dog ascend to heaven, a saying for when one person gets successful, their whole entourage benefits. She deadpanned that the idiom wasn't used that way. Bus Guangning, dressed as a prince, complained about the show's stinginess with props, forcing them to use existing ones. He snapped his fingers with a toy gauntlet, declaring he'd snap them. Lily, as a princess, held a wand. The brother looked on, slightly worried. The brother wistfully looked at a limited edition Transformer mechanical glove, sighing that he couldn't give it away. Bus Guangning snatched it, declaring he'd use this prop. The brother yelped for him to be careful. It was a limited edition and irreplaceable if broken. Lu Kixi, now in a sporty white and red outfit, wondered why there were no props related to Chang. The brother, exasperated, asked if they thought he was a treasure chest, expecting to get everything from him for free. Lin Yichen reassured her brother that normal costume expenses would be approved. She'd go downtown, with the show's vehicle, to procure costumes later. Her brother, crying again, clung to her, saying his sister was the most understanding. She pushed him away, telling him not to get his snot on her. Lu Kixi approached Lin Yichen and her brother, asking if Xingxing had called for him and why she wasn't there. Lin Yichen explained Xingxing had just taken some things and left. Bus Guangning mentioned Xingxing had been acting strangely since the day before, saying incomprehensible things. Lin Yichen wondered if Xingxing was troubled, realizing she hadn't paid much attention to her mood lately. The blonde boy offered to share his snacks with Xingxing, sure it would cheer her up. Lu Kixi mused that the failed paternity test must have hit Xingxing hard. Lin Yichen looked worried. Bus Guangning just said Xingxing was very sad. In a luxurious apartment, Lu Kixi was on the phone, instructing someone to check the paternity testing centers near Langbei village and see if any had funding issues. Then, she continued, they were to ruthlessly offer them a large sum of money, just needing them to do one small favor. It was simple. When she gave the signal, and a certain person came for a paternity test, they were to provide the result according to her instructions. She thought to herself, sorry Xingxing, doing this will also benefit you. You'll understand in the future. Suddenly, her phone rang. It was Director Liu from the testing center. The text overlay stated, so she was the mastermind behind sabotaging the paternity test. Liu Kixi answered. Director Liu frantically informed her that reporters had received a tip and were investigating their testing center. Liu Kixi, trying to remain calm while the others were in the background, asked what happened. Director Liu explained that morning, their center received a call from a male reporter. The reporter identified himself from Gossip Weekly, stating he had a tip that film emperor Duan Yunfeng had done a paternity test there, and the result was no biological relation. Director Liu tried to refuse, citing client privacy. The reporter, unfazed, said it didn't matter if he didn't talk, as he had reliable sources. He claimed a woman had suddenly come forward, alleging to be the mother of Duan Yunfeng's illegitimate child, and was threatening to demand hush money. Now the film emperor was preparing to sue the woman for fraud using their test report. Director Liu was stunned. The reporter continued, saying Director Liu might be subpoenaed to testify, but then someone else had leaked that their report was fake. The consequences of perjury, the reporter darkly hinted, would be severe, or perhaps, he suggested, he should just publish this explosive story first. He wondered how many hot searches it would generate. Director Liu begged him not to publish, admitting he was acting under instructions. The reporter coolly asked whose instructions. Director Liu confessed it was Nuoxy Group. Last month, they suddenly invested a large sum in one of their projects and asked him to do a small favor. Liu Kixi listened, her expression hardening. Director Liu pleaded that he was just following orders if he faced legal liability for a false report. Liu Kixi reassured him the reporter wouldn't extort him. There was no woman with an illegitimate child, but she was determined to find out where this reporter got his information and what his motive was. Director Liu then offered to forward the reporter's number, noting it seemed to be a real mobile number. Liu Kixi dialed the number. When it connected, she asked who it was and what their purpose was in calling the testing center. On the other end, her brother's voice, oblivious, was talking to Lily, admiring the color of her new limited edition Hatsune Miku collaboration guitar, cautioning her to be careful with it. Her brother, confused by Liu Kixi's question, said she must have dialed the wrong number and hung up. Liu Kixi was shocked. How could it be him? A flashback, her brother on the floor, being used as a plaything by the children. Lily asking him to lift her higher, Bus Guangning wanting to transform and fight aliens, and him complaining they were heavier than 5 bags of rice. Liu Kixi's imagination. Her brother, looking menacing, asking who gave them the courage to be presumptuous in front of him. Unruly children, he thought, should be treated as combustible waste and burned. Liu Kixi wondered if the call was really from him. This guy who looked like a total pushover, was he actually a white-cut black, appearing innocent but being cunning? Director Liu, who had apparently come over, stood by. She reasoned it probably wasn't him. His age didn't match. The reporter sounded around 35. Her brother, however, suggested they could find out by testing him. Liu Kixi asked what he meant. He smiled, holding up a phone, indicating a plan to give him a taste of his own medicine. Her brother was shown picking up cheap toys, regretting not bringing them earlier. His phone rang an unknown number. He answered. On the other end, Liu Kixi, using a voice changer, identified herself as the Municipal Anti-Fraud Center. She informed him that a call dialed from his phone that morning had been identified as a fraudulent call, and his number would be frozen according to regulations. Her brother panicked, insisting he hadn't made any calls that morning. Liu Kixi, as the operator, asked if his phone had perhaps left his possession around 10 a.m. that morning. He suddenly remembered. Ah, that morning my little niece borrowed my phone. She took the voice changer at the time, saying she tested it and it really changed the voice effect. Liu Kixi, listening, thought, voice changer. He continued, explaining that the child needed to rehearse a play and needed a voice changer for her role, so she might have accidentally dialed a number. He was suddenly cut off, wondering why they hung up. Director Liu exclaimed it was Xingxing. Xingxing made the call using a voice changer. Liu Kixi, processing this, asked if he meant Xingxing, the little girl who was so popular on the show. Lu Kixi mused. She'd only considered if Xingxing had leaked information to the reporter, not that she was asterisk the reporter. Director Lu found it impossible. Even if the voice was disguised, the calm demeanor and social experience displayed couldn't belong to a 5-year-old. Lu Kixi declared with conviction, she's not an ordinary 5-year-old girl. She is. Xingxing, wearing her orange boat outfit, suddenly appeared behind Lu Kixi, asking, Miss Luzai, what do you think I am? Xingxing smiled sweetly, asking if Lu Kixi had been talking about her. Lu Kixi, now sitting opposite Xingxing at a table, directly asked her to explain how she found out her scheme. Xingxing, with a knowing smile, credited Zhen Huan biography. Xingxing coolly informs the dark-haired girl that her knowledge of a certain drama, non-existent in this world's timeline, exposed her as a fellow transmigrator. She adds with a touch of smugness that the girl was careless. That drama hadn't even aired when this novel was being written. With a knowing look, Xingxing continues, stating that ever since the girl's arrival, things had taken a bizarre turn. She hadn't immediately called her out, needing to confirm two crucial details, the first being the girl's ultimate goal. The dark-haired girl, Lu Zixi, scoffs, questioning if Xingxing truly believes she's unraveled the mystery simply because of a voice changer. Xingxing confirms it, explaining that Lu Zixi's own past use of a voice changer for a live stream sparked the idea, leading her to borrow the device. A flashback shows a younger, blonde-haired Lu Zixi asking to borrow Man's, likely referring to Xingxing's father, Duan Yunfeng, by a nickname, phone to test a voice changer for an upcoming stage performance, sweetly requesting more screen time for her account in exchange. Xingxing reveals her next move. She searched online for the director's office number and called, posing as a reporter from a gossip weekly with a hot tip. Lu Zixi, with a slight smirk, acknowledges Xingxing's cleverness. She then prompts her for the second point she wanted to confirm. Xingxing poses her second question. How much did Lu Zixi know about her? And was she aware that Xingxing herself was also a transmigrator? Lu Zixi then deduces that Xingxing deliberately used Lin Han's phone to make the call, aiming to point the clues towards herself. Xingxing grins, confirming Lu Zixi's deduction. She rhetorically asks what Lu Zixi's reaction would be if all evidence pointed to an ordinary 5-year-old girl, an impossible scenario for anyone else. Lu Zixi inwardly acknowledges that Xingxing is no ordinary child. She knows. Lu Zixi, visibly annoyed but also impressed, admits that Xingxing's meticulous planning left no room for error, completely exposing her. Xingxing, seizing the advantage, demands that Lu Zixi now reveal her true identity. Lu Zixi, regaining her composure, poses a question instead. Did Xingxing remember who the original author of this novel was? Xingxing racks her brain, vaguely recalling a name sounding like Similu. A Chibai Lu Zixi playfully points out her name is Cao Mei Similu, challenging Xingxing to read it backward. Xingxing slowly sounds it out. Lu Mi, Zai Cao, realization dawns on her face as she connects it to Lu Zixi. Lu Zixi dramatically declares her true identity. She is indeed the original author of this novel, the creator of this very world, an almost godlike figure with strings controlling her characters. Xingxing is utterly flabbergasted. The original author, even the creator herself, had transmigrated into this world. This was a plot twist she hadn't seen coming. Aghast, Xingxing demands to know why. If Lu Zixi is the author, she would personally try to break up her own main couple characters that were supposedly her precious creations. Lu Zixi casually explains that cliché, angsty romance stories are outdated. Readers no longer buy into them. She was merely adjusting to current market tastes. Xingxing retorts, why not just write a new novel then, instead of meddling with a story that concluded 10 years ago? Lu Zixi sharply tells Xingxing to wake up, stating that Xingxing is the last person who has any right to question her. She declares that Xingxing is, in fact, the main culprit behind this whole mess. Xingxing is left speechless. Lu Zixi reveals that after Xingxing transmigrated into the novel, a new, automatically updated transmigration story appeared on her author page, one she couldn't delete or modify. She recalls her shock, wondering where this story even came from. The comment section of this new story was a dumpster fire of criticism. Readers lambasted the plot, questioning why the female lead would choose the scummy male lead again, why the author hadn't improved after 10 years, and demanding the male lead be written out. Lu Zixi explains that the low satisfaction rate for the new story angered the system god, and she was the one dispatched to fix everything, floating in a digital void, as the system command appeared. Lu Zixi clarifies to a now blindfolded-looking Xingxing. If it weren't for Xingxing's transmigration causing the new story to be published, this 10-year-old novel wouldn't be judged by current standards, and she wouldn't have been dragged into this world. Xingxing, with teary determination, states that if this is all her fault, she won't apologize. However, she vows not to let Lu Zixi change the original story and will do everything to stop her. Lu Zixi bursts into laughter at Xingxing's declaration. Xingxing, unnerved, asks what's so funny. Lu Zixi mockingly questions how Xingxing plans to stop her. Does she think knowing the plot from reading the novel is enough? Lu Zixi boasts that she created this entire world. She knows every plot development and critical juncture. Lu Zixi stands before a complex chart, musing that at the current pace, Duan Yunfeng will soon fully recover his memories based on the fragments surfacing in his mind. She decides she must intervene to prevent this. On the phone, Lu Zixi confidently states that as the creator, her characters have money and power. She can achieve any goal. She instructs someone to contact a top tech team to alter a 6-year-old's social media record. The scene shifts to Duan Yunfeng looking surprised at his phone, apparently at a fabricated memory of him with Lu Zixi from the past. Lu Zixi mentally gloats that she can predict their actions and is waiting for them to walk into her trap. Lu Zixi, dressed elegantly, smiles, thinking that as long as they do a paternity test, everything will be settled according to her plan. From her luxurious room, Lu Zixi orders someone to find the nearest paternity testing facility to Lihubei village, and then investigate any funding shortages they might have. Lu Zixi confidently explains her strategy. Most importantly, she understands each character, their weaknesses, and their obsessions. Lin Yidong's greatest obsession is Duan Yunfeng's philandering. Pairing him with Lu Zixi will only push Lin Yidong further away. Lin Yidong observes Lu Zixi and Duan Yunfeng interacting, noting how well they seem to get along. Lu Zixi internally smirks, thinking Duan Yunfeng is simple-minded and easily fooled. Just tell him it'll help win Lin Yidong back, and he'll lose all critical thinking. Duan Yunfeng, with a naive expression, thanks Lu Zixi for helping him come up with ideas, finding it reassuring to have someone to strategize with. Lu Zixi internally rolls her eyes. Xingxing, furious, accuses Lu Zixi of shamelessly exploiting their trust. Lu Zixi coolly replies that she's done far more than just this, and Xingxing will continue to witness her omnipotence in this world. Lu Zixi dismissively tells Xingxing she's just a 5-year-old who needs a voice changer to make calls. No matter how smart Xingxing is, she can't do anything. Xingxing retorts that by identifying Lu Zixi, she's proven Lu Zixi isn't invincible. Lu Zixi condescendingly replies she didn't want to tell Xingxing, but if she doesn't clarify, Xingxing will remain stubbornly misguided. Her hand reaches out. Suddenly, the world around them appears to shatter. Lu Zixi is pulled upwards. Xingxing shouts, asking what's happening. A system voice explains that if reader satisfaction continues to drop, leading to too many abandoned readers, the world will be completely destroyed. Lu Zixi, now composed again, asks if Xingxing sees. Even the slightest deviation from reader expectations can cause this world to collapse. A novel that readers are dissatisfied with has no reason to exist. Xingxing is horrified. Lu Zixi questions Xingxing's persistence. As the author, she doesn't mind changing the main couple, so why should an outsider like Xingxing care? Besides, Xingxing just wants to be a rich young lady. She can still join the Duan family if the female lead and the second male lead get together. Xingxing kneels in despair, haunted by the image of her parents happily together. She wonders if she should really give up, if she should just watch her parents be torn apart. Lu Zixi watches Xingxing's retreating figure, wondering if she has successfully intimidated her. Lu Zixi winks, pleased with herself. Has her meticulously crafted, crazy creator, big demon king, persona successfully taken root? Achibai Lu Zixi spins gleefully, internally praising herself as the great author Cao Mei Similu, who writes millions of words a year and can precisely manipulate even the most troublesome characters. Lu Zixi, now with a tearful, motherly expression while holding baby versions of Duan Yunfeng and Lin Yidong, tells Xingxing not to blame her. She's also being forced. As their birth mother, how could she bear to break them up? A flashback shows an enraged Lu Zixi at her computer, arguing with readers in the comment section who were slandering her son, Duan Yunfeng. She declares she even used alternate accounts to fight them, vowing to flame them into silence. Still in the flashback, Lu Zixi, unable to win the online arguments, resorts to deleting comments. Suddenly, she's zapped by the system god as punishment wondering what on earth is happening. A system message appears. Due to the author disrespecting reader opinions, the author is now dispatched into the book to revise the official couple. Please earnestly listen to reader opinions and increase reader satisfaction. Lu Zixi thinks about unsubscribing. Another system message flashes. No unsubscribe option. Execute the mission immediately. The system is clearly not taking no for an answer. Lu Zixi screams as she falls, or is pulled into the novel world. She awakens in a luxurious bed, surrounded by maids who respectfully greet the young miss and tell her to get up. She's utterly confused. Lu Zixi realizes she's become a cannon fodder female supporting character she herself wrote, a young miss whose family was even wealthier than the male leads. A 0% mission progress bar hovers nearby. Her extravagant settings have become real. She opens a vast wardrobe, marveling at the sheer volume of clothes. Lu Zixi, admiring a dress, is ecstatic. The luxurious feel, it's all real. These are all hers. A maid wonders if the young miss is acting a bit strange today, while a butler sagely remarks that the young miss must have her reasons. Lu Zixi kicks away the mission progress bar image, exclaiming to hell with system missions. Who would want to be a struggling writer when they could be an incredibly wealthy young miss? Suddenly, the room starts shaking violently. Lu Zixi panics, wondering if it's an earthquake. She asks the butler and maid if they didn't feel the earthquake. They look at her, bewildered, asking what earthquake she's talking about. Lu Zixi wonders if she's the only one who felt it, or if she's hallucinating. A system warning flashes. Attention, author. If you ignore the mission and cause reader dissatisfaction to remain low, this world will be completely destroyed. She's shocked. Lu Zixi, wiping a tear, laments that it's just changing the main couple. For an author, it should be as easy as flipping a hand. With renewed determination, Lu Zixi orders the butler to contact Duan Zesson, the general manager of Xingyun Entertainment Group. The servants readily agree. Duan Zesson is on the phone, discussing how the amusement park incident has been handled and that they should leverage it for publicity since it's free exposure. His phone rings with an unknown number. He answers curtly. Lu Zixi's voice on the other end says it doesn't matter who she is. What's important is that she can help him. Duan Zesson dismisses her, saying he doesn't need a loan, thank you. Lu Zixi clarifies it's not financial help. She's offering to help him pursue Lin Yidong. She points out Duan Yunfeng is close to recovering his memories and asks if he wants to watch them reconcile. Duan Zesson, now intrigued, demands to know who she is. Lu Zixi chuckles, asking if he's interested in meeting her now. She assures him she has the power and means to help him get together with Lin Yidong. Lu Zixi internally gushes over Duan Zesson, the second male lead she created based on her ideal type: handsome, rich, calm, intelligent, and deeply devoted. No wonder they say the male lead is for the female lead, and the second male lead is for the audience. Duan Zesson, meanwhile, tells security to deal with her. Lu Zixi, being dragged away, insists they shouldn't kick her out, that she can genuinely help him. Duan Zesson mutters about her being a mysterious crackpot who acts foolishly when offering solutions. Lu Zixi, back in her glamorous persona, reminds Duan Zesson about Xingxing, noting she's no ordinary 5-year-old. Lu Zixi, back to business, tells Duan Zesson to arrange for her to be a guest on the show. He asks, and then? She confidently replies she has her methods. He just needs to wait for her notification. Duan Zesson asks why she's helping him. Lu Zixi explains her transformation must be so significant he didn't recognize her. She is Duan Yunfeng's childhood friend, Lu Zixi. Duan Zesson recognizes her as the famous young miss from the Lu family. Lu Zixi declares she's returned to the country to reclaim what's hers. Helping him is helping herself. Internally, she apologizes to the original couple fans, admitting she's only saying this to gain his trust because she's a fan of the second male lead. Duan Zesson considers her proposal, then agrees to let her try. Lu Zixi is on the phone, confirming arrangements for Lin Yitong's shopping trip and visit to her teacher. Duan Zesson, on his end of the call, confirms everything is arranged and expresses hope that her methods won't disappoint him, as Lin Yidong walks away with shopping bags. Lin Yidong meets with her former teacher. He asks how her preparations for the readmission exam are going. She assures him that even though she hasn't been in school for years, she has never stopped studying. The teacher encourages her to take the exam boldly, asserting no one would dare stop her readmission. He then mentions that Duan Zesson, that brat, has been quite active. Lin Yidong asks if he means Brother Zesson. The teacher confirms it's him, explaining how that boastful brat shoved a school donation agreement at him, the condition being her readmission. Lin Yidong is surprised. Donation, a building. The teacher adds that Duan Zessen has always been exceptionally good to her. He asks if she remembers receiving scholarships when she was in school. Those were tailored for her by him. Lin Yidong is taken aback. Lin Yidong is stunned, realizing she never knew he had done so much for her. The teacher elaborates. Did she think scholarships with such specific requirements, a fashion design major, limited family background, were coincidences? It was clearly a pitfall designed to respect her pride. Lin Yidong passes by a milk tea shop, a nostalgic wave hitting her. It's the milk tea she loved during her school days, which Brother Zessen later bought out. Duan Zessen, in a flashback, explains to the shop owner that he bought it because it was closing down. He made the owner deliver, even if it was 50 kilometers away. Lin Yidong, in the present, sips the tea, noting it's still the familiar, comforting taste. Lin Yidong enters the shop, pleasantly surprised that it hasn't changed much. The female shopkeeper internally notes that Miss Lin has arrived, activating Level 1 Assistance Plan. Lin Yidong exclaims that even after so many years, the prices haven't increased. The shopkeeper proudly states it's a requirement from their big boss investor. A flashback to 6 years ago, the shopkeeper, flustered, asks Duan Zessen why he'd invest without wanting profit or allowing price increases. She wonders if he's interested in asterisk her asterisk. Duan Zessen explains that the person he likes loves their milk tea, and he doesn't want her to return to find only things changed and people gone. So nothing should change. The shopkeeper is touched. The shopkeeper tells Lin Yidong she thought he loved the tea himself. She adds that he's a grown man, drinking milk tea, and the boss even had her create a new milk tea named after the person he likes. Lin Yidong sees a new menu item, Jizi Huakai, gardenia blossoms, a play on Yidong's name which has tong that can relate to flowers trees. She wonders if it's possible Zessen knows another girl whose name has Jai or Tong. The shopkeeper swoons over what kind of fairy deserves such a devoted and wealthy man. Duan Zessen enters the shop. The shopkeeper gushes over her boss's daily dose of handsomeness. He dryly tells her to shut up. Lin Yidong softly calls out to Brother Zessen. Lu Zixi, observing from afar, presumably via her author powers, mentally notes that her plan is working. After learning what Zessen did for her in the past, Lin Yidong's heart is wavering. Lu Zixi, in full lecture mode with glasses and a pointer, ponders what it takes to sway Lin Yidong, who has liked Duan Yunfeng for 6 years. Step 1. Stop the silent guardian act. Let her know what you've done for her. Step 2. Confess your feelings directly. Duan Zessen internally states that now is not the time to confess. Lu Zixi, exasperated, declares this is the biggest difference in how he and Duan Yunfeng approach relationships. Lu Zixi explains that for Duan Yunfeng, confession is a call to attack. Once he's sure he likes someone, he charges forward. For Duan Zessen, confession is a ritual to confirm a relationship, only done when he's sure the other person likes him back. Lu Zixi emphasizes that Lin Yidong is extremely insecure. Without enough reassurance, she'll dismiss any hints as mere coincidence. She needs a clear, passionate, and firm confession. Lu Zixi leans in conspiratorially, telling Duan Zessen that Duan Yunfeng wins at this step. So, this time he must seize the opportunity. Duan Zessen, thoughtful, agrees it's worth a try. Lin Yidong is surprised to see Duan Zessen at the shop. He explains he heard she was back at school and came to see if she needed help with readmission. The shopkeeper silently cheers them on. Lin Yidong tells him there's no need. He's already helped her so much, both in the past and now. She feels she owes him too much. Duan Zessen insists she doesn't need to feel indebted. He did it all willingly. Duan Zessen sincerely tells her he just wants her to be happy. The shopkeeper is practically exploding with excitement, lamenting they're so close. Lin Yidong nervously asks Duan Zessen about the person the shopkeeper mentioned he liked. The shopkeeper, unable to contain herself, almost blurts out it's Lin Yidong. The shopkeeper, deciding the man is too hesitant, decides to drop a bombshell. She shouts that if he can't say it, she will. All the things their boss did were silently for Lin Yidong. He started liking her even before 6 years ago. The shopkeeper triumphantly throws confetti, announcing that everyone in the shop today is lucky and can bask in the celebratory mood. A banner unfurls, wishing the boss success in his confession. Duan Zessen, mortified, covers his face, apologizing and saying he didn't know they would do all this. Lin Yidong looks on, a little flustered but also touched. Duan Zessen, though embarrassed, admits the shopkeeper did indeed speak his heart. He asks Lin Yidong for her answer. Lin Yidong, flustered, tells Duan Zessen she's a bit confused right now, but promises to think about it seriously. He smiles gently and says he'll wait for her news. Later, Duan Zessen is on the phone with Lu Zixi, asking if she arranged the shopkeeper's dramatic confession. Lu Zixi admits it, reasoning that personalities don't change easily. If he couldn't confess smoothly, she naturally had to give him a push, otherwise, such a good opportunity would be wasted. He asks what opportunity. She explains it's a chance to repay a favor, getting the teacher and shopkeeper to help, letting Lin Yidong know how much he did. It's all to make her feel indebted so she can't directly refuse his confession. Lu Zixi explains that Lin Yidong has liked Duan Yunfeng for so long, it's impossible for her to suddenly like Duan Zessen. Therefore, some maneuvering is needed to sway her thinking. Duan Zessen remarks that Lu Zixi truly understands everyone's personalities. She confirms this with a naturally. Duan Zessen then tells Lu Zixi that she, however, doesn't understand what like truly means. Lu Zixi is surprised, asking what. Duan Zessen elaborates that Lin Yidong's like isn't about finding an answer beneficial to herself, but about considering the relationship. Using pressure and moral obligation like this won't lead to a genuine answer. That's why she didn't reply immediately, and he, in turn, is relieved. He doesn't want a second chance for this kind of self-serving approach. Lu Zixi is flabbergasted, exclaiming that she, a great author who writes millions of words a year, is being told she doesn't understand like. However, she internally admits that a character with their own thoughts and charm is indeed her ideal. Duan Yunfeng arrives at the filming location, sunglasses on, remarking so this is the place. He spots Xingxing and calls out, "Hey, kid." Duan Yunfeng approaches Xingxing, recognizing her as the little girl who became popular with him, and asks if her name is Xingxing. She curtly asks if he needs something. He asks if Duan Yunfeng is around, explaining he's here to return his car. Xingxing looks surprised. Return a car. The man explains that 6 years ago, he and Duan Yunfeng made a bet about chasing a woman. Duan Yunfeng failed, so he lost a car to him. He'd had enough fun with it and is returning it now. Xingxing is internally shocked, thinking how could he lose when he successfully pursued the female lead, her mother, and even had her. Xingxing, with sudden determination, declares she'll return it to him and snatches the keys. As Xingxing runs off with the keys, she thinks she must let the female lead, her mother, know. Even though he pursued her because of a bet, the male lead genuinely fell for her. He didn't want their feelings to be an absurd wager, so he'd rather lose the car and lie that he didn't succeed. Xingxing bursts in, calling for her mother. Lin Yidong, holding some clothes, asks what's wrong. Xingxing explains that an Uncle Duan said he made a bet with another uncle 6 years ago about pursuing a girl, lost, and gave him a car, and now he's here to return it. Lin Yidong calmly says okay, she'll have a staff member return it to him. Xingxing is internally frustrated, wondering why her mother isn't reacting. Isn't the female lead supposed to be very sensitive about the male lead pursuing her as a bet? Xingxing adds that it's quite a coincidence. The uncle Duan couldn't win over was also named Lin. Lin Yidong simply agrees, indeed. Lin Yidong gently asks Xingxing if she's gotten used to her father not being around for so many years. Xingxing replies that with her mom around, she doesn't mind at all, but she hopes someone can help share her mom's burdens. Xingxing then asks brightly if she's going to get a new dad. Lin Yidong internally reflects that perhaps she's been too stuck in the past, neglecting those who are genuinely good to her and Xingxing's feelings. Maybe it's time to let go. Xingxing is alarmed by her mother's words. Let go of the past. Does she mean letting go of the male lead? Why is she suddenly saying this? Xingxing walks away, dejected. She concludes the author must have done something to sway the female lead. She can't win against the author. It's impossible. Xiao Nian, another child actor, approaches Xingxing, asking what's wrong with her lately, looking so down. He clarifies he's not concerned about her, but worried she'll affect their group's performance. Xingxing dismissively tells him to do whatever he wants. Xiao Nian grabs her arm, saying he thought they were at least friends, and she could talk to him if something was wrong. Xingxing angrily retorts, what's the use of telling him? They're not even from the same world. He's just a character in a novel. Xingxing immediately regrets her outburst, wondering why she said all that to him. She tries to cover it up, claiming she was just practicing her lines, and the words sounded a bit heavy. Suddenly, Xiao Nian faints and falls towards her. She's shocked by his strong reaction. Xiao Nian opens his eyes, looking dazed. He sees Xingxing and murmurs her name, noticing her small arms and legs, recognizing her as the 6-year-old Xingxing. He asks if she has amnesia or doesn't recognize him. Zio Nyan realizes he has actually transmigrated, successfully returning to the time they were filming the parenting show. Xingxing, meanwhile, wonders if yet another person has transmigrated. Zio Nyan exclaims, Xingxing, I finally found you. Xingxing, confused, asks who he is and why he's looking for her. He tells her he's Zhang Ruoning. Xingxing, flustered, claims she doesn't know any Zhang Ruoning and tells him to let go of her. He remembers that at this time, they used to call him by his nickname, Ba Si Guangning. He formally reintroduces himself as the 26-year-old Ba Si Guangning. Xingxing is incredulous. How is that possible? Ba Si Guangning chuckles, asking why it's not possible. Isn't she also the 26-year-old Xingxing? Xingxing is shocked. You, how do you know? He continues, revealing he also knows she transmigrated, that her father is the movie star Duan Yunfeng, and her mission is to reunite her parents. Xingxing cuts him off, saying, Stop, stop. All right, I tentatively believe you. Xingxing then asks what his purpose is for transmigrating here. He solemnly tells her that the you from 21 years in the future becomes a person in a vegetative state. Xingxing is utterly horrified by this revelation. What? A glamorous image of the adult 26-year-old Xingxing appears, a beloved princess, a super popular actress, the fiancée of the Dai Hao Group heir, and the national sweetheart. Xingxing shouts, Wait, fiancé of the Dai Hao Group heir, what's that about? Ba Si Guangning proudly explains that he is the heir and she is his fiancée. He emphasizes it's true love, not some contract marriage or family alliance. Xingxing is aghast, realizing her official match is this asterisk kid. This is an even bigger blow than her parents being broken up by the author. Ba Si Guangning, looking dejected in chibai form, doesn't understand her reaction, saying their engagement was blessed by the whole world, with trending searches for a whole month. Ba Si Guangning sadly recounts that they were supposed to smoothly enter the wedding hall, but on the eve of their wedding, she fell down the stairs and became a vegetable. A maid screams for the young miss. Despite exhausting the top medical resources, they couldn't wake her up. He prayed countless times, begging any higher power to take him to her consciousness. Then, he entered a void where he learned her consciousness had transmigrated to her 6-year-old self and lost her memories. Ba Si Guangning happily tells Xingxing that the system god is trustworthy and indeed sent him to her side. Xingxing, however, tells him he hasn't found the 26-year-old Xingxing, but someone from another dimension. He's found the wrong person. Xingxing, with a pained expression, thinks she can't tell him the truth. It would be too cruel. She'll have to let him accept it gradually. She then asks if he knows this world is just a novel. He nonchalantly replies that he knows. Xingxing is surprised he has no reaction, pressing that they are just novel characters, manipulated beings. Ba Si Guangning asserts that all his actions stem from his own will. He doesn't feel manipulated. Perhaps their lives were simply recorded and turned into a novel. Xingxing inwardly notes this is definitely not the 6-year-old Ba Si Guangning. He lacks this level of emotional stability and deep thought. He grabs her hand, urging her to come back with him to 20 years later. He'll call the system God right now. Xingxing stops him, explaining that his future is based on the original timeline. Now, the male and female leads aren't necessarily together, so his ending with her will also change. He retorts it's impossible. Her parents love each other so much. They're the model couple of the entertainment industry. How could they not end up together? Xingxing explains that the author of this novel has also transmigrated and wants to break up her parents. If readers are dissatisfied, this world will completely collapse. Ba Si Guangning argues that reader dissatisfaction is just about a bad plot direction. The couple is a result of the plot. As long as the plot is exciting enough, reader satisfaction can still be increased. Xingxing has a lightbulb moment, exclaiming, Right, how did I not think of that approach? Ba Si Guangning recalls that his mother agreed to let him continue filming the show and even sent people to protect him secretly. His mother is shown fiercely vowing to arrange a security team, while his father dramatically pledges to protect the young master with his life. Xingxing points out that in their current 5-year-old bodies, how can they fight against that crazy original author? Ba Si Guangning confidently calls out, Come out. A bodyguard promptly appears, bowing and saying, Young master, you called me. Xingxing is hilariously shocked by this display of what the heck. Ba Si Guangning explains that the bodyguard obeys his every command. She can order him to do anything she wants. Xingxing wonders why it feels like petting a husky. Ba Si Guangning earnestly tells Xingxing that whatever her wish is, he will help her realize it, and then they will return to the future together. Xingxing feels a surge of hope. She's no longer fighting alone. Xingxing clenches her fist, a plan forming. Good, I actually have a direction in mind, and I need him to run an errand for me to find someone. Duan Yunfeng and Lu Zixi are shown in matching outfits. A child points, exclaiming they're wearing couple outfits. Lu Zixi explains it's for the show's effect, to fit their pretend couple setting. Xingxing tells Lu Zixi she doesn't need to try and show off. She has already given up. Lu Zixi smiles, saying it's good that Xingxing can think it through, suggesting they create a new win-win direction together. Lu Zixi turns to Ba Si Guangning, asking if he's angry with her. Xingxing quickly whispers to Ba Si Guangning that his transmigration is a secret weapon. He should subtly disguise it, and not let Lu Zixi find out. He asks how to disguise it. Ba Si Guangning puffs his chest, saying he's the best. Xingxing tells him to think of his 5-year-old self and act childishly. He protests that he's now the CEO of a multi-billion-dollar global unicorn tech company. How can she ask him to act like a little brat? Xingxing deadpans that his arrogant, stinky attitude hasn't changed a bit. The director calls everyone to assemble. The recording is about to begin. All the parents and children gather. The host announces that Lihubei village, where they are, is famous for its rich produce. To encourage the children to connect with nature, they will play a fruit and vegetable guessing game. The host explains the rules. Each group sends one child to touch and name the fruits vegetables in a box. Each child gets 5 chances. Each correct guess earns 1,000 yuan towards performance fees, with the fee pool accumulating to 10,000 yuan. Duan Yunfeng, without a child partner, wonders how he's supposed to participate. The host clarifies that any remaining money in the fee pool goes to movie star Duan. Duan Yunfeng jokingly begs the children to show mercy and leave him some way to survive. The host adds that adults can give hints from the side, but only using body language. The game begins. One child asks what this is, saying he doesn't know and can only guess if it's made into food for him to smell. Another child wonders if the bumpy thing is corn. Ba Si Guangning effortlessly names potato, carrot and mango, racking up points. Xingxing pulls Ba Si Guangning aside, whispering for him to pretend. Does a 5-year-old young master know so many vegetables? He protests that if he can't recognize them, his father-in-law, he means Uncle Duan, made things difficult for him back then. Xingxing insists he go easy, save some funds for Xiao Yuan and Lily. He reluctantly agrees, telling her to let go first. Ba Si Guangning then pretends he can't guess. The host announces it's time for Lu Zixi's hint, and she strikes a pose. Ba Si Guangning still says he can't understand and can't guess. Lu Zixi is shocked that her incredibly expressive performance failed to convey the message. Another child, Lily, reaches into the box, wondering what the pointy thing is. Her father, Xiao Jian, mimes peeling and eating a banana, and she correctly guesses banana, earning 1,000 points. The child Xiao Yuan is up. His father, Sha Hai, looks puzzled. Duan Yunfeng whispers advice on how to hint. The host announces Sha Hai's hint time. Sha Hai makes a cute, pouting face. Xiao Yuan thinks his father's apple cheek hint must be useful, but hopes he's not being tricked. Xiao Yuan guesses, selling cuteness. Apple, oh I know it's mango. The host declares the answer wrong. Duan Yunfeng smirks while Sha Hai looks horrified. Xingxing and Ba Si Guangning comment on the childish father-in-law. Duan Yunfeng is amused by Sha Hai's deliberate attempt to sabotage his own son. Xingxing sighs that Xiao Yuan didn't get any points. What a pity. Xingxing has an idea. She steps forward saying she'll help hint. She calls out apple, and Xiao Yuan immediately repeats it. The other kids wonder how he guessed so easily. Xiao Yuan thanks Sister Xingxing profusely. She coolly replies, "You're welcome." Ba Si Guangning notes her caring nature hasn't changed. The game ends. The host announces the final scores. Ba Si Guangning's team earned 3,000 yuan, Lily's 2,000 yuan, Xiao Yuan's 1,000 yuan, and movie star Duan gets 4,000 yuan. Duan Yunfeng is pleased, thinking he did nothing and got the most money, feeling a bit embarrassed but also like a Chinese letter Chinese letter Chinese letter Chinese letter, someone who wins by doing nothing. The director announces that everyone's program preparations are unknown, but in 3 days, they will organize the first mini-test, where the friend group, audience judges, will watch the rehearsal and give opinions. Duan Yunfeng exclaims that his program hasn't even been decided yet. Duan Yunfeng confidently tells the director that he's in charge of how this 6,000 yuan fee is used. The director hesitantly agrees. Of course, but Duan Yunfeng discreetly slips money to the director, telling him to find some extras to act as his friend group. The director, aghast, exclaims that the funds aren't meant to be used like that. An older staff member holds up a red card, issuing a warning from the organizing committee. Duan Yunfeng argues, what else can he do? He can't let his father know that the top movie star, a box office guarantee, doesn't even have a stage partner. The director tells him to go find a partner then. The older staff member mentions that if Duan Yunfeng really can't find anyone, he actually has someone in mind. Duan Yunfeng is intrigued. Really. They arrive at the Lihubei Village Dance Troupe Activity Center. The village elder is delighted at the offer to buy new dance costumes for his troupe. Duan Yunfeng clarifies the condition. They have to choreograph a performance for this young man, himself. The dance troupe ladies strike a pose, exclaiming that it's a piece of cake for their girl group. Duan Yunfeng is horrified. They want him to do square dancing. The village elder proudly states their village dance team has fought many battles and won more square dancing competition trophies than Duan Yunfeng has movie star awards. The ladies recognize Duan Yunfeng as a movie star, one recalling seeing his drama, another saying he's the guy on her daughter's poster. Duan Yunfeng, however, thinks it's better to just sing and dance badly. He can't involve these aunties. He can take the folksy route, but not to this extent. His fans would kill him. The village elder assures him they'll train him intensively for 2 days. Even if his legs are crippled, they'll choreograph a number for him. The aunties enthusiastically drag a protesting Duan Yunfeng towards a tree. He screams for the village chief to save him. Duan Yunfeng's wail echoes across the village. I don't want to do square dancing. Lily approaches her mother, Miss Zhang, with an invitation, saying she wants to invite her mother to be part of the friend group for this mini-test. Miss Zhang tells Lily they will contact people on her list of preferred attendees, but whether they can come depends on their own schedules. Lily, having decided to communicate honestly with her mother, becomes braver. She thinks this is the spirit of rocking out, unafraid of difficulties and unyielding. She's determined to impress her mom at the mini-test. Xingxing asks Bossy Guangning if, in his timeline, Lily's mother came to watch the show and understood Lily. He coyly refuses to give spoilers. Bossy Guangning explains that if this is a novel world, and he tells her in advance, won't the lack of anticipation and surprise affect reader satisfaction? Xingxing is amazed that the once mischievous kid has become such a cautious and meticulous adult. Xingxing suggests he whisper it to her, and they can test if the readers can hear. Bossy Guangning pinches her cheek, telling her she's also a mature adult now, so she shouldn't be so curious. Xingxing yelps in pain. Xingxing muses that having a fellow transmigrator to discuss things with is actually quite relaxing. Bossy Guangning wonders who he knows in this world. Duan Yunfeng is being dressed in traditional Chinese attire by the enthusiastic aunties. One exclaims that he looks great in their team uniform. Others agree that young people should wear colorful clothes, and that clothes indeed make the man. He looks much more energetic. He internally wonders if he came on the show just to add to his embarrassing history. His phone rings. One auntie urges him to try on a skirt. He answers, yes, Duan Yunfeng. Relieved, he thinks this call saved him from a huge predicament, thanking his bro. The voice on the other end, Lu Zixi, says he wouldn't be thanking her if he knew why she was calling. He asks who it is. Lu Zixi tells Duan Yunfeng that if he doesn't want her to expose his love life, he should give her 1 million yuan, or she'll sell the scoop to the paparazzi. He scoffs, love life. Are you talking about me, single for 28 years, 6 years in the industry with 0 scandals, having a love life I don't even know about? Lu Zixi tells him to keep playing tough. She knows he protects her very well. If it weren't for the recent trending topic, she wouldn't have known their underground relationship has lasted for 6 years. He demands to know what on earth she's talking about, threatening to hang up if she keeps speaking in riddles. Lu Zixi drops the bomb. She has proof of his 6-year romance with Lin Yidong. If he doesn't pay, she'll give it to the paparazzi. The name Lin Yidong clearly startles him. Duan Yunfeng, with a steely gaze, asks if it's money she wants. Fine, bring the evidence and meet me. Duan Yunfeng waits at a table, wondering if there's truly a past connection with Lin Yidong. Will this be another dead end, like the paternity test? A man approaches, greeting him after a long time. The man, Wu Xingyang, waves casually and asks if Duan Yunfeng has the money he wants ready. Duan Yunfeng asks who he is. Wu Xingyang replies it's normal not to remember a small fry like him after 6 years. Wu Xingyang introduces himself as the owner of the convenience store where Lin Yidong worked 6 years ago. A hidden camera blinks nearby. Xingxing and Ba Si Guangning are secretly observing via laptop. He praises her. saying thankfully everything went according to her plan, and they successfully got the two to meet. She notes it's lucky they met at the resort invested by Dai Hao Group in Lihubei Village. Otherwise, they'd have to find another way to eavesdrop. Xingxing reiterates her plan. She has a direction and needs boss Si Guangning to help her find someone. Xingxing explains she saw Lin Yidong's commemorative photo album. They got engaged at the convenience store. If they can find the store clerk or owner, there must be clues. Boss Si Guangning assures her that finding someone is easy for the Dai Hao group. He's got it covered. The bodyguard stands stoically. Xingxing asks Boss Si Guangning if the bodyguard isn't curious why. Boss Si Guangning explains the bodyguard is sworn to protect young master Boss Si Guangning, obeys all his orders, and never asks unnecessary questions. Xingxing gives a thumbs up, remarking no wonder ancient emperors trusted their loyal subordinates. The bodyguard reports on the phone that he's found Wu Xingyang, who apparently suffered investment losses and owes millions. Wu Xingyang is shown sitting dejectedly on a park bench. The bodyguard confirms he understands. The bodyguard approaches Wu Xingyang, introducing himself as a reporter from a gossip weekly, and asks if he recognizes a person named Lin Yidong. Wu Xingyang gruffly denies knowing her and tells him to get lost. The bodyguard remarks it's a pity. She and movie star Duan were on a trending search recently. They found out the two had contact 6 years ago, and Lin Yidong once worked at his convenience store. Wu Xingyang asks why he's investigating these things. The bodyguard explains that if there's a lead proving the movie star had an underground romance 6 years ago, it would be a sensational scoop, bringing them massive traffic. Wu Xingyang nervously insists he doesn't know her, and it has nothing to do with him. The bodyguard hands Wu Xingyang a card, saying if he has any leads, to contact him for a generous reward. The bodyguard calls Xingxing, asking what to do if Wu Xingyang doesn't contact him. Xingxing confidently replies he definitely won't contact the bodyguard. He'll take the evidence straight to the male lead, Duan Yunfeng, to extort a hefty sum. Xingxing smiles, explaining this is their true objective. Wu Xingyang tears up the bodyguard's card, thinking why should he let a middleman profit from such valuable information. Wu Xingyang tells Duan Yunfeng he bought his phone number from a scalper and contacted him directly. Duan Yunfeng, impatient, tells him to stop the storytelling and show him the evidence. Wu Xingyang proudly presents a photo of Duan Yunfeng and Lin Yidong, explaining he helped them take it back then, and his phone automatically backed it up to his cloud album. Duan Yunfeng scoffs, questioning what a photo proves with today's advanced photo editing technology. He stands up, dismissing Wu Xingyang. Did he think he could extort him with a photoshopped picture and a fabricated story? He must think Duan Yunfeng is incredibly naive. Xingxing groans in frustration. It's all Lu Zixi's fault for using a photoshopped picture to confuse the male lead. Now he won't easily believe photographic evidence. Wu Xingyang hastily stops Duan Yunfeng, claiming he has more evidence. He shows a video on his phone where Duan Yunfeng is telling Lin Yidong to stop working and go on a date, and she replies to talk after she gets off work. Wu Xingyang explains that 6 years ago, things were stolen from the store. When he reviewed the surveillance footage from that week, he found many clips of Duan Yunfeng and Lin Yidong. Duan Yunfeng snatches the phone. As he watches the videos, fragments of memories flash through his mind, him with Lin Yidong, looking happy, intimate moments. Duan Yunfeng clutches his head, overwhelmed. Are these memories real or fake? The phone slips from his grasp. Xingxing and Boss Si Guangning, watching intently, wonder if his memory is about to be restored. A vivid memory surfaces. Duan Yunfeng in a car, desperately asking Lin Yidong why she's suddenly breaking up with him, refusing to accept it. He tries to stop her from leaving, shouting her name. Then, the screech of tires and a car crash. He wakes up in a hospital bed, doctors around him. He vaguely recalls a car accident, searching for someone, but he can't remember who. Duan Yunfeng gasps, covering his mouth. He remembers everything now. He had amnesia after the car accident and forgot Lin Yidong. Wu Xingyang asks if he's okay. What's with the muttering? Duan Yunfeng suddenly asks Wu Xingyang about the black card he gave him when he bought the convenience store. Wu Xingyang confirms Lin Yidong took it back and returned it to Duan Yunfeng, then nervously asks if he's trying to extort him now. Duan Yunfeng touches his chin, relieved. The memories in his head are correct. They aren't jumbled or false. Xingxing and Boss Si Guangning high-five excitedly. Dad's memory is restored. Wu Xingyang, holding out an envelope, says since Duan Yunfeng has admitted to the black card incident, he's not planning to deny it anymore, right? If he's afraid of exposure, there's 1 million inside. Wu Xingyang is shocked by the amount. So straightforward. Duan Yunfeng states this money is an investment in him. If he loses it, it's a failed investment. If he wins, Wu Xingyang gives him dividends. Wu Xingyang is confused. Why, I'm extorting you. Duan Yunfeng replies that extortion leads to prison. Although Wu Xingyang was lazy and petty in the past, he did take care of Lin Yidong. He doesn't want him to go down the wrong path. Wu Xingyang is deeply moved, promising to be a good businessman and a good person in the future. Duan Yunfeng tells him if he truly wants to thank him, he should do him a favor. Wu Xingyang eagerly asks what it is. He'll do anything. Xingxing, watching, tearfully comments on how quickly he turned into a loyal underling. Duan Yunfeng now firmly believes Xingxing must be his daughter. The previous paternity test must have been tampered with. Someone is secretly preventing their family reunion. He thinks he knows who it is. A flashback, Lin Yidong on the phone with Chairman Duan Yunfeng's father, telling him she will cut off contact with Duan Yunfeng and he doesn't need to test her anymore. Wu Xingyang is seen in the background. Duan Yunfeng has an epiphany. Wu Xingyang was his father's spy planted by his side. That's why he was given a fake paternity test result. Duan Yunfeng tells Wu Xingyang he can't trust the people around him anymore and asks him to help arrange another paternity test. Wu Xingyang readily agrees, proclaiming his willingness to go through fire and water for movie star Duan. Xingxing sighs. How come he's even more of a sycophant than me? Ba Si Guangning advises her not to get competitive about such things. A staff member approaches Duan Yunfeng, reminding him that he still hasn't submitted the list for his friend group for the mini-test. Duan Yunfeng looks at the blank list, thinking that since it's his old man causing trouble, it's better to deal with it sooner rather than later. Xingxing whispers to Ba Si Guangning that the troublemaker is Lu Zixi, but old man Duan is suspecting Grandpa Duan. He's completely on the wrong track. She adds that speaking of which, Grandpa Duan dotes on him the most. It was Grandpa who arranged his transfer when this variety show became a hit. Xingxing recognized the boy instantly, a jolt of surprise hitting her. Had her charm worked on him this early in the game, she couldn't quite believe it. A mischievous glint appeared in her eyes. Well, since things were already in motion, she might as well fan the flames. She eagerly anticipated the chaos that would unfold when these individuals met. Writing down Basie Kindergarten student and Basie Kindergarten principal, she grinned. Meanwhile, Duan Yunfeng was on the phone, a serious expression on his face as he stood outdoors. He cut straight to the chase, asking if the results were in. The voice on the other end confirmed that, yes, the results clearly showed Xingxing was indeed his daughter. Relief washed over Duan Yunfeng. His suspicions were finally, unequivocally confirmed. He mused that before a full confrontation with his father, he couldn't just casually acknowledge Xingxing. Who knew what his old man would do? Just then, Xingxing, looking utterly disgusted, pointed out something sticky and unpleasant in Basigwang's hair. Duan Yunfeng, who was apparently nearby, and also got some of the sticky substance on him from Xingxing's attempt to get it off Basigwang, winced in pain, telling her to be gentler. He clenched his fist, internally vowing to control his overwhelming paternal affection for Xingxing. It was a tough battle, this sudden rush of fatherly love. Xingxing shrieked that her hair was getting pulled out as Basigwang tried to untangle whatever was stuck between them. He grumbled that it was all stuck together and wouldn't come apart without force. Suddenly, Duan Yunfeng, with a look of manic determination, appeared on a bicycle seemingly out of nowhere, pedaling furiously towards the children. Basigwang looked up in confusion. Basigwang was unceremoniously scooped up and sent flying into the air. So much for controlling that paternal love. It seemed to have a mind of its own. The MC for the Village Talent show announced with gusto that the mini-exam was officially starting, gesturing towards the stage. A man in traditional attire stood with a young blonde boy, presenting a riddle. He met an iceberg by the river in Bebe Village. How much was it? The boy confidently guessed it was a trick question. Basigwang, from the audience, quipped it was 1 mao, because it was just the tip of the iceberg. The blonde kid looked utterly unimpressed by the pun. One judge, a comedian named Zioyuan's dad, criticized their crosstalk performance, deeming it unprofessional. Another audience member clarified they weren't crosstalk performers, but comedians whose act was asterisk about asterisk crosstalk. The comedian dad continued his critique, suggesting their performance lacked exaggeration, and their stage presence wasn't dignified or stable enough. His fellow judge, the crosstalk actor, countered that his asterisk image wasn't dignified enough. The comedian, now agitated, offered to write a 648 verse for them on the spot. The crosstalk actor, equally fired up, challenged him to add a tongue-twister segment. The MC, getting annoyed, suggested maybe they should add a harmonious chord to their bickering. The young blonde boy pleaded with them to stop arguing. The two judges, now in perfect angry agreement, shouted that harmonious chords were a definite minus. The blonde boy sighed, wiping his brow, relieved they'd finally found common ground, even if it was anger. The MC, ever the professional, announced the next act, Heartfelt Bloom. Lily, on stage with her bass guitar, looked a bit disheartened. Her mother hadn't come after all, but she resolved that there would be other chances for her mom to see her perform. With a surge of determination, Lily began to play, declaring her strong soul and invincible armor would break through all barriers and misunderstandings. The crowd went wild. Lily wondered if music, which could transcend styles, could also bridge the gap with her mother. Just then, Lily's mother, Lin Yidong, arrived, apologizing to the event organizer for her flight delay. The organizer was shocked she'd flown for 12 hours just for this. Lin Yidong finally made it to the performance area, just in time to see Lily on stage. Lily looked up and saw her. Mom. Lin Yidong was stunned. She asked Lily, wasn't she supposed to be playing the violin? Lily, with tears in her eyes, declared that this was the music she loved, and she wanted her mother to hear her true voice. Lin Yidong's expression softened into a smile. She finally understood. She thanked Lily for being willing to share her true feelings with her. The MC then announced the next performance, a stage play titled, After Landing on the Moon, I joined forces with Chang to fight monsters. On stage, Basigwang, dressed as an astronaut, aimed a toy gun, shouting freeze, and eat my ion cannon, at another child dressed in white robes as Chang. The audience of children cheered enthusiastically. One yelled for Buzz Lightyear Basigwang to go. Another rooted for Sister Chang not to lose. Xingxing, holding a sign that read limited budget, please use your imagination, looked on with a deadpan expression, while another child urged them to kick the monster off the moon. Duan Yunfeng, observing from the side, found the performance utterly chaotic and full of taboos. Meanwhile, the MC announced the performance was over and invited everyone to offer their opinions. A man in a suit, presumably a feng shui enthusiast, pointed at a rocket prop, declaring it was in an inauspicious position. He insisted it needed to be moved because being uniquely tall in the middle signified a downturn in fortune. The kids in the audience had their own, more pressing questions. One wondered if the alien monster would smell like barbecue if hit by a laser. Another asked why Sister Chang wasn't wearing a space helmet to breathe. A third questioned if Sister Chang could fly because there was no gravity on the moon. Basigwang, as the astronaut, told them not to ask such scientifically rigorous questions. Xingxing, overhearing this, thought it was incredible how such a neurotic person could exist. The MC announced the final act, Sword Shadow Dance, presented by Best Actor Duan and the Beibei Village dance team. As the performance concluded, the MC invited the friends and family delegation to share their opinions. Duan Yunfeng tensed, wondering if that damned old man, his father, was about to say something to embarrass him. The MC specifically addressed Mr. Duan Sr., asking for his opinion on Best Actor Duan's program. Mr. Duan Sr. was overcome with emotion, tears streaming down his face. A tough man crying, unheard of. He explained, his voice thick with emotion, that the performance reminded him of his early days, starting from scratch, selling CDs on the street. He hawked his wares. Latest CDs, only 10 yuan, you won't regret it. Back then, he reminisced, square dancing was just getting popular, and these kinds of music CDs sold the best. The image showed him with a 100 energetic songs sign. As square dancing evolved, his life improved, and he never mentioned that part of his past again in front of others. He concluded, looking at his son, that he rarely reminisced, but today he hoped Duan Yunfeng wouldn't forget his roots and the peak years when they started Xingyun Group. Duan Yunfeng, looking small and chastened, agreed meekly. A director whispered to his cameraman, asking if he got all that. This was prime material for Xingyun Group's history, an exclusive for financial media. Duan Yunfeng's father, overhearing, dryly commented that the director had money on his mind. Later, Duan Yunfeng, his father, and his assistant Wu Ming walked along a path. His father remarked that he was surprised Duan Yunfeng initiated a talk today. Usually, he couldn't stand even a few words from him. Duan Yunfeng, looking serious, stated he didn't want to waste time and bluntly told his father to stop meddling in his life. His father feigned ignorance, asking when he had ever meddled. Duan Yunfeng confronted him, asking if he'd forgotten what he did. 6 years ago, if it weren't for him, would he and Lin Yidong, and their daughter Xingxing, have been separated for 6 long years? Wu Ming gasped in shock, realizing Xingxing was the young master's and Miss Lin's daughter. Duan Yunfeng accused his father of instructing Wu Ming to give him a fake paternity test. Otherwise, he would have recovered his memories much sooner. His father asked if his memory had returned. Wu Ming, flustered, stammered, wondering when he was instructed to do such a thing. The father defended his past actions, claiming he advised them to break up for the greater good, believing their vast difference in status meant they wouldn't be happy. Duan Yunfeng retorted angrily that his happiness wasn't for his father to define. Duan Yunfeng declared he wasn't there to argue, but to inform him he was getting back together with Lin Yidong. If his father interfered again, he would sever their father-son relationship. His father scoffed, questioning if he was sure Lin Yidong would even want to be with him. His father pointed out that while Duan Yunfeng had amnesia, Lin Yidong didn't. Why hadn't she sought him out? Duan Yunfeng angrily told him it was none of his business. Wu Ming nervously tried to stop them from arguing. Duan Yunfeng, furious, turned on Wu Ming, calling him a traitor. He'd trusted him, and all along Wu Ming was his father's spy. He told Wu Ming to go be his father's assistant. Wu Ming frantically tried to explain that it wasn't true, he hadn't done it. Duan Yunfeng walked away. His father grumbled about his son's stubborn temper, not listening to reason. Wu Ming approached Mr. Duan Sr., asking if he was looking for him. Mr. Duan Sr. confirmed, asking if he'd filmed what he was asked to. Wu Ming, recognizing Mr. Duan Sr., suddenly realized his connection to Xingxing and Beisiguang's kindergarten principal. Mr. Duan Sr. asked if he was discovered. Wu Ming assured him he was careful, and no one found out. Mr. Duan Sr. then asked suspiciously what they were illegally filming. Wu Ming clarified he'd filmed everything as instructed. Wu Ming showed him his phone. A super clear, filter-free, direct shot of Miss Xingxing's stage play. He then realized it was just a recording of Xingxing's performance. Mr. Duan Sr., looking at the footage, fumed about his granddaughter being an extra. He pulled out a wad of cash, demanding they make Xingxing the main character. Wu Ming, however, informed him that this time, bringing money into the group wasn't allowed, and if they were to compete with money, the other two could outspend him. Mr. Duan Sr. huffed, dismissing the small village stage. He declared he wouldn't compete for this. He'd get Xingxing on a bigger stage later. He seemed to think Mr. Duan Jr. was considering it deeply. He then instructed Wu Ming to post the video to Xingxing's fan group to build some hype. Wu Ming was flabbergasted. Mr. Duan Sr. was in Xingxing's fan group. Wu Ming clutched his head in despair, exclaiming he'd learned too many secrets today and worried he might be silenced. Mr. Duan Sr., now in a gentler mood, asked if Xingxing was adjusting well at kindergarten and if anyone was bullying her. Wu Ming reassured him that everything was fine. Miss Xingxing was now the most popular kid in kindergarten, her words carrying more weight than the teacher's. He recalled Xingxing easily quieting a group of noisy children. Mr. Duan Sr. beamed with pride, declaring that she was his granddaughter, after all. His worries about arranging her school transfer were unnecessary. Suddenly, Duan Yunfeng reappeared, questioning if his father was the one who arranged Xingxing's transfer. Duan Yunfeng pressed further, asking if it was true his father had been secretly helping Xingxing all along. His father, flustered, asked why he had come back. Through binoculars, we see Duan Yunfeng retorting that it was none of his business. Nearby, another man, best actor Duan Yunfeng's brother, Duan Zexi, listened in with headphones, a smirk on his face. He noted that everything was proceeding according to their plan, with Xingxing and Beisiguang beside him. Duan Yunfeng, enraged, kicked the air, fuming that his old man dared to look down on him while his own family was perfect. His phone buzzed with a message notification. He looked at his phone, puzzled. Wasn't that Xingxing's kindergarten principal? He wondered if his father was pressuring the principal to kick Xingxing out of kindergarten. His eyes narrowed with determination. If anyone dared to bully Xingxing, even if it was his own father, he wouldn't let them off the hook. Duan Yunfeng reappeared before his father again, demanding an explanation. His father, flustered, clutched his head, wondering who on earth sent that message. A small image of Xingxing winking mischievously appeared, labeled your precious granddaughter. Duan Yunfeng, with a knowing smirk, accused his father of having long since accepted Xingxing as his granddaughter and deliberately playing tough. Wu Ming, seeing his chance, chimed in, confirming that Mr. Duan Sr. cared deeply for Miss Xingxing. He had not only arranged her transfer and paid for special security, but also had Wu Ming send regular weekly and monthly reports. Terrified she'd be bullied, Duan Yunfeng was visibly moved, realizing how much his father had done behind his back. Mr. Duan Sr. grumbled at Wu Ming, asking why he wasn't keeping it a secret. Wu Ming, adjusting his glasses, stated that he'd checked the old almanac, and today was a good day for honesty. Mr. Duan Sr. admitted it, declaring proudly that he acknowledged Xingxing, and his granddaughter had his style. Duan Yunfeng then questioned if it was necessary to do all this secretly. Wouldn't it be better to just bring her home openly? His father retorted that Xingxing was Xingxing, and Lin Yidong was Lin Yidong. Lin Yidong was still far from being accepted into their Duan family. Duan Yunfeng countered, asking what was so great about the Duan family, asserting he had faith in Lin Yidong, and her future achievements would surpass his father's. Mr. Duan Sr. dismissively told him it had nothing to do with him and that he should focus on winning Lin Yidong back first. Duan Yunfeng shot back that as long as his father didn't interfere, they'd reconcile immediately. His father insisted he hadn't interfered, believe it or not, and walked off with Wu Ming. Duan Yunfeng, fuming, muttered that his old man should just wait until his family of three was reunited, then he'd show him. Duan Yunfeng, feeling utterly confused, told Wu Ming that he had no connection with Mr. Duan Sr., so the paternity test he received must have been fake. He then demanded to know who was really stirring up trouble, offering Wu Ming a chance to redeem himself by investigating the true culprit. Wu Ming, however, cried out that he was the one being wronged and had nothing to redeem. Duan Yunfeng placed a hand on Wu Ming's shoulder, stating he was the person he trusted most, and only felt comfortable entrusting this matter to him. Wu Ming, still smarting, reminded him that he'd just called him a traitor. Duan Yunfeng cajoled him, saying he was giving him a way out and urging him to investigate. Wu Ming, sighing in resignation, agreed to look into it. Wu Ming then remembered seeing Duan Zexi, Duan Yunfeng's brother, the best actor, at the program earlier. Duan Yunfeng questioned why his brother would be there. Wu Ming elaborated that Duan Zexi seemed to be there for a program endorsement, but overheard him on the phone with someone, saying Lin Yidong had agreed to meet and respond to his confession. Duan Yunfeng was thunderstruck. Confession. He whirled on Wu Ming, demanding why he hadn't said anything sooner. Wu Ming defended himself, saying he didn't know about Duan Yunfeng's relationship with Miss Lin before. A flashback shows Lin Yitong telling Duan Zexi to call her by her name, not as sister-in-law Zexi, because between them, there was only you and I, not Duan family. Duan Yunfeng looked devastated by this imagined scenario. Duan Yunfeng panicked, realizing his father was right. Lin Yidong wouldn't just wait for him. What if she really accepted his brother? He was gripped by a desperate thought. He had to stop her. He ran, spotting Lin Yidong in the distance, and yelled her name with all his might. Lin Yidong turned, surprised, and asked Duan Yunfeng why he had come. Duan Yunfeng, out of breath, pleaded with her not to go meet his brother. Lin Yidong looked at him, puzzled, asking how he knew. He urgently told her he remembered everything, their past. Lin Yidong was taken aback by this sudden revelation. He continued, explaining he didn't know what his father told her to make her break up with him, but his heart had never changed. Lin Yidong, however, stated she didn't want to bring up the past anymore. Duan Yunfeng pressed on, feeling he had to clarify that he had a car accident while chasing her, which caused his amnesia. He hadn't intentionally avoided her for 6 years. Lin Yidong calmly replied that she already knew all that, but it wasn't important anymore. His voice filled with desperation. He insisted it was very important to him. He had never changed and begged her not to change either. He couldn't lose her and Xingxing. He pleaded with her not to meet his brother, not to agree to anything. Lin Yidong gently told him he was too late. She had already met with Zexi. Duan Yunfeng's heart sank. He asked, his voice barely a whisper, how she had responded to him.